Chapter 3357. The Attack of the Five Warring Sea Beasts. This brought great pressure to Sea God City. As the holy land of all sea tribe warriors, Sea God City was actually attacked one day. Furthermore, it was by 5 warring sea beasts. This immediately shattered everyone's thoughts of resistance. The Rainbow Array formation was gradually losing speed, and it was not long before it broke. As for Sea God City's counterattack, Sea God City had not retaliated at all. Would they dare? Of course not. No one could stop the attack of the 5 warring sea beasts. Any counterattack would be insignificant. When do you think they'll come out? Lin Fei said with a smile. Tian Lei Lai could not help but mourn for Sea God. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend Lin Fei. They should be out soon. Tian Lei Lai laughed. Those generals aren't to be trifled with. They definitely won't allow this to continue. Don't think that His Majesty the Sea God can sit on the throne. Within Sea God City, His Majesty the Sea God has to rely on those generals. In less than 2 hours. Stop fighting. We're out. Stop. We're out. More than 10 figures flew out of Sea God City and shouted together. It's those generals. Tian Lei Lai laughed. The one in the middle is Sea God Hai Qingfeng. He's probably feeling helpless now. He's probably the only sea god who can be so incompetent. Haha. Lin Fei laughed. Isn't this good? The 5 warring sea beasts stopped. The generals heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but blame Sea God. If they had known that Sea God Hai Qingfeng was so easy to deal with, they would have taken the initiative to come out. All of you come out? Hai Qingfeng was indeed very sullen. But what could he do at this time? In Sea God City, he was the sea god, and his words carried enormous weight. But only he himself understood that if he did not have the support of these generals, he was nothing. These generals were actually arranged by the Sea Kings to monitor him. Your Majesty, you're doing this for the good of Sea God City. I believe that no one will say anything. A general said, let's go and meet them now. Maybe this matter will be resolved soon. Is that so? Hai Qingfeng did not comment. After opening the formation, Hai Qingfeng and the other generals flew toward Lin Fei. You're finally willing to come out. Not yet. Lin Fei said coldly. If it was before, these generals would definitely be angry, but now they didn't dare. After what happened just now, they could vaguely tell that the leader of the crowd was this black-clothed young man. You want to see me? Hai Qingfeng was still very arrogant in front of the human race. In the martial heaven continent, the sea race ruled. Even the human race had to live under their nose. Bang! Hai Qingfeng's vision blurred, and he was smashed to the bottom of the sea. His vision blurred, and his blood churned. He felt like he was about to explode. A hand reached out and pulled the man back. If you dare to be disrespectful to my lord again, I don't mind slapping you to death. He Yuan's icy voice was filled with killing intent as he stared at Hai Qingfeng. The generals didn't dare to make a sound. The moment He Yuan attacked, his thick and terrifying aura pressured the generals so much that they couldn't breathe. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would understand that this was a powerful person. Hai Qingfeng didn't dare to speak. Lin Fei smiled. Just stand there obediently. It's good for everyone. You're the sea god in name, so it's hard to respect you. However, I can give you a chance to be the sea god. The generals behind him couldn't help but change their expressions. They might be generals, but in the Sea God City, they were all domineering lords. They didn't take the sea god seriously at all. If it wasn't for his bloodline, he wouldn't be qualified to be the sea god of the martial heaven continent. Even if it was an empty title, not everyone had the right to be the sea god. Sir, what do you mean by this? The generals couldn't stay calm when it came to matters that involved them. My lord said that you're all idiots. He Yuan snorted. You generals can stand aside. Stand aside? How could they be willing? A strange look flashed across Hai Qingfeng's eyes. If possible, who wouldn't want to be the sea god? Lin Fei swept his gaze across the generals. The sea god is the ruler of the marine race. How can he be powerless? Therefore, I want to help this sea god become the real sea god. Then, you won't need to exist anymore. With a wave of his hand, a majestic force swept across their bodies. These generals were all experts. The marine race's physical bodies were extremely powerful, but under this sweep, their bodies collapsed and they died instantly. Ah, well done. These fellows deserve to die. Hai Qingfeng laughed loudly. Even though he wasn't the one who killed them, he could finally vent the anger in his heart when they died. With all the generals dead, even if there were a few left in the city, they wouldn't be a threat. Hai Qingfeng had never felt so relaxed before. Without the surveillance of the generals, he felt relaxed. He didn't need to worry about anything anymore. He could do whatever he wanted in the Sea God City. Sir, what do you want me to do? After laughing wildly, Hai Qingfeng lowered his head slightly at Lin Fei. No matter how stupid he was, he realized that this human who had killed more than a dozen generals was not someone he could fight against. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. This guy wasn't a blockhead. If he was really a blockhead, then it wouldn't be worth it. He didn't want to bring back a blockhead. I snatched these 5 war beasts from the Sea King of Qinghai and the others. Lin Fei said with a smile. Hai Qingfeng's heart trembled. At this moment he finally understood why the 5 war beasts were here. It turned out that they had been snatched away, and the Sea Kings didn't dare to do anything after that. This meant that the 5 Sea Kings were suppressed by this black-robed man. This black-robed man had terrifying strength that no one could resist. Hai Qingfeng knew the temperament of the Sea Kings very well. Sir, please come in. Hai Qingfeng took a deep breath and bowed, making an inviting gesture. This was a thick thigh. Did you say that Hai Qingfeng was arrogant? That depended on the occasion. The Sea God City was actually very beautiful. Lin Fei wasn't interested in admiring it for the time being. If it wasn't for the heavenly lightning split, he wouldn't have come here. Inside the Sea God Pagoda, Lin Fei sat on Hai Qingfeng's seat, while he stood in front of him obediently, not daring to breathe loudly. For some reason, there was an unbearable and terrifying aura in front of Hai Qingfeng. Chapter 3358. Hai Qingfeng had never thought that a big pie would fall from the sky. But this time, a big pie really fell from the sky, and it was a very big pie. A powerful existence that could snatch the war beast from the 5 Sea Kings. Hai Qingfeng chose to join the Sea King. When he really joined the Sea King, Hai Qingfeng realized how correct his choice was. The Sea King didn't care about the position of the Sea God at all, let alone the martial heaven continent. He wouldn't even care about the entire merfolk. Hai Qingfeng was so happy to hear this news. When he first heard it, he wondered if he had heard it wrong. How could there be such a good thing, and how could it happen to him? 3 days after Lin Fei entered the Sea God City, Sea deity Hai Qingfeng released the news and sent an invitation to the 13 Sea Kings, inviting them to Sea Deity City in half a month to discuss an important matter. The Qinghai Sea King and the others were the first to receive the notice. The Sea God was going to hold a meeting? Normally, the Qinghai Sea King and the others wouldn't care about it at all. That guy was actually a puppet, and no one would pay attention to him. But it was different this time. They had all heard of one thing. That person had gone to Sea God City. Ever since Lin Fei left, they had arranged for people to gather information. Lin Fei didn't hide anything and swaggered to the Sea God City, so it was hard not to know. We have to go. After a discussion, the 5 Sea Kings decided to go to the Sea God City. They had to go. They didn't forget that person's words. If they didn't go now, who knew how much they would have to pay next time? 80 billion power of faith had almost made them bankrupt. If they had to do it again, they wouldn't even have to be Sea Kings anymore. Did Hai Qingfeng have the guts to invite them to the Sea God City? He didn't have the guts at all. Maybe it was that person behind the scenes, so they had to give him face. But to the other Sea Kings, this matter was a joke. That puppet wanted to discuss something important? Who gave that guy the guts to do so? As for the invitations that were sent over, they threw them to the side. As for arranging for people, they didn't want to do that. That person wasn't the real Sea God. If it was the real Sea God, they would definitely give him face. But this person was just an auspicious doll used to balance the merfolk. Half a month passed by quickly. The 5 Sea Kings were the first to arrive at the Sea God City. When they saw the 5 warring sea beasts at the same time, their hearts were bleeding. These were them, but now, he couldn't even say a word. The 5 Sea Kings arrived at the Sea God City and were immediately arranged to stay in the VIP area. After settling down, they immediately came to visit Lin Fei. Their people in Sea God City quickly learned of the news. "You guys are quite early." Lin Fei smiled at the 5 Sea Kings. "I thought you guys wouldn't come." The 5 Sea Kings lowered their heads and wiped away their sweat. "Sir Lin, even if you gave us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to come. We worship Sir Lin the most. No matter where it is, as long as Sir Lin says the word, we will definitely come." Not to mention that they did not know how to flatter. In fact, they were also very good at bootlicking. They were quite straightforward and shameless. Lin Fei waved his hand. "You should be glad that you came, because I've decided to suppress those who didn't come. They dared to not give face to the sea god. What do you think?" The 5 Sea Kings were on tenterhooks. After hearing this, they finally realized how lucky they were to come. "I'm willing to open the way for the sea god to suppress the Sea Kings." Sea King Qinghai said loudly. The other 4 Sea Kings secretly looked down on Sea King Qinghai and immediately expressed that they would follow Lord Sea God to suppress the Sea King. They knew that with such a great god in charge, the remaining 8 Sea Kings would not have a good ending. Lin Fei was very satisfied. "It's good that you can think that way. This time, you guys will be the vanguard." The sea god held a meeting to discuss important matters, and in the end, 5 Sea Kings came. This result was a joke to everyone. The only thing they did not understand was why the 5 Sea Kings wanted to go to Sea God City. Was there something wrong with their heads? This was what most people were thinking. After the remaining 8 Sea Kings heard the news, they could only shake their heads. Join forces with the sea god? Stop joking around. The strength of the 8 Sea Kings was much higher than theirs. It was not something that the 5 Sea Kings could fight against. As for Sea God City, they did not have strength, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But half a month later, Sea God City announced a piece of news. As soon as the news came out, it was like a heavy bomb that shocked everyone. The 8 Sea Kings colluded to overthrow the marine race. "I have decided to suppress you." It was a very simple sentence, but it was full of the smell of a crusade. They were going to fight. As soon as the news came out, many members of the marine race were dumbfounded. The puppet sea god was going to attack the 8 Sea Kings? What kind of joke was this? How could this happen? Before everyone could react, the army of the 5 Sea Kings gathered in front of Sea God City. No one could remain calm. The 5 Sea Kings were actually helping the sea god. No matter how they looked at it, it was very unbelievable. They're really going to fight. Is there something wrong with the 5 Sea Kings' heads? The remaining 8 Sea Kings are much stronger than them. Aren't they just courting death by joining forces? No one was optimistic about this encirclement. After the 8 Sea Kings heard the news, they secretly cursed the 5 Sea Kings for being shameless. They dared to join forces at this time. Did they really think that they could defeat them? They did not think that way. Regardless of why they joined forces, they decided to teach the 5 Sea Kings and the sea god a lesson. They were not obedient puppets but dared to play such tricks. They cursed the generals who had arranged for this countless times. How could such a thing happen? They really did not know how to handle things. The news of the dozen generals being killed was immediately blocked, and the 8 Sea Kings did not have a chance to know. The 8 Sea Kings have gathered. The 5 Sea Kings are holding the sea god hostage. They are here to rescue him. The 5 Sea Kings are trying to overthrow the marine race. The 8 Sea Kings will join forces and tell the 5 Sea Kings to surrender. Don't struggle in vain. The 8 Sea Kings acted very quickly. They mobilized their army immediately. The Sea King personally appeared and led the army to join forces with the 8 Sea Kings. They charged over majestically. A huge battle was about to begin. Such a large-scale battle was really beyond everyone's expectations. 5 Sea Kings against 8 Sea Kings. In every aspect, the 5 Sea Kings did not seem to have an advantage. It was the same for the sea god. There was still a gap in strength. There was also a gap in the battle between the sea beasts. Everyone was even more curious. Who gave them the confidence? Was it the sea god? Or had they invited reinforcements? Chapter 3359. Above the sea. The 8 sea kings gathered together. The majestic oceanic tribe's army had already stopped. According to the information they had received, Hai Qingfeng's army was not far from them, so they stopped and waited for Hai Qingfeng's army to arrive. They wanted to defeat Hai Qingfeng's army. Even with the help of the 5 sea kings, it would not be enough. They're here. At the end of the sea, a black figure appeared. It was a huge oceanic tribe's army, and they also appeared majestically. Compared to the army of the 8 sea kings, the number of oceanic tribes' army was obviously much smaller, especially the 5 warring sea beasts at the front. The 2 armies faced each other. A great battle was about to break out. Hai Qingfeng's mind was also shaken. He had never thought that one day he would bring an allied army to attack the 8 sea kings. He secretly glanced at Lin Fei beside him and took a deep breath. He knew that he could definitely do it. He could make 5 sea kings surrender to him, let alone 8 sea kings. Hai Qingfeng, you're really bold. You dare to come and attack us? Who gave you the guts? Among the 8 sea kings, the demon mountain sea king, who had the worst temper, shouted. Impudent. My name is not something you can casually call out. Hai Qingfeng said angrily. You 8 sea kings, why don't you bow when you see me? This world belongs to the oceanic tribe, not to you. I am your sea god, the god of all the oceanic tribe. You dare to ally together? This is a betrayal of the oceanic empire. I'll give you a chance now. Give up resisting and follow us to the oceanic empire. You will still be kings. With the support of a big shot, Hai Qingfeng became more confident. If it was before, he would not have dared to say such words. Haha. The 8 sea kings laughed loudly, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Your Majesty has become bolder. Do you really think that they can fight against us? A shark tiger sea king laughed and looked provocatively at the sea king Qinghai and the other 4 sea kings. It was as if he was saying that even if they came, it would be useless. Shark tiger sea monarch, I don't like what you just said. If you dare to make a move against His Majesty, then you are a traitor. It is perfectly justifiable for me to suppress you. Qinghai Sea Monarch said with a beaming smile. Sea King of Qinghai, I can't believe you have the guts to say that. You're really regressing. Why don't you take a look at where you are? Instead of being the Sea King, you chose to mix with Hai Qingfeng. You'll regret it very soon. Shark Tiger Sea King said coldly. If I were you, I would immediately change my target. Our 8 families are not something you can deal with. The Sea King of Qinghai was not nervous or afraid at all. After today, these 8 Sea Kings would no longer exist. That's not what you said. I think you'll be the ones regretting it. Lin Fei was not interested in the scolding. Since everyone is here, let's begin and not waste any more time. The Sea King of the Qinghai Sea King and the other Sea Kings tensed up. Hai Qingfeng shouted as he unsheathed his divine sword. The 8 Sea Kings are trying to overthrow the Ocean God Empire. They are traitors. Army, listen up. Attack and kill them. Boom! The army moved out. The 8 Sea Kings were infuriated. This Hai Qingfeng was really bold. He dared to put such a big label on their heads. The 8 Sea Kings decided that after capturing Hai Qingfeng, they would definitely let him know the meaning of regret. The Black Army collided with each other like a flood. Both sides began to fight. The scene was extremely shocking. Countless Ocean God warriors joined the battle. As soon as the battle began, the 8 Sea Kings side had the upper hand. Under the confrontation of the allied army, the 5 Sea Kings side was clearly weaker. Even though they were at a disadvantage, it was not obvious that they were going to lose. The 8 Sea Kings revealed faint smiles. This situation was within their expectations. In terms of elites and experts, who could compare to the 8 Sea Kings? They really wanted to know what Hai Qingfeng was thinking. Hai Qingfeng, your allied army won't be able to hold on for long. Shark Tiger Sea King said with a smile. I think it's better for you to admit defeat. Stop struggling. This is meaningless to you. Hai Qingfeng was very calm. If it was any other time, he would have definitely chosen to run away. However, this time, he was exceptionally determined. Who will win and who will lose is still unknown. Hai Qingfeng snorted. Qinghai Sea King and the others were also very calm. What a joke. With this great god here, so what if the 8 Sea Kings joined hands? The result was already decided. Since this great god didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't do anything. Lin Fei casually glanced at the fighting army. He couldn't help but admit that the 8 Sea Kings' army was very elite. They had the advantage in all aspects. Even though they were showing a bit of an advantage now, it would soon become bigger. It's time for me to put on a show. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Seal. A huge wave of power instantly enveloped the entire sea. No matter who it was, they were all enveloped at this moment. Their strength immediately dropped. Their cultivation levels also dropped. He can't hold on anymore. Kill them all. The Ocean God warriors could clearly feel that their opponent's strength was inferior to theirs. They all shouted and started to counterattack. The situation quickly became one-sided. Half of our strength has been sealed. What kind of treasure is this? The expressions of the 8 Sea Kings changed. Half of their strength had mysteriously been sealed, and their realm had dropped. They were completely different from before, and it was impossible for them not to change their expressions. Damn, hurry up and capture Hai Qingfeng. Seeing the army falling to one side, the 8 Sea Kings could no longer sit still. They urged their war sea beasts to act. Their minds were filled with the thought of this treasure that could seal the realm of others. How frightening was it? Only a true cosmos god could do it. All of you should be suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now you can go out and relax. Lin Fei chuckled at the 5 Sea Kings. Shark Tiger Sea King, we can settle our old debts. Qinghai Sea King was the first to charge out. Me too. The 5 Sea Kings were already unhappy with the 8 Sea Kings. Now that such a good opportunity was presented to them, they would be fools not to act. Your Majesty, what about you? Hai Qingfeng actually wanted to go, just that he did not have the guts. He said gratefully, "Many thanks, Sir Lin." He took his sword and flew out. After half of their strength was sealed, the 8 Sea Kings could not even protect themselves. They could not fight against the 5 Sea Kings. It was a one-sided situation. Their strength was not on the same level. How could they fight? Within a few moves, they were beaten until their heads were bleeding. Fortunately, their fleshy bodies were strong, and their injuries were recovering rapidly. Hence, they were being abused by the 5 Sea Kings. His Majesty Hai Qingfeng was not polite either. He was truly suppressing his anger. The moment he vented it out, he became extremely violent. He began beating up one of the Sea Kings. At this moment, he was no longer a sea god. The 8 Sea Kings had powerful bodies. They could not die instantly. They could only be beaten up. Chapter 3360. The alliance of the 8 Sea Kings ended in failure. After their strength was sealed, they could not break free from the special seal. After their strength was sealed, they could not withstand the attacks of the 5 Sea Kings at all. When the oceanic species forces that came to watch the battle saw this scene, their minds went blank. Everyone knew that the Tianwu continent was going to undergo a huge change. From now on, the Poseidon Empire would probably be consolidated. From now on, the era of the independent Sea Kings would be over. Who would have thought that the Poseidon would really unify the empire? They were also deeply afraid of the Poseidon's mysterious methods. The Poseidon had always shocked the world the moment he made his move. The Poseidon Empire was really unified. After the 8 Sea Kings were captured, Hai Qingfeng, the Poseidon, led his army and swept through the territories of the 8 Sea Kings in less than half a month. At this point, the forces of the 8 Sea Kings were uprooted. The 8 Sea Kings were also placed under house arrest. Very soon, the Poseidon Empire announced the first thing. The Sea God Empire would strip them of their Sea King status. There were a total of 8 Sea Kings who had been stripped of their positions. Everyone assumed that the other 5 Sea Kings would also be stripped of their positions. However, another piece of news came out. This news was shocking. The 5 Sea Kings who had supported the meritorious service were appointed as the 5 great generals of the Poseidon Empire. At the same time, they were rewarded with a larger territory. This was completely unexpected. Before this news ended, another piece of news came out. Not only did the Poseidon appoint 5 great generals, but he also appointed a 6th great general, who was the young master of the Tianwu island, Tian Lei Lai. This news was quite shocking. Who would have thought that a human could actually obtain the position of a great general? For a moment, everyone did not know what the Poseidon wanted to do. Since when could a human obtain such an important position? Everyone could see that the position of great general was not just for show. It was a position with real power. Brother Lin, are you really going to leave? Tian Lei Lai was really grateful for Lin Fei's help and the position that he had brought. This place is too small. Lin Fei said with a smile, you're a general now, so don't disappoint me. I believe that for a long time, that person will be very obedient and won't dare to act recklessly. Tian Lei Lai had never thought that he would become the great general of the sea race. Not only did he have a huge sea territory, but he also had an army of the sea race. He was a real great general. After the news spread, all the human factions that had kicked him while he was down came to Heavenly Marshall Island to apologize. Shao Chun could not be bothered with them. They were just a bunch of opportunists. Thunder Rend knew very well that this was brought to him by Lin Fei. If it weren't for Lin Fei, he wouldn't even dare to think about his current position. Knowing that Lin Fei was going to leave, even though Heaven's Split Thunder knew that this day would come, it was much earlier than he had expected, and he was not used to it. Brother Lin, don't worry. I will definitely hold this position of great general. Tian Lei Lai nodded vigorously. No one can take it away from me. Lin Fei patted Tian Lai's shoulder. See you next time. Lin Fei stood on the war beast and rode the wind. The Martial Heaven continent's remaining warring sea beasts had all been taken away by Lin Fei. A total of 14 war beasts were now in Lin Fei's hands. It would be difficult for others to control them, but it was not a problem for him at all. Even though they did not have much intelligence, they were the best to be used as the vanguard. The Star River Prefecture was not like this place. Lin Fei was definitely right to be careful. Even if he had accumulated more than 1 trillion prestige points, he had to use it sparingly. The passage to the Sky Martial continent was in a very remote place. Lin Fei could easily find it. Compared to the previous passage, this passage was even more dangerous. It took him a full 10 years to traverse it. I'm finally out. 10 years. Lin Fei continued to traverse the passage. During this time, one of the 14 war beasts had died. Others might be able to traverse slowly, but Lin Fei was able to charge straight through. It wasn't surprising that a war beast would die. After all, once these war beasts left the sea, their strength would be affected to a certain extent. For example, in terms of defense, they would be much weaker. Lin Fei really did not know what to say about this. Click. The remaining 13 war beasts were all stored in the system storage. Lin Fei began to size up the place in front of him. What he saw was a barren area with no end in sight. There was a desolate aura everywhere. The wasteland of death is indeed real. Lin Fei, who had good eyesight, saw many skeletons covered in mud, and related memories surfaced in his mind. According to the information, the people living in the wasteland of death are either bandits or some extremely vicious fellows. If one wants to survive in this place, one must possess valiant strength. Otherwise, one will easily turn into a pile of bones. Lin Fei took a light step. His body sank slightly, but the ground did not split apart. Master, this is a true cosmos world. The ground here is incomparably hard, and ordinary strength cannot break through it. It is the same for space. He Yuan reported in a low voice. Lin Fei tried it. Indeed, the ground was hard. Even with the strength of a cosmos god, he could only leave behind a small pit. Just thinking about it was unfathomable. It is indeed a mysterious place. This is the weakest part of the cosmos world. Only after reaching the core would Master discover how different the cosmos world is. He Yuan said. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to this cosmos. Let's go. Walking on the wasteland of death. Lin Fei gradually felt the difference. Firstly, there was a supreme willpower enveloping the world. For instance, tearing the void with his bare hands had become extremely difficult. There was a powerful force resisting him. He could not break the void with a punch, and neither could he reach the end of the world. Lin Fei realized that the Saint Spirit Great Continent was a complete and incomplete continent compared to the outside world. This cosmos is quite interesting. Lin Fei had always been suppressed by the willpower of the world, making him feel uncomfortable. Instead, He Yuan had a relaxed expression. Master's fleshy body is powerful, and many can't reach this stage. Those who can fly in this cosmos must be cosmos gods or rely on some unique flying treasures. He Yuan explained, if Master wishes to disregard the willpower of the world, he has to become a cosmos god. Only by obtaining its recognition will the willpower of the world not target you. It's a pity that things are different now. It is very difficult to become a cosmos god in this cosmos. He lightly shook his head. Lin Fei was not anxious about becoming a cosmos god. With the support system and the fleshy body of a cosmos god, there was nothing for him to worry about. Are you familiar with this place? Lin Fei asked. The wasteland of death was huge. The two flew for a long time, yet they could not see a single city. Everywhere was filled with a desolate aura, and it was not a place where humans could live. Chapter 3361. Dark City. It was also known as the Chaos City. Those who could live here were either powerhouses who couldn't make a living in the Star River Prefecture or were wanted for doing something big and being arrested. Here, the Star River Prefecture did not care about them. They basically turned a blind eye to the powerhouses that escaped. The city master of the Dark City was also a formidable master. He had recruited several cosmos god experts and was considered an overlord of a region. There were many experts in the Star River Prefecture, yet they were not willing to fight with cosmos gods. Reaching the cosmos god level, every single one of them could destroy a minor world. Under normal circumstances, cosmos gods rarely acted. The moment they acted, they would be easily affected by the shockwaves. Nobody was willing to see that happen. The Star River Prefecture was a prefecture under the Eternal Church, and other cosmos gods did not dare to offend it. Thus, the Dark City became a unique place. And today, an esteemed guest came to the city master residence of the Dark City. When this guest came, the city master of the Dark City, Luo Junting, personally came out to welcome him. He gave the other party sufficient face. Luo Junting was a cosmos god expert, and there were few who could make him welcome them personally. But this guest in front of him had to come. The background of the other party was too huge, so huge that he, a cosmos god, did not dare to offend him. The reason why the Dark City could continue existing was because he knew how to do things. One should not think that a cosmos god was amazing. He was nothing in front of those people. Furthermore, he was merely at the first step cosmos god realm. Guard Captain Bai, this is the Sky Mountain God Lotus I bought from an auction. It tastes quite good. Have a taste. Luo Junting ordered someone to bring tea over. He took the initiative to pour the tea while speaking. This is good stuff. I'm really lucky today. Bai Luoyang chuckled. He lifted the teacup and took a sip. The taste is really good. Luo City Master is really willing to spend. Luo Junting carefully greeted him. After chatting idly, Bai Luoyang took out a recording stone. This time, I came to let you inform your subordinates to capture this person the moment they discover him. It would be best if he is captured alive. Luo Junting hurriedly said, Guard Captain Bai, it is just a single person. It is fine if you arrange for your subordinates to come down. Why the need to come personally? Unless this person has some huge background. Guard Captain Bai was the second in command of the Star River Guard. The Star River Guard monitored the entire Star River Prefecture. If anyone was targeted by them, it was basically over. If they offended the Star River Prefecture, they might be able to live, but if they offended the Star River Guard, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Bai Luoyang laughed. This person doesn't have any background, but he killed a young master of the Li family. The Li family's anger will not be appeased, understand? Luo Junting suddenly came to a realization. A young master of the Li family had been killed. Even though it was his main body, he still had a clone. However, that was still a slap to the face of the Li family. You have to know that the Li family is a top-notch family in the Star River Prefecture. At the same time, they have people in the Star River Guard. Who would dare to slap the face of such a top-notch family? Don't worry, Captain Bai. I will take care of this matter. If that person dares to come to the wasteland of death, I will definitely send him to the Star River Prefecture. Of all the people he could have offended, he had to offend the Li clan. Luo Junting said righteously. When Captain Bai left, he received a token of goodwill from Luo Junting and left in satisfaction. The people of the Star River Guard are really good for nothings. They are the most straightforward when it comes to taking things, but when it comes to doing things, they act like lords. After Bai Luoyang left, a young man came in while cursing. Shut up! Luo Junting shouted. If I hear you again, you will face the wall for 100 years. The young man opened his mouth. I was just ridiculing you. You can't even ridicule me. Are you planning to drag Darkness City into the flames of war? Luo Junting was exasperated with this younger brother of his. The Star River Guard is not something you can talk about. The person who came in was Luo Junting's younger brother, Luo Junlin, a blabbermouth who couldn't hide anything. Weren't you chasing after those people? How did you find the time to come back? Luo Junting decided to change his method. He was afraid that he would lose control of his temper. Luo Junlin also knew what his big brother was afraid of. He was just unhappy. Big brother, I just received a big piece of news. As long as this deal is done, it will definitely be a big deal. Did you know that there is a guy with tens of millions of faith energy who will appear in our territory? It is said that he also has a powerful spatial defense treasure. Luo Junlin said excitedly. Hundreds of billions of faith energy? Luo Junting didn't really care about this, but he was very interested in the universal spatial treasure behind. This is a big fish. Where did you get this news from? This is the appearance of that person. Big brother, you better arrange for people to keep an eye on those checkpoints. Otherwise, we won't know when he comes in. Luo Junlin took out a recording stone. He was also very interested in such a big fish. After opening the recording stone, he frowned. He seemed to have seen this person before, but he couldn't remember for a moment. Very soon, he remembered. It's him. Luo Junting took out another recording stone. The figure inside was almost the same. Good fellow, it is actually the same person. He is quite daring to kill someone from the Li clan. Now, he even brought a supreme treasure. Unless he got it from the Boundless World Mountain. Others might not know, but he did. That Li clan young master was killed by someone in the Boundless World Mountain. Furthermore, this was spread by a protector, and the credibility was high. Immediately arrange for people to search for this person. Once we find him, we must not alert him. On the wasteland of death, Lin Fei and Black Yuan were flying in the sky. During this period, they did not meet anyone. Just as mentioned, only cosmos gods could fly in the sky. Others could not do it at all. Calculating the time, we should not be too far away. Lin Fei didn't like this place. The aura in the world was suppressing, and it felt extremely uncomfortable. Not long later, a huge black figure appeared. What else could it be other than the Dark City? Let us go down. Lin Fei descended. If they continued flying, it would be too high profile. It was impossible for them to survive in the wasteland of death for such a long time without any relation to the Star River Prefecture. Lin Fei remembered that he had killed the young master from the Star River Prefecture Li clan. Perhaps, the other party might be hunting him down. It was better to understand the situation first. Furthermore, one had to pass through the Star River barrier from the wasteland of death to the Star River Prefecture. Currently, Lin Fei was clueless about the Star River Prefecture. Without a clear understanding, he would not easily enter. The Dark City was a good place to understand the situation. As that huge city became more and more obvious, there were more people on the wasteland. They were all in groups of 3 to 5, and this was the minority. The majority of them were in groups of a dozen or more. Their gazes were unfriendly. Chapter 3362. Very soon, Lin Fei and Black Yuan were targeted by others. In the Dark City, everyone would form groups when traveling because it was a chaotic world outside. When everyone saw Lin Fei and Black Yuan, they immediately realized that these two fellows should be newcomers. There were few people here, And if something were to happen, they would have to be an ultra-strong expert. But would ultra-strong experts appear in such a place? That was something impossible. They were certain that these two newcomers would be eaten alive. Did they not know that it was even more chaotic outside the Dark City? There were no rules here, and only strength mattered. At one moment, they could sit together, and at the next moment, they could start fighting. Precisely because of this, the Dark City became a place of refuge. Even the Star River Prefecture would rarely come here unless you committed a huge crime. Kill. Not long later, more than a dozen experts acted. First, they used an array to trap them. Next, they sent out poisonous creatures. It was truly an efficient killing method, and it was not hard for them to defend against it. Lin Fei and Black Yuan were both ultra-strong experts. They did not need to do much to turn the dozen experts into corpses. Such ambushes did not happen once. Along the way, there were 7 to 8 waves of attacks. Every wave seemed as though they were certain that they would be eaten alive, leaving behind only a corpse in the end. Do we look easy to bully? Lin Fei looked at the corpses on the ground and mocked himself. Perhaps they saw that we have fewer people. Black Yuan said. Lin Fei completely believed that this was a paradise for evil people. They dared to act because they had fewer people. If it were another person, he would not be able to survive here. He might not even be able to enter the Dark City. After experiencing more than a dozen waves of ambushes, Lin Fei and Black Yuan arrived at the Dark City. It was a huge city shrouded in darkness. What a great array! Even Cosmos gods can't break it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes as he sized up this dark cloud-like array. Under the envelopment of the array, this region became extremely dark, fitting the name of the Dark City. With this array, ordinary Cosmos gods would find it hard to take down the Dark City. Black Yuan said, by relying on this array, their strength will explode. Such an array isn't something anyone can construct. Lin Fei naturally felt it. The entrance fee is 100,000 power of faith. At the city gate, a tyrannical guard threw out a card. With this card, you can stay inside for a day. If you want to continue staying in the city, you have to pay a fee of 10,000 power of faith every day. If you don't have the power of faith, we don't mind throwing you out. 10,000 power of faith a day? 300,000 faith energy a month? Lin Fei was truly impressed. With such a charging model, not many people would stay for a long time. Within the City of Darkness, Lin Fei and He Yuan had just entered. A fight broke out on a street. A few people surrounded and attacked a single person. That person's strength wasn't ordinary, but he was quickly hacked to death. Everything on his body was stolen, and a corpse was left behind. The people on the street all looked as if they were used to it. Clearly, such incidents were not uncommon in Darkness City. Master, this is how the City of Darkness is. If anything goes wrong here, a fight will break out. It's either you die or I die. It's extremely cruel. Lin Fei and He Yuan soon found an inn to stay in. This Cosmos god, He Yuan, personally went out to scout for information. He spent 3 days before he had a rough understanding of the situation in the City of Darkness. Lin Fei had always been staying in the inn. For convenience, he rented a courtyard to prevent others from disturbing him. The price was not cheap. A single courtyard required 800,000 power of faith a month. There was no news regarding him in the City of Darkness. Lin Fei felt relieved. Clearly, the Li clan could not afford to lose their face and did not arrange for people to deal against him. That time, they sealed everything. Even though Lin Fei was confident, it did not mean that this matter could not be broken by other experts, and eventually found him. This City of Darkness is still quite capable. It has always been protecting the villains from the Star River Prefecture and other places. Lin Fei chuckled. He drank a mouthful of tea. Who says it isn't? He Yuan chuckled, but this City of Darkness is very powerful. That Cosmos god Luo Junting is said to be an abandoned disciple of a religion. This great array came from that religion. In the City of Darkness, he is the #1 expert. Other than Luo Junting, there are 3 other Cosmos gods in the City of Darkness. But they are all pseudo-Cosmos gods. They have all consumed pills and have yet to obtain the recognition of the cosmos. Their bodies did not form a world and obtain cosmos energy. He Yuan said with disdain. Lin Fei had some understanding of cosmos gods. A true cosmos god had to obtain the recognition of this cosmos. Once the cosmos recognized them, their strength and other aspects would explode. At the same time, they could use the cosmos energy, reaching the state of returning to one's origin and reaching a whole new level. As for pseudo-cosmos gods, they had all consumed pills and could not improve any further in this lifetime. What they used were the most basic techniques of cosmos gods. These ordinary techniques were more than enough to deal with experts at the hierarch realm. Even though consuming pills had no future, there were still many hierarch gods who wanted to consume pills to become cosmos gods. There were 3 pseudo-cosmos gods and 1 true cosmos god in the City of Darkness. Their strength was relatively extraordinary, and even the Star River Prefecture had to treat them seriously. Nobody dared to underestimate the strength of a true cosmos god. "Oh right, Master, I've also heard of something. There is a place called the Limit Arena in the City of Darkness. According to hearsay, whoever could get to the end would obtain a supreme treasure left behind by a peak cosmos god. Rumors say it is a cosmos crystal piece, but I wonder if it is true or false." He Yuan thought of something. Cosmos crystal piece? Lin Fei was startled. He could even encounter such a good thing. What is the origin of this peak cosmos god? He Yuan explained, "I've heard of this peak cosmos god being an extremely famous cosmos god in this cosmos. He had always done things that broke the limit. Every time he cultivated, he would raise his realm to the limit, suppressing all opponents at the same level. It's a pity that his power broke through the limit of cosmos god, and he died in meditation. The Limit Arena was created by him." Lin Fei was quite surprised that there was such a cosmos god. Limit? This word was not something that just anyone could say. Using it as a name meant that this person was extraordinarily domineering. Is the possibility high? Currently, he had 3 cosmos crystal pieces. Lin Fei naturally wanted to get 10 of them. The possibility should be high. This peak cosmos god is famous, and he would not lie. He Yuan said, "Master can give it a try." Lin Fei was indeed interested in this cosmos crystal piece. One that strived to break the limit. It was quite interesting to set up a limit arena. Is there no one who could get through? Lin Fei asked curiously. Chapter 3363. The Limit Arena. Located within the Dark City's Martial Dojo of Limits. The Martial Dojo of Limits was created by the ultimate cosmos god. Even if that person was no longer around, nobody dared to have any thoughts about the Martial Dojo of Limits. Because the current second leader of the Martial Dojo of Limits was a pseudo-cosmos god expert. Within the Martial Dojo of Limits, as long as one did not leave, even a true cosmos god would find it hard to defeat the other party. After all, that ultimate cosmos god was extremely powerful and had surpassed the limits time after time. Nobody at the same level was his opponent. Nobody dared to offend this ultimate cosmos god. Even if he died, who knew what killing move he would leave behind? Even cosmos gods would have to weigh the pros and cons. "Master, it's here." In front of a huge structure. Lin Fei and He Yuan stood in front of the structure. Lin Fei cared a lot about the cosmos crystal piece. The feeling of being suppressed by the will of the world was extremely uncomfortable, especially for someone like him who was infinitely close to the cosmos god level. That feeling was magnified. I can feel a tyrannical willpower within. Whoever dares to act recklessly in this structure will definitely suffer a huge loss. Lin Fei squinted as he carefully experienced it. The ultimate cosmos god was extremely famous in the past. He Yuan said, "He broke through the limit every single time, but it's a pity he couldn't." Let us enter. Within the Martial Dojo of Limits. It was filled with people. Just as Lin Fei and He Yuan entered, waves of voices could be heard. That was excitement, agitation, and other emotions contained within. This was a place entirely different from the outside world. Such a formidable fellow. He went up another level. Who knows, he might be able to break through the 100th level. The possibility is huge. There are still 5 levels left, and it will be the 100th level soon. Once he reaches the 100th level, he would be able to get the reward left behind by the ultimate cosmos god. How exciting! The martial dojo of limits was huge. Lin Fei could easily see a small independent spatial zone at the center. Within the small spatial zone, there was currently a young man fighting with a black armored soldier. They were exchanging blows, and it was extremely intense. And outside, there were many people cheering and shouting. That is the limit space. There are 1,000 levels inside, and you can get the reward from the Cosmos God after reaching the 100th level. You can also choose not to go. You can continue accumulating until the 100th level, and the reward will be even better. Lin Fei didn't go up again. He could see clearly. In the small space, the young man encountered 5 black armored soldiers. These black armored soldiers held sharp blades in their hands, and all of them attacked at close range. Saber light crisscrossed, and saber intent covered the sky and earth. That young man was also quite powerful. He had a treasure protecting him and held a long sword in his hand, displaying a powerful sword technique. He continuously sent the black armored soldiers flying, but he was unable to defeat them. What a powerful black armored soldier! Lin Fei was slightly moved. Not only is he strong, but his defense is also strong. At this moment, a plump middle-aged man not too far away said, "That's natural. These are ultimate puppets created by Sir Cosmos gods. It is hard to defeat them." An ultimate puppet. What an apt name. The battle in the small space soon ended. After the young man was defeated by the ultimate puppet, the small space automatically teleported him out. The young man who was standing outside had a look of lingering fear on his face. "I still can't do it. I have to go back and cultivate properly." The young man shook his head, and his gaze became firm. "Next time, I'll definitely be able to rush to the 100th level." He turned around and left. Many people sighed. Such a situation would happen almost every day in the Extreme Martial Dojo. Ever since the Extreme Martial Dojo opened the Extreme Arena to the public, many people came here to temper themselves. This place had also become a unique place in the Dark City. Many outsiders would even come here out of admiration. Firstly, they wanted to experience the meaning behind the Extreme Arena. Instead, they wanted to see if they had the chance to obtain treasures left behind by a Cosmos God. Many young geniuses would still attempt to challenge the 100th step. Over the years, the number of geniuses who could reach the 100th level could be counted with one's fingers. Even so, there was still an endless stream of people coming here. Many villains in the Dark City loved coming here to temper themselves. It's a pity that this place did not allow Cosmos gods to enter, and many Cosmos gods had this thought. "Master, why don't you give it a try?" The 1000th level did not pose any pressure to Lin Fei. He could not do it, but he had the support of the system prestige. Lin Fei did not plan on staying for a long time here in the Dark City. Coming here today was actually to see if there were any Cosmos crystal chips. Such an opportunity was not so easy to come by. Make way, make way. Just as Lin Fei was prepared to go up, behind them, a group of people rushed in. This group of people had their chests puffed out. They were extremely tyrannical as they chased others to the side. And behind them was a noble prince. He was elegant and elegant. To the left and right of the noble prince, there were 2 black-robed men. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they gave off an immense pressure. Who is that? So overbearing. He seems to be the prince from the Zhao clan of the Star River Prefecture. Prince from the Zhao clan. Many villains present inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Those who were previously grumbling shrunk their necks. My clan's prince wants to challenge the stage. The lackey moved quickly. A manager of the Extreme Arena recognized the other party. He could not help but reveal a look of respect. "Prince Zhao, coming to our Extreme Martial Dojo is truly honored by your presence." The moment this person said that, everyone knew that this was a noble person. A true noble person. The 2 black-robed men behind the noble prince were unquestionably the Dao protectors. The noble prince had a warm smile on his face. It was like a gentle breeze blowing past. Everyone stood to the side. Who dared to obstruct the arrival of the prince from the Zhao clan? The Zhao clan was a top-notch clan in the Star River Prefecture. Just by looking at the Dao protectors behind them, one would know where they came from. I am very interested in the extreme arena. The noble prince did not speak much. With a single sentence, the manager understood his intentions. I'll immediately open the extreme martial dojo. Please wait for a moment. The extreme arena soon reopened. Everyone could not help but look forward to the appearance of Prince Zhao from the Star River Prefecture. This was a true genius, rumored to have the ability to survive in front of a true cosmos god. As for whether it was true or not, nobody knew. Prince, the extreme arena has reopened. You can enter now. The manager said. Prince can be rest assured. There won't be any danger inside. The moment you lose, you will be automatically teleported out. The extreme puppet will also stop there. Prince Zhao nodded. He took a big step into the extreme arena. The first level. An extreme puppet appeared. This Prince Zhao waved his hand, causing the extreme puppet to disintegrate. Chapter 3364. He is indeed a genius from the Zhao clan. He is so powerful, destroying an ultimate puppet with a wave of his hand. That's not something anyone could do. This person should be able to reach the 100th level easily. Everyone present could tell that this young Master Zhao was much stronger than what they imagined. The moment young Master Zhao acted, they could tell that he was much stronger than what they imagined. They had a deep understanding of how powerful an ultimate puppet was. Destroying an ultimate puppet with a wave of his hand was not something that could be achieved with just strength. It required a certain level of technique, and this was something they knew they were inferior to. After the first level, this young Master Zhao displayed a powerful strength, killing all the obstacles along the way. He reached the 100th level. He was much faster than the previous one. From the start to the end, he had only used a single move. There was not a single ultimate puppet that could force him to use a second move. Too fast. I wonder if he can reach the 200th level. The possibility is high. Young Master Zhao was very strong. After the 100th level, he did not collect his reward. Instead, he continued. This young Master Zhao is very strong. Lin Fei felt that his Cosmos God body was strong, but this person was not any weaker than him. From the start to the end, he had only used his fleshy body, and the technique he displayed was amazing too. Although it looked like a light wave, the energy was concentrated and not scattered, allowing him to unleash a perfect strength. He is indeed very strong. He Yuan nodded, and this energy seems to be sealed and has not been completely undone. He should be able to reach beyond the 500th level. 500th level. This strength was frightening. After all, most of the people here were stuck at the dozens of levels. It was not easy for those who could reach beyond the 100th level, and they were considered well-known figures. How amazing was his talent to be able to reach the 500th level. Just like what He Yuan said, this young Master Zhao was indeed powerful. 100th level, 200th level, 300th level, every time he broke through the 100th level, there would be an uproar from the outside. The news had also spread across the Dark City. Many people came to watch and they were incredibly shocked. What was a true genius? This was a true genius. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. 500th level. From the 400th floor onward, Sir Zhao could no longer defeat the ultimate puppet in one go. He would need to strike repeatedly to kill the ultimate puppet. Towards the end, the number of ultimate puppets began to increase. Be it in terms of strength or defense, there were even a few ultimate puppets that specialized in strength and defense, which made them very difficult to deal with. Finally, at the 599th step, young Master Zhao came out. 599th level. This level was definitely an existence that everyone needed to look up to. As expected of a prodigy. Amazing. What a pity he was just one level away. Young Master Zhao was unable to rush to the 600th step, and the accumulated rewards were gone as well. Many people felt that it was a pity. Young Master Zhao who came out did not seem to have changed at all. The Limit Arena truly lives up to its name. As soon as these words were spoken, The strength of the limit arena once again caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. If the Zhao clan's Heaven's Chosen was blocked on the 599 level, then what about the 1000 level? Nobody dared to imagine. Young Master Zhao had left. In everyone's eyes, this person was really here to experience the power of the extreme arena. This was what a true genius should be like. The Zhao clan has produced a pretty good genius. He Yuan chuckled. He is so young, yet he is so calm. This isn't something anyone can do. Who wouldn't be tempted by the treasures from the 500th level? For him to be able to casually place them down, that's amazing. You know the Zhao clan? Lin Fei asked. I've met them a few times. The Zhao clan is a clan with a long history, and their ancestors have produced many experts. This young Master Zhao should be the one with the most talent and potential in this generation. The limit arena left behind by a cosmos god isn't a place that anyone can rush to. Of course, the master is another matter. Lin Fei chuckled. I want to challenge it too. After young Master Zhao left, Lin Fei walked out. The manager was also immersed in the previous scene. He did not care much about the young man who came out. I feel that it's better for you to come another day. The manager said to Lin Fei, because you can't adjust your mental state properly, it isn't beneficial for you to fight against the ultimate puppet. Don't waste this chance that comes once a month. The limit arena was open to the public. Everyone only had one chance a month. Everyone treasured the opportunity to challenge the limit arena very much. No need. Lin Fei shook his head. The manager didn't think that this kid could pass many levels. Everyone present was affected by young Master Zhao. 599 levels. It wasn't something that anyone could do. Alright. The manager eventually opened the limit arena. Another one entered. The fellow inside must have been stimulated. That's right. Why don't you look at yourself first? I guess that brat can't get past the 30th level. That's right. If it were me, I'd definitely take a break for a few days. It's such a good opportunity. Youngsters really know how to waste it. Passing the trial requires 200,000 power of faith. That's right. Each challenge in the dojo of limits requires 200,000 faith energy. Even so, there was an endless stream of people who came to participate. They could temper their combat techniques in the limit arena. Such an opportunity was not something anyone could get. On the first level, as soon as the ultimate puppet appeared, it slashed straight at Lu Xian's neck. It was swift and fierce. Lin Fei did the same thing as young Master Zhao. With a swing of his hand, a force collided with the limit puppet, shattering it into pieces. It was exactly the same as what young Master Zhao had done. Many people who were about to leave were dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was too familiar. This seems to be the same as young Master Zhao's. Yeah, right. No one believed that this person had the same strength as young Master Zhao. They reckoned that he would soon reveal his true colors on the second level. The limit puppet on the first level was easy to deal with. If one had enough strength, it would not be difficult. On the second level, the difficulty began to increase. Although it was not obvious, there was a slight change. On the second level, it was still the same move. On the third level, it was still the same level. The fourth level was the same. The spectators at the limit arena were shocked once again. First, there was young Master Zhao. Now, there was another one. No matter how many limit puppets there were, they were all dealt with in one move. This was comparable to that person. Who is this person? He's so unfamiliar. But his strength is comparable to young Master Zhao's. He's already at the 300th level, but it looks so easy. Could it be that another record breaker is going to happen today? A scene that's hard to see in 10,000 years. What an eye-opener! The news of another person breaking through the 300th and 400th levels spread again. Chapter 3365. Darkness City, City Lord Mansion. With the arrival of the Zhao family's young master, how could Luo Junting not come out as the city lord? Young Master Zhao is indeed a rare guest. Luo Junting did not dare to look down on this Prince Zhao. The other party had limitless potential in the future, and he even had 2 Dao protectors outside. Both of them were pseudo-cosmos gods. Such care was something few superpowers could do. What rare guest, I just happened to pass by. I heard that the dojo of limits is pretty interesting, so I went. Luo Junting naturally knew of the martial dojo of limits. It was left behind by the ultimate cosmos gods. It's a pity that cosmos gods could not enter, and this was a huge blow to people like them, who would not be tempted by the treasures left behind by a true cosmos god. Nobody knew what that ultimate cosmos god was planning to do. Some said that it was for the sake of the inheritance, while others said that it was a joke. There were all sorts of guesses, but unfortunately, up until now, no one had been able to figure it out. As for the 1,000th floor, until now, no one had been able to do it. Luo Junting was very good with words. He had a great time chatting with this young Master Zhao. Towards this kind of second generation, the only thing he didn't want was for anything to happen to him in the wasteland of death. This was going to be a huge problem. In the wasteland of death, there were still many great demons who refused to submit to him. Normally, they minded their own business, but who knew if they would have a stroke one day? As the City Lord, even Luo Junting couldn't guarantee it. City Lord, the dojo of limits is in big trouble. While they were chatting, a confidant ran in. He didn't notice that there was someone in the room and said it out loud. Young Master Zhao, who had been listening all this while, revealed a hint of curiosity. Luo Junting thought something happened. What happened? Hurry up and tell me, did that blind guy break into the dojo of limits? Ever since the martial dojo of limits appeared in the Dark City, quite a few people had been scheming in the dark, of which most of them were cosmos gods. City Lord, it's not that someone broke in, it's that someone broke the record. Right now, he's already reached the 900th floor. Even the head of the dojo of limits was alerted. Apparently, that person might be able to reach the 1,000th floor. Hearing this, Luo Junting's heart shook. There was actually someone who could do such an impossible thing. Those who were not cosmos gods could reach this level, and that was something unheard of. Impossible! Luo Junting couldn't believe it. The young master of the Zhao clan was even more surprised. He had just chased him away, and now an even more powerful person had come? Why did this sound so ironic? Which family's disciple is it? The Zhao family's young master couldn't help but ask. Seeing that the city lord didn't say anything, the aide reported in a low voice, I don't know for now. It's an unfamiliar person, and I don't know where he came from. You don't know? Zhao family young master was even more surprised. In his opinion, apart from those few people in the Star River Prefecture, there was no one else who was stronger than him. But now, it actually wasn't? The dojo of limits has a lot of evil people with good eyesight. If they can't recognize him, then they definitely don't know him. City Lord, I don't think we can drink this tea anymore. Young Master Zhao stood up. I'm going to take a look at this genius and see if I know him. Luo Junting said, I'm also interested in this genius. Why don't we go together? After all, someone who was able to break through the 1,000th level might be the disciple of that powerful figure. It wouldn't be good to be negligent. Dojo of limits. It became very lively at this moment. Before the commotion caused by young Master Zhao reaching the 599th floor had dissipated, another even more ferocious and powerful person appeared. He broke through all the way, and in half a day he reached the 900th floor. How horrifying was that? Experts from the Dark City came after receiving the news. Especially those 3 pseudo-cosmos gods, they were the first to arrive. The limit arena left behind by a cosmos god made many people jealous. Some said it was a treasure, and some said it was a game of life. Everyone wanted to know what good things that person left behind. This arena had existed for a very long time. Until now, nobody could reach the 1,000th level. During this period, many absolute geniuses came, and all of them had the same outcome. There was no one who could reach the 900th level. Dojo Master, you are an old man. Do you think that fellow can reach the 1,000th level? In a private room in the Limit Martial Dojo. 4 people stood there. The 4 of them were very famous in Dark City. For instance, the Dojo Master of the Limit Martial Dojo, Sky Top Dojo Master. Sky Top Dojo Master was a middle-aged man with a mediocre stature. Facing the question of a cosmos god, he shook his head slightly. It's hard to say. I'm clear about the situation of the limit arena left behind by my teacher. For him to reach the 900th level in such a short period, he is the most formidable person I've ever seen. The three cosmos gods were the three pseudo-cosmos gods under Luo Junting from the Dark City. Being a pseudo-cosmos god, who would not want to take a step forward and become a true cosmos god. They came as soon as the news spread, and they saw a young man displaying terrifying power, sweeping away everything in his path. Those formidable ultimate puppets were like ants to him. He reached the 981 level. He went up another level. The four people in the private room were all staring at it. The most excited one was the Sky Top Dojo Master. Being a disciple, nobody wanted to know more than him what was left behind at the end of the limit arena. After anticipating for so long, Sky Top Dojo Master felt that there might be an answer today. It's just that the arrival of the three cosmos gods displeased him greatly. If he knew that they were so formidable, he would have closed the Limit Martial Dojo at the first instance. But at this moment, Sky Top Dojo Master was helpless. The moment the news spread, everyone was like animals that smelled the scent of meat. They were all rushing towards the Limit Martial Dojo, within the small space of the Limit Arena. At this moment, Lin Fei had to face 81 ultimate puppets. These ultimate puppets moved extremely fast. At the same time, they were slippery. Whenever a palm was sent flying, other ultimate puppets would immediately take the chance to attack. Their coordination was great, and it was hard to defend against them. After the 900th level, Lin Fei had long determined the changes in the power of the ultimate puppets. The 100th level was a huge stage. From the 800th level onwards, Lin Fei had used the prestige technique of the system to silently defeat the ultimate puppets. Others would not notice the changes at all. For the sake of not being too conspicuous, Lin Fei deliberately extended the time from the 900th level onwards, making it seem like he was spending a lot of effort. City Master! Luo Junting and the Zhao clan prince arrived at the Limit Martial Dojo together. At this moment, the Limit Martial Dojo was extremely quiet. Everyone was looking at the small space within. Those ultimate puppets that were constantly being defeated made everyone's blood boil. The three Cosmos God subordinates and Sky Top Dojo Master came out to welcome them. Soon, they arrived at the private room. Something huge is going to happen in our dark city. Chapter 3366. On the Limit Arena. That mysterious black-robed man once again charged up several levels. He did not take long to reach every level. Most would take 3 to 5 days to get through. None of the ultimate puppets could resist against the suppression of the other party. It's the final level. Will the treasure left behind by the ultimate cosmos god be taken away by this person? This is really exciting. Within the martial dojo, many people were looking forward to this scene. That was a treasure left behind by a true cosmos god. In everyone's opinion, the ultimate cosmos god would definitely leave behind a treasure. Other than that, they could not imagine what else would be left behind. Now that there was a chance to witness it, who would not look forward to it? It's a pity that nobody could ascertain the origins of this person. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. The only record was that the other party had just entered the Dark City a few days ago. That was thought-provoking. 100 ultimate puppets. He is so powerful. The final level. The 100 ultimate puppets were entirely different from before. They seemed more ordinary. But under this ordinary aura, everyone's expression changed. That unseen dangerous aura made their scalps numb. Just a single glance was enough to make them feel a wave of fear. It was unknown how many people were shocked by this scene. If it were them, they would most likely not be able to get through. It was like an unseen mountain. It's starting. 100 figures rushed over. They were wielding several dozen weapons. Those who were weaker could only see a blurred figure. They could not even see the battle. And those powerful experts felt their skin tense up when the ultimate puppets acted. It was as if they were being attacked. It felt as if they were in the battlefield. In the private room, Sky Pole Tavern Master took a deep breath. Ultimate puppet. Being a disciple, he knew many secrets. When these 100 ultimate puppets transformed, He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The three cosmos gods by the side had the same expression. Even they could not defend against such an attack. There were several dozen offensive techniques, and they could not think of how to defend against several of them. This 1000 level is indeed worthy of its reputation. The three cosmos gods exchanged glances before saying. They were even more curious about the person inside. Such strength, unless he was a disciple from an apex clan from a great prefecture? This strength seemed to surpass them, yet he was fine under the attack of 100 ultimate puppets. In another private room, young Master Zhao Wenwu of the Zhao family was also staring fixedly at the black-clothed man in the extreme arena. Treasure, he must have a powerful treasure on him. Zhao Wenwu was very confident in his own strength. However, when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but think that his opponent had an extremely powerful defensive treasure on him. The encirclement of 100 ultimate puppets was unable to tear through the defense. What else could it be other than treasures? Luo Junting, who was standing at the side, had many things on his mind. Luo Junting recognized the man the moment he laid eyes on him. He was the man that Captain Bai had asked him to capture. When the other party displayed his strength, Luo Junting seemed to understand one thing. Why did Captain Bai come looking for him? This person really had a powerful background. The most surprising thing was that he didn't know this person. This is really troublesome. That's right, this was indeed a problem for Luo Junting. Xue Ying was able to get through the many layers of trials of the ultimate cosmos god and was just lacking the final level. This strength could be seen just by looking at Zhao Wenwu by the side. Prince Zhao, you are an outstanding character amongst the geniuses. Do you know who this person is? Luo Junting was a cosmos god. It could be said that he was not afraid of anyone. But how could a person with such amazing skills not have a powerful background? What Luo Junting was worried about was the powerful cosmos god behind the other party. Since the other party could groom such an amazing disciple, as long as he wasn't a fool, he would believe that the other party had a huge background. This was the reason why Luo Junting felt a headache. Previously, it was fine if he didn't know. But now that he knew, he had to treat this matter seriously before capturing the other party. If he wasn't careful, it would be a huge calamity for the Dark City. I don't know him. He is very unfamiliar. Zhao Wenwu was surprised too. His record was broken so quickly. Nobody was clearer than him how formidable the limit arena was. Zhao Wenwu did not speak much. But the meaning behind his words was clear. This black-robed man definitely had a powerful background. Lin Fei within the small space. With a wave of his hand, sealing heaven and freezing earth. A terrifying chill was emitted from Lin Fei's body. At that moment, the entire small space was filled with a frightening chill. Those who were watching from the outside felt a chill down their spines. That chill seemed to have spread to their bodies. There were even some people shouting, "I am so cold." 100 ultimate puppets actually broke out of the seal under this chill. Again! Lin Fei acted once again, sealing all the ultimate puppets. This time, more than 50 of the 100 ultimate puppets rushed out, displaying their powerful strength. The ultimate puppets left behind by ultimate cosmos gods are really resistant to beatings. Even after being sealed twice, so many can still come out. Lin Fei was inwardly startled. Seal, seal, seal. After a few times, all the ultimate puppets were frozen like ice sculptures. They could no longer move. What technique is that? I can feel a chill even from afar. The ultimate puppets are frozen just like that. What a frightening technique. Unless this is the unique Yin Chi from the Heaven and Earth rankings. How frightening was the Yin Chi needed to freeze the ultimate puppets? Everyone immediately thought of the Yin Chi from the Heaven and Earth rankings. It seemed that only the Yin Chi from the Heaven and Earth rankings could have such an effect. Just like the flame from the Heaven and Earth rankings. They are all frozen. Sky's Limit Tavern Master had a look of shock. It is the Yin Chi from the Heaven and Earth rankings. The ultimate puppets were existences that had broken through the limits. Even cosmos gods were not their opponents. But they were frozen in the hands of that black-robed man. Just 5 to 6 times before they were frozen. Sky's Limit Tavern Master did not dare to imagine. That was such a frightening matter. A door has appeared, someone on the arena exclaimed. After the 100 ultimate puppets were frozen, a door appeared in space. It seemed to be hidden for a long time before it was activated. He broke through. The treasure left behind by ultimate cosmos gods is about to appear. That black-robed man is too powerful. I know. Furthermore, this fellow has grasped hold of the strongest yin chi from the heaven and earth rankings. Lin Fei cursed at how difficult the arrangements left behind by ultimate cosmos gods were. If one wanted to break through the 1,000 levels, it was impossible for those who were not absolute geniuses to do so. It was too difficult, especially this final level. It was simply a nightmare for everyone. It was hard to kill them. Now, let me see what good things are behind this door. Chapter 3367. Lin Fei walked through the door before disappearing from the eyes of the crowd. The moment the other party entered, the martial dojo of limits was in an uproar. Everyone was cheering. Someone finally broke through the stage. This is a huge matter. But that fellow is going to be unlucky. This is the Dark City and the Wasteland of Death. It isn't so easy to get the treasures left behind by a cosmos god. While everyone was excited, someone sneered. None of them were optimistic about that black-robed man. Even though he seemed powerful and had treasures on him, this wasn't an ordinary place. Within the Dark City, news spread faster. At the same time, the news left the Dark City and spread across the Wasteland of Death. Someone wants to get the treasures left behind by a cosmos god. The news wasn't long, but the amount of information within was huge. No matter who saw it, they would not be able to control their impulse. That was a treasure left behind by a cosmos god. Who would believe that there were no good items within since he left behind 1,000 levels? Many figures rushed towards the Dark City. Lin Fei walked through the door. He arrived at a place filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. He could hear the crisp chirping of birds by his ears. Lin Fei could clearly see that this seemed to be a forest. Not bad, not bad. A figure flashed in front of him. He raised his hand and sent a palm over. An enormous wave surged into the sky. Lin Fei was startled inwardly. He subconsciously welcomed the attack with his palm. Hong hong hong. An even more vigorous energy exploded within his body. Lin Fei was sent flying by a palm. That blurred figure once again forced his way over. If you want the treasures left behind by this old man, you have to defeat this old man first. Lin Fei felt his heart trembling. My cosmos god fleshy body has actually been shaken. That palm caused my blood to boil. Unless this person is a cosmos god? Many thoughts flashed by his ears. That illusory figure attacked once again. It was so fast that one could not see any traces of it. Fist after fist came. This time, Lin Fei did not send out a palm. His entire body had sunk into the sea of energy. He was like a lone boat that was about to be drowned. The power was like the sea. Lin Fei thought of a phrase. The vast power was boundless, and Lin Fei was being pushed back and forth. If you only have this much strength, then you are not qualified to take the things left behind by this old man. The phantom continued to attack. In a short period of time, they had suffered hundreds of attacks. It was truly a violent storm. This ultimate cosmos god is indeed extraordinary. I have always felt that my fleshy body is strong, but at this moment, the gap is too great. This is the limit. Furthermore, this illusory figure doesn't seem to be materialized. It shouldn't be his true body. If this is his true body, Lin Fei didn't dare to continue imagining it. Terrifyingly powerful. This was the label given to the ultimate cosmos gods. If I were an ordinary peerless heaven's favorite, I'm afraid I would have to return in failure today. Unfortunately, I am not. Lin Fei felt the pain coming from his body. It had been a long time since he felt this way. The ultimate cosmos god was the only one who injured him. His strong body was now covered with scars and fist marks, all of which were caused by this phantom. Seal. Lin Fei directly displayed his supporting technique. A cold, intense swept out. The body of the phantom began being covered in frost. Within moments, it turned into a sculpture. One could vaguely see a muscular figure within, though his face was unclear. "You are the first to freeze this old man." A loud, sound reverberated. The phantom rushed out once again. Using his hand as a blade, he chopped down. A blade light that was 300 meters long came slashing over. "But this isn't enough." Lin Fei cursed inwardly. How can an illusion be so powerful? What a joke. Absolute space. A protective barrier appeared before him. The blade light dispersed in front of Lin Fei, turning into an omnidirectional attack without any blind spots. The illusory figure pounced over. His hand was like a saber as it chopped heavily on the protective barrier. The powerful absolute space was forcibly knocked away. Lin Fei, who was within it, was also sent flying. Limit. Is this the limit of strength? This was the first time his protective barrier was broken by someone. At the same time, a huge portion of his prestige was consumed. What the hell? That move just now actually consumed 500 billion prestige. Seeing how much prestige was consumed, Lin Fei was startled. The previous time he consumed such a huge amount of prestige was within the Forbidden Soul region. A peak Cosmos God expert had consumed 800 billion prestige in a single move. But now, he was passively defending against it. Lin Fei finally understood the deeper meaning of the word, ultimate, Cosmos God. The strength of this master had most likely surpassed ordinary peak Cosmos gods, and this was purely the strength of his fleshy body. From the start to the end, Lin Fei did not feel the other party using a second type of energy. What a fellow. This treasure of yours isn't bad for you to be able to withstand a palm attack from this old man. The phantom pounced over once again. I wonder how many times you can block against this old man. Even though Lin Fei was wealthy, he could not withstand such consumption. Damn, this is forcing me to use my big move. Lin Fei originally planned to play casually, but he was not willing to play in such a manner. The losses were too huge, and it was not worth it. Storm. Lin Fei roared out. A black light shot out from between his eyebrows. As the black light flew out, it turned into a huge storm that engulfed the entire forest. Before the storm, everything was torn apart. This phantom also fell into the storm. The tyrannical and powerful energy tore it apart. No matter how this phantom struggled, he could not break free from the strangulation of the storm. His unparalleled body was being torn apart inch by inch within the storm. You are very strong. Truly very strong. You are clearly not a cosmos god, yet you have surprised this old man. The phantom gave up on struggling. He allowed the storm to kill him. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. You will obtain the pinnacle cultivation technique and all treasures left behind by this old man. The phantom automatically dissipated. That's it. Lin Fei blinked. This ultimate cosmos god was really strange. Voila! A powerful suction force descended without any warning. Under this force, Shui Ying could not move at all. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. He arrived in a stone house. This stone house was not big. Unless this is the place where the ultimate cosmos god left behind the treasures? That is truly a good arrangement. If I did not defeat the phantom, I would most likely not be teleported here. Lin Fei swept his gaze across. The stone house was not big. It was just a few dozen meters away from the front to the back. This was completely different from the rumored treasure cove. Most likely, nobody would believe it if this news were to spread. This was a cosmos god, and one who was exceptionally powerful even amongst cosmos gods. Let me see what treasures were left behind. Lin Fei was slightly disappointed. Fortunately, he was not too interested in the treasure cove of a cosmos god. If not for the cosmos crystal piece, he would not have come here. The stone house seemed to be constructed within a huge stone mountain. Someone had used brute force to excavate it. On the stone walls, there were many grooves. These grooves were not big, but every single one of them contained items. Chapter 3368. Dark City. As the news spread out, all experts in the wasteland of death knew of this news. Someone had gotten through the checkpoints set by the ultimate cosmos god and successfully entered the treasure cove of the ultimate cosmos god. This news was known by everyone. Those powerful experts all came here. They did not enter the Dark City because that person in the Dark City would not allow them to act. But it was different outside. Nobody dared to act against them. For the sake of obtaining the treasures left behind by that person, several giants in the wasteland of death had teamed up and were prepared to fight against the other party. A treasure left behind by a true cosmos god, especially a peak cultivation technique, was something that anyone would be interested in. City Master, they said they want to meet you. I think they are harboring evil intentions. Within the martial dojo of Limit's private room, Luo Junting heard many news. They were all about the commotion in the wasteland of death. For instance, this news. He was clear that those fellows outside were tempted. All of them wanted a share of the profits from the treasure cove of the ultimate cosmos god. Not meeting them? That would not do. Luo Junting was similarly fearful of those outside. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was not worried about any of them. But when they teamed up together, the weight they had was not light. He had to treat them seriously. Prince Zhao, please excuse me for a moment. I have to go out and settle some matters, Luo Junting said apologetically. He had no choice but to go. Zhao Wenwu chuckled. It's fine. City Master doesn't have to accompany me. I will just stay here and watch. Luo Junting left. Prince, there will soon be a huge battle in the Dark City. The ultimate cosmos god was a huge character that shook the entire eternal cosmos in the past. But this fellow has enemies all over the world. Now that someone has inherited the treasures in the treasure cove, he might be his disciple and might have grasped a peak cultivation technique. Those people will definitely arrange for someone from the younger generation to act. That ultimate cosmos god fellow died with evil intentions. The old man standing by the side of Zhao Wenwu sighed. Zhao Wenwu chuckled. I originally came here to temper myself, but who would have thought that I would encounter such a matter? This is truly interesting. I am looking forward to it. The Sky's Limit Tavern Master left the room. In a while, activate the Great Array. Nobody is allowed to act. Within the secret room, the trusted aide of Sky's Limit Tavern Master ordered. Master, this isn't a good idea. The Heaven's Limit Dojo's master's face sank. There's nothing bad about it. That person who passed the master's test will be a member of the Extreme Dojo in the future. As a senior brother, if I don't protect him, when will I protect him? But those cosmos gods. A few of his trusted subordinates were still worried. The Heaven's Fate Dojo's master snorted. They've been eyeing the dojo of limits for a long time. Here, no matter who it is, they have to follow the rules. From the moment the black-clothed man entered the door, the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master firmly believed that the other party was his junior brother. Here, no one could bully them. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master still remembered the words his teacher left him before leaving. His cultivation technique would only be given to absolute geniuses, and he would become the inheritor of the peak cultivation technique, becoming a new ultimate cosmos god in the cosmos. He remembered these words clearly. Under the situation where a group of wolves and tigers were glaring at him, Heaven's Limit Dojo Master did not wish for others to bully this future disciple of his. He was not afraid of anyone in the Extreme Dojo, not even cosmos gods. Impudent? Who dared to be impudent? Inside the stone house, Lin Fei checked through the items within the grooves. He had to admit that everything within the grooves was good stuff. Any one of them would cause a huge commotion when taken out. What a fellow. Any one of these items is something that can claim one's life. How many people did this ultimate cosmos god offend in the past? Lin Fei roughly looked through a few items before understanding that they were all treasures that were seized. From the introduction above, all of them were treasures that were highly valued by the great clans beneath the eternal cosmos. The ultimate cosmos god isn't killed. His luck is truly heaven-defying. Lin Fei did not have a deep understanding of the eternal cosmos. But from the records above, no matter which treasure it was a masterpiece of the ultimate cosmos god. This could be seen from the tone left behind. It's a pity that these items were not of much interest to Lin Fei. If I were to exchange them for them, I believe they would give me quite a lot of faith energy. Lin Fei squinted. With a wave of his hand, he kept the items one by one. It would be a waste to leave these things behind. Hence, he might as well keep them. As he moved through the grooves, he found that they were all treasures of considerable value. This fellow really knows how to plunder. He actually got so many treasures. Within the grooves, other than treasures, there were only a few pills and divine weapons. This made Lin Fei mutter inwardly. This person's taste was truly different. Most people would not dare to have such a taste. Who would dare to try? This is the final groove. He obtained more than 20 treasures, of which a few were tokens. These tokens seemed ordinary. Other than the few words at the back, he could not see anything different about them. How could something left behind by a peak cosmos god in the notch not be good? He would keep it first. Currently, there was only the final groove left. What was placed within the groove was not a treasure. Instead, it was a piece of jade that was emitting a warm color. It isn't a cosmos crystal chip. Lin Fei was slightly disappointed. He came here for the cosmos crystal chip. Even if he obtained more other items, it would be meaningless. Lin Fei casually picked up the piece of jade. He used his consciousness to examine it, and his expression changed slightly. Who would have thought that this is a peak cultivation technique left behind by an ultimate cosmos god? The piece of jade contained the peak cultivation technique. The peak cultivation technique was extremely detailed. This was the most detailed peak cultivation technique Lin Fei had ever seen. Even though I haven't gotten my hands on a cosmos crystal chip, this peak cultivation technique is quite suitable for the current me. Lin Fei squinted. The piece of jade in his hand turned into powder. It was a single-use item. The peak cultivation technique was complete. It was not divided into upper, middle, and lower like what Lin Fei imagined. It isn't without reason that an ultimate cosmos god could become a resounding existence among the cosmos gods. The other party cultivated his body to such a powerful state, using his body as a weapon. At the same time, he created a peak cultivation technique to compress the strength of his body. I can't help but be convinced. Lin Fei's cosmos god body was strengthened through many techniques. He relied entirely on the system to reach this stage. But it was different for ultimate cosmos gods. The other party relied on a tyrannical and powerful cultivation technique. Lin Fei was convinced. Originally, I was worried that I would be too conspicuous and expose myself. If I were to learn a peak cultivation technique, there is nothing for me to worry about. Even without the cosmos crystal chip, this was an unexpected joy. I will owe you this favor. Chapter 3369. Within the stone house. Lin Fei was not in a rush to leave this place. The moment he left this place, there would be a huge amount of trouble waiting for him. The treasures left behind by this ultimate cosmos god were not that easy to obtain. This was something Lin Fei was clear of. Was he afraid of trouble? Of course not. But now that he was in a different place, he had to remain low profile. The Eternal Church controlled this cosmos. Currently, Lin Fei had accumulated a huge amount of faith energy, but the moment he fought with the Holy Church, his reputation would not be sufficient to fight a protracted war. This was what Lin Fei was more worried about. It is better for me to cultivate the pinnacle cultivation technique first. Lin Fei grasped the pinnacle cultivation technique through the system. Cultivating this technique required him to continuously strengthen his fleshy body, and it required a vast amount of life energy. It might seem easy, but not everyone could grasp it. The moment he lacked strength, he would fall short of success. That time, the ultimate cosmos god had spent a lot of effort to reach this stage. Pinnacle cultivation technique, first level, fusing 1,000,000 times. There were a total of 10 levels in the pinnacle cultivation technique. The first level would shatter the fleshy body 1,000,000 times. Every time he shattered his fleshy body, it was equivalent to strengthening his fleshy body. It might not seem difficult, but the consumption during this period was huge. Not everyone could persist. Begin. According to the method of the pinnacle cultivation technique, Lin Fei began shattering his fleshy body. His powerful fleshy body easily crumbled at this moment. Once it completely crumbled, Lin Fei began to reform his fleshy body. His life energy was also being consumed in large amounts. A boundless pain engulfed him. Even though his body had yet to reappear, that pain had already appeared. It was an unfathomable technique. The first round of fusion consumed a huge amount of life energy. That pain was so intense that it could torture one to the point of fainting. Under such circumstances, he had to repeat it 1,000,000 times. This was a huge threshold. Without the system, I really can't cultivate it. Lin Fei sealed his 5 senses. Even if this cultivation technique gave him a huge pain, it could not affect him at all. Dark City. No one knew how many experts had come. Everyone was staring at the extreme martial dojo. Those who came to watch had no intention of leaving. They were all waiting. As long as that person did not appear, it would mean that he was still inside. It was a treasure that belonged to a peak cosmos god. What a great temptation. Even if he couldn't get it, he could still look at it. They didn't believe that the man in black would leave from another place. Since he entered from here, he would definitely come out from here. So many days have passed. Could he have died in there? Who knows? It isn't that easy to obtain the treasures of a peak cosmos god. Who knows, he might really die inside. It has been half a month. Many people began to hesitate. More people were certain that the black-robed man was comprehending a cultivation technique of a peak cosmos god. That ultimate cultivation technique had never been circulated. Everyone knew that this cultivation technique was unfathomably powerful. Whoever cultivated it would become an outstanding expert. In the past, the ultimate cosmos god offended many people in the eternal cosmos, yet he was still alive and well. This was because his strength was unfathomable. Currently, that person did not come out. It was most likely because he was comprehending it. The moment he finished, he would most likely become another peak cosmos god. But there were quite a few who sneered. That time when that ultimate cosmos god cultivated this cultivation technique, many had heard of how much resources he had spent. How could a mere black-robed man obtain it? Comprehension? Forget about it. It was impossible in a short period. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was the most anxious. It is good that he isn't coming out. He truly did not wish for that person to come out so early. At the very least, he could be indifferent for a period of a few years. It was fine even if it was a few decades. Currently, the entire Dark City was filled with people paying attention to this matter. There was even news that spread to the Star River Prefecture. Many enemies of the peak cosmos gods came over after hearing the news. It was obvious what their motive was. Time passed year by year. 5 years, 10 years. In the blink of an eye, 13 years passed. To everyone, 13 years was nothing. It was just a blink of an eye. And to the martial dojo of limits, it had become much quieter during this 13 years because the limit arena could no longer be opened. At the start, many people were waiting inside. Eventually, everyone arranged for people to keep watch outside. Only some big characters did not leave. Instead, they continued waiting. 13 years was nothing. It was the same even if it was 130 years. There were no spatial ripples appearing in the wasteland of death. Everyone was certain that that person was still in the space within the martial dojo of limits. If not for the uniqueness of the martial dojo of limits, they would have long charged in and waited for that person to come out. It's a pity that they could not do so. Within the martial dojo of limits, that Heaven's Limit martial dojo was not a vegetarian. Anyone who dared to try would definitely lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. This was something everyone understood. Being able to become a big character required patience. Everyone was waiting patiently. 13 years. Within the stone house, the final figure collapsed before fusing back together. Lin Fei's figure became tall and straight. Many gales revolved around him. The hard space was easily sliced apart by the gales. I have finally reached the first level of the limit cultivation technique. After a total of 13 years, Lin Fei finally reached the first level. This level of cultivation was one of the longest that Lin Fei had ever done. Even with the help of the system, he still spent such a long time. It wasn't hard to fuse 1,000,000 fleshy bodies together at the start. But as time went on, it took a long time. The consumption of life energy was also increasing. Fortunately, the faith energy could be used to unleash life techniques. That was why he could continue cultivating. But it took him a total of 13 years, completely exceeding the estimation of Lin Fei. I spent 13 years on the first level. The second level should take at least 50 years to fuse 10 million times. If it were others, it would take at least 1,000 years. With the support of an unending stream of faith energy, Lin Fei could cultivate so quickly. But he still used a total of 300 billion faith energy. This amount wasn't something anyone could afford. It was no wonder that the cosmos gods took such a long time. This cultivation technique required a huge amount of resources to support it. The first level of the limit cultivation technique has strengthened my fleshy body by 5 times. My fleshy body strength has become even more terrifying. Lin Fei extended his hand. A gust of wind revolved in his palm. The surrounding space was slowly being torn apart. This fleshy body wind is powerful enough to make cosmos gods feel restraining fear. Currently, Lin Fei did not need to move. His fleshy body could shoot out fleshy body wind. Every gust of wind was abnormally terrifying. This was a gales automatically released by the cells in his fleshy body. It is time for me to go out. Chapter 3370. Dark City. 13 years had passed. The martial dojo of limits had always been the focus of attention. There were a few disciples of the dojo near the ring. They were cleaning up and inadvertently glanced at the ring. One of the young men nudged the person next to him. "Say, it's been so long. Could that person have died inside?" The other person followed up with a glance. "Who knows? The ultimate cosmos god is someone we have to look up to. But I still hope for that person to come out. You should know that many big characters in the wasteland of death are staring at our martial dojo, causing us to have to be careful whenever we go out." Ever since the news of breaking through to the 1000th level spread, the martial dojo of limits had become famous. The reason why they became famous was because the treasure left behind by ultimate cosmos gods might reappear. To anyone, this was something that would stir their hearts. Being disciples of the dojo, they did not dare to go out for many years. They were not afraid of anything within the martial dojo of limits. But outside, they would be targeted by others even if they did not know anything. Speaking of this person, the 2 disciples did not wish for him to appear. It would be best if he died. The moment he came out alive, the martial dojo of limits would once again be noticed by others. At that time, they would have a headache. With the big characters fighting against each other, they would be implicated as well. Wah wah wah. Just as they finished speaking, an intense light appeared on the arena. Following that, a figure appeared on the arena. "It's him. He is actually fine." The 2 disciples paled in fright. During the 13 years, many did not think highly of this person. How could the treasure left behind by ultimate cosmos gods be so easily obtained? Just as they were talking about the other party appeared. This was definitely a huge shock. After a brief moment of shock, they shouted out, "He's back. That person is back." Many disciples of the martial arts hall rushed out, and when they saw the figure from 13 years ago, their expressions couldn't help but change. Isn't he just coming out? Is there a need for such a huge commotion? Lin Fei did not like being watched by others. Now, he was preparing to leave the martial dojo of limits. "Where's Black Yuan?" Lin Fei frowned when he saw that He Yuan was not around. Could something have happened? That doesn't seem possible. "Sir, please hold on." Lin Fei came down from the stage. Someone immediately came up and greeted him respectfully. "Our dojo master is rushing over." The disciples of the martial arts club braced themselves. They had all been instructed by the club master to immediately report to him as soon as someone came out. No one dared to go against the dojo master's words. Dojo master? Lin Fei actually didn't want to see this dojo master. The best thing had been taken by him, so it would be strange if he did not hate himself to death. This was especially the case for extreme martial arts. Just the first level of it would increase one's strength by 5 times, and one's combat skills and experience would increase exponentially. With such a huge benefit, who would be willing to give it up? "Master!" While Lin Fei was deep in thought, a figure rushed over and appeared in front of him. Who else could it be but He Yuan? "I thought something happened to you," Lin Fei said with a smile. He Yuan was expressionless. Dojo master, he's about to arrive. I think it's best if master meets him. Lin Fei pondered over He Yuan's words. Junior disciple brother, you finally came out. That's great. I can finally be at ease. The Heaven's Pole Dojo master brought a group of people over. After seeing that Lin Fei was fine, his eyes brightened. Lin Fei looked at the person who came. He could feel a familiar aura from the other party. It was the aura of the extreme martial arts. The two words junior disciple brother surprised Lin Fei. When did he become a junior disciple brother? It couldn't be that this fellow forcefully added it on him, right? The Empyrean Dojo's master's gaze fell on Qin Wentian's body. He felt a trace of familiar aura and couldn't help but be shocked. He actually managed to cross the threshold. Judging from his aura, he should have reached the first level. He is truly a heaven-sent genius. It has only been 13 years. Back then, I used 1,300 years. Being a disciple of a cosmos god, the Heaven's Pole Dojo master had also cultivated the extreme martial arts. It's a pity that he had only reached the first level. Even after cultivating it, his aura wasn't as strong as the current Lin Fei. Sir, are you mistaken? Lin Fei said, I'm not familiar with you. How could this junior disciple brother be? The Heaven's Pole Dojo master came over with a smile. Junior disciple brother, you have just come out. Why don't you come up and have a cup of tea with us? We can talk about this slowly. After cultivating bitterly for 13 years, Lin Fei had never had a good rest. Sure. Lin Fei agreed straightforwardly. He wasn't worried about dealing against himself. At the same time, City Lord residence. City Lord, our people in the Extreme Martial Dojo have sent news that that black-robed man has come out. In the back garden of the City Lord residence. A trusted aide immediately came over to report the situation. Luo Junting was currently enjoying his tea with a satisfied look on his face. I have truly underestimated this person. He has stayed inside for 13 years. The treasures and even the cultivation techniques of cosmos gods should be in the hands of this person. Luo Junting had been paying attention to this matter these few years. Honestly speaking, he cared a lot about the Extreme Martial Dojo. It's a pity that the Heaven's Pole Dojo master rarely left the Extreme Martial Dojo. Furthermore, he was powerful and usually stayed in the Extreme Martial Dojo. With that layer of tortoise shell, even he, the City Lord, was helpless against the other party. City Lord, what should we do now? Luo Junting chuckled, there's no rush. Arrange for someone to spread the news. Those people are very interested in this. Let us drink tea while watching. He was planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Being a cosmos god, Luo Junting did not wish to offend a few cosmos gods at once. That would not be worth it. This matter could not be rushed. In a courtyard. Prince, good news. In a quiet courtyard. A noble prince was currently practicing his sword. Many sword lights were moving unhindered, yet they did not harm the surrounding grass or flowers. The sword lights were like illusory existences that gave off a sharp and terrifying aura. What good news? That person has come out. The sword lights dissipated. The noble prince stood there holding on to his sword. The edge of his lips curled up. You didn't waste 13 years waiting for me here. This person was none other than the Zhao clan prince, Zhao Wenwu. Arrange for someone to watch over him. What? That person has come out. The news is accurate? That's great. It is a treasure of a cosmos god and a cultivation technique. The news spread rapidly. Many great characters knew about it at the first moment. The Dark City soon became lively, especially outside the Extreme Martial Dojo. Within a short period, many people had gathered. Junior disciple brother, drink some tea. This is a divine tea that can strengthen the fleshy body. The Heaven's Pole Dojo master took out his favorite tea leaves and personally brewed the tea for Lin Fei. The moment the tea was brewed, strands of unique aura drifted out. Lin Fei could not understand what the other party was planning. Chapter 3371. Martial Dojo of Limits. Good tea. Lin Fei took a sip. This tea contained a unique energy that could strengthen his fleshy body by a strand. Even though it was not obvious, Lin Fei could still feel it. This tea was not bad. The improvement of the fleshy body had to be done step by step. It wasn't that easy to improve. This tea was relatively good. If one consumed it for a long period, it could completely improve the fleshy body at least 10 times faster than those who did not consume it. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master chuckled. Junior disciple brother, you should have learned teacher's extreme cultivation technique and even stepped into the first level, right? You are indeed someone highly regarded by teacher. As a senior disciple brother, I am ashamed of my inferiority. Lin Fei continued listening. He had indeed stepped into the first level. The other party did not feel surprised. Teacher mentioned in the past that anyone who passed through his trial would become his final disciple. Hence, you are my junior disciple brother. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master said happily, if teacher knew that he had a final disciple like you, he would definitely smile in the underworld. His cultivation technique would finally have a true inheritor. Lin Fei felt that he was in trouble. And it wasn't a small one. I don't want to be a disciple. Lin Fei didn't like having a master for no reason, even though he had received benefits from it. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was clear from the start that those who could pass the trial were not nameless. Wanting to become the disciple of teacher? The other party might not agree to it. As for keeping the other party, he might have thought of it previously, but now he no longer had such thoughts. Junior disciple brother, you have misunderstood my meaning. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master explained, I don't want you to become the final disciple of teacher. I only hope that junior disciple brother can develop the extreme cultivation technique of teacher and not let it be buried. Lin Fei understood what he meant. I feel that you should be the one to develop the extreme cultivation technique. Lin Fei chuckled. It was just a coincidence of mine. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master laughed bitterly. What do you think of me? Not bad. Lin Fei replied. Who would have thought that Celestial Pole Tavern Master shook his head? Then you are mistaken. I'm not good at it. That year, my teacher imparted me the first level of cultivation technique. Currently, even though my combat strength is strong, I am ordinary amongst cosmos gods. I am far from reaching the limit. First level? Lin Fei was speechless. No way. Nothing is impossible. The master of the Celestial Pole Dojo nodded. Under the heavens, only one person can cultivate an extreme cultivation technique. Junior brother, you were able to successfully cultivate the first gate in 13 years. This kind of talent is something that even master couldn't achieve in the past. Lin Fei's face was burning. With the help of the power of faith and the system, it would be strange if his speed was not fast. However, even though Lin Fei was thick-skinned, he still felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him like this. Dojo Master, I can tell that you are a good disciple. How about this? I'll give you the remaining 9 levels, and you can slowly cultivate. I'm a very generous person. Lin Fei said with a smile. Develop it? Lin Fei was not in the mood for that. The master of the Celestial Pole Dojo shook his head. No, junior brother, don't waste your effort. Junior brother has learned an extreme cultivation method. Just based on your aura alone, I'm afraid many people will come looking for trouble. As your senior brother, I have the obligation to help you. Moreover, my master likes to play around with life. For example, when he was alive, he offended many experts of the eternal universe. When my master was still alive, he didn't dare to act. But now, junior brother has an extreme cultivation method, as well as the treasures you stole, and even the token. Lin Fei was speechless. From the items placed in the stone house, Shui Ying understood one thing. This ultimate cosmos god wasn't a good person. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei knew that his guess was correct. Big trouble was waiting for him. As for the ultimate cosmos gods, Lin Fei did not know much. Everything was told to him by Black Essence, and he did not explain it comprehensively. As for the specific situation, Lin Fei only knew half of it. If that's the case, it isn't a good thing for me to inherit the cultivation method and treasures of the ultimate cosmos god? Lin Fei squinted. It's a long story. The Celestial Pole Dojo said, as long as you believe that I won't harm junior brother, everything will be fine. If nothing unexpected happens, I reckon those people will come after hearing the news. Junior brother's breakthrough will soon affect several great prefectures in the vicinity. The Dark City will become a lively place. Lin Fei knew that this extreme cultivation method would definitely be popular. It seemed that many people were prepared to be tempted by it. Dojo Master, there are quite a few people outside saying that they want to meet that mysterious genius. Just as he finished speaking, a disciple rushed in with a nervous expression and reported, "What are you panicking for? This is the Extreme Martial Dojo. Who dares to act recklessly?" The Celestial Pole Dojo Master casually shouted, "Retreat. Just tell them that I will be coming over in a while." The disciple retreated. "Junior brother, look. Our Extreme Martial Dojo will be bustling with activity the moment this big piece of meat comes out." The Celestial Pole Dojo Master chuckled, "But rest assured, you will be the safest in the Extreme Martial Dojo." Lin Fei did not feel any killing intent from the other party. Even the prestige support system did not give any notification. Instead, there were many killing intents outside. One did not need to think to know what kind of people they were. Lin Fei touched his nose. "I have really become a big piece of meat. All right, I want to know what these things are so that I can have an idea of what they are." With a wave of his hand, "Hua hua hua." Everything taken out from the stone house appeared in front of the Celestial Pole Dojo Master. This Celestial Pole Dojo Master was dumbfounded on the spot. "Since you are willing to take them out, aren't you afraid that I will snatch them away?" The Celestial Pole Dojo Master felt that he could not see through the other party. All of these items were good stuff, and their origins were extraordinary. In fact, they even represented a sect or a family. Not just anyone could get their hands on them. At this moment, all of them were placed in front of the Celestial Pole Dojo Master. For a moment he felt tempted to snatch them away. This fellow in front of him was truly unreasonable. "Since I dared to take them out, naturally, I'm not afraid." Lin Fei smiled. "I have many methods. I don't think the dojo master would want to try them. That wouldn't be a good thing." The Celestial Pole Dojo Master laughed. "Very few people dare to speak to me like this. You are the first. However, I like it." "Are you saying that the Celestial Pole Dojo Master is not smart?" "Definitely not. Let me help you take a look. These things are not something that anyone can have." The Celestial Pole Dojo Master was too lazy to care about what was happening outside. He grabbed an item and examined it. This is the Tai family's Tai family scepter. It is said that the Tai family's patriarch must have this scepter in order to become the patriarch. Master is truly awesome. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. I hit the jackpot. An item left behind by such a master, even if it wasn't troublesome, it would still be a big problem. Chapter 3372. Dark City, outside the martial dojo of Limits. As the news spread out, many people came after hearing the news. They were blocked at the entrance. The disciples of the martial dojo of Limits did not allow them to enter. They even activated the array at the first instance to stop those who wanted to enter. "Why aren't you letting us in? We want to see that person. Your martial dojo of Limits is too tyrannical. Unless you want to monopolize the treasures left behind by a peak cosmos god." Those who beat the peak were hecklers. Who would not be tempted by the treasures left behind by a peak cosmos god, especially the ultimate cultivation technique? There were even rumors that that person had snatched many good things in the past, yet they disappeared in the end. It was suspected that they were kept in the treasure cove. Just this alone was enough to stir the hearts of others. It was fine if he did not appear in the world, but the moment he did, everyone would have no choice but to act. The disciples of the martial dojo of Limits were expressionless. With the array of the martial dojo, who dared to barge in? This was set up by that peak cosmos god, and not anyone could barge in. Whoever did so would die. Those outside could only talk. If they were to charge in, none would be afraid of death. The cosmos god old ancestor is here. That's him. Do you not want your life anymore? This is a dead cosmos god, ranked 230th on the wanted list of the eternal cosmos. The crowd outside suddenly dispersed. Everyone turned to a black-robed man walking over. They revealed expressions of panic and uneasiness. For a moment, the surrounding became empty. Jia, the black-robed man came to the entrance. His sinister voice caused the disciples of the martial dojo of limits to feel uneasy. This was a bloodthirsty demon. Those who could be ranked on the wanted list of the eternal cosmos were not easy to deal with. I want to see your dojo, master of limits. The cold voice was filled with indifference. If he doesn't come out, there's no need for your disciples of the martial dojo of limits to come out either. I'll kill whoever comes out. The black-robed man coldly said. The moment this dead cosmos god came out, everyone could feel the killing intent contained in his words. Death, your personality is still the same. So many years have passed, yet you haven't changed. Just as everyone was still accepting the arrival of the dead cosmos god, another voice came from the street. A white figure walked step by step. Although it seemed to be very far, he soon arrived in front of the martial dojo of limits. The black-robed man's face was still covered by the cloak. So it's the Peach Blossom Prince. Sometimes, I really want to kill you and scratch your stinky face with my own hands. When the white silhouette's appearance was revealed, everyone was shocked. It was an extremely seductive face that was not inferior to the current peerless fairy. Each and every move of hers was filled with endless temptation. Young Master Peach Blossom, isn't that someone on the wanted list? Why is he here? One of the ultimate gods in the crowd was shocked. In the next second, a pink peach blossom bloomed on the ultimate god expert's head as his essence, vitality, and spirit were all absorbed. I hate it when people talk nonsense. The Peach Blossom Prince made a gesture with his thumb and middle finger. No one dared to make a sound. I welcome you to kill me. If you have the ability, you can even kill me 100 times. Peach Blossom Peach giggled. That laughter made everyone shiver. The dojo of limits disciples couldn't stand still. 2 cosmos gods on the wanted list came at once. It had been a long time since something like this had happened in Dark City. Anyone on the wanted list would appear and disappear mysteriously. Basically, it was very rare for them to appear. But now... Teacher, you have offended quite a few people. After helping Lin Fei take inventory of the items, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master let out a long sigh. Lin Fei was someone who did not know the origin of the treasures. After the inventory by Heaven's Limit Tavern Master, he understood how important the items in his hands were. That ultimate cosmos god really knew how to cause trouble. It was an unfathomable matter for him to live until he died of old age. This was absolutely a proof of his strength. That's right. You have offended quite a few people. Lin Fei nodded. Only after knowing about it did he understand how important these items were. They would absolutely drive others crazy. Tavern Master, something bad has happened. Death and young Master Peach Blossom from the wanted list are here. A trusted aide rushed in to report. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was surprised. Why are they here? They are really fast. After dismissing the trusted aide, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master stood up. Since you have inherited the items of teacher, you are my junior disciple brother. No matter if you admit it or not, as long as you are willing to hand over the cultivation technique to me, you will forever be my junior disciple brother. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master guffawed. My junior disciple brother isn't someone anyone can touch. He turned around and left. Lin Fei also stood up. An expert on the wanted list. I also want to see just how powerful he is. That sentence of the other party was to Lin Fei's liking. Martial Dojo of Limits. The moment Cosmos God Death and young Master Peach Blossom appeared, many people did not dare to come up. For an expert on the wanted list to be able to survive until now, it was not something that just anyone could do. Which expert on the wanted list wasn't vicious and merciless? For instance, Death. He would kill when he was happy and when he was in a bad mood. Like now, other than young Master Peach Blossom and Cosmos God Death, no one dared to stand outside the Martial Dojo of Limits. The two of you are really rare guests. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master guffawed as he stood by the entrance of the Martial Dojo of Limits. It is Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. Why is it him who came out? Unless that black-robed man has been captured. It was unexpected that the one who came out was Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master, the reason why I came today is simple. It is for that black-robed man. Cosmos God Death was straightforward. As long as you hand him over, I'll owe you a favor. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master's expression could not be seen. What about you? These words made young Master Peach Blossom uncomfortable. Same here. I came for that black-robed man too. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master smiled. Junior Disciple Brother, quite a few people have their eyes on you. 2 experts on the wanted list came at the same time, and it seems you have been treated as a gold ingot. Junior Disciple Brother? Everyone was startled. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master saw a black-robed man walking over. He had black eyes and long black hair. Wasn't he the black-robed man from before? He really came out alive. I am now a human-shaped moving treasure. Lin Fei came to the entrance with a smile. Cosmos God Death and young Master Peach Blossom landed on this black-robed man. He was younger than they imagined. He was a true absolute genius. That was a trial left behind by a Cosmos God. Many geniuses were blocked outside the entrance. But this person succeeded. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master said, "He is my junior disciple brother. Those who want this junior disciple brother of mine will have to pass through me first. What do you think, young Master Peach Blossom?" A chill swept over. Cosmos God Death and young Master Peach Blossom exchanged glances. Chapter 3373. The dead Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince stood together in the shortest time possible. He had to snatch the treasures left behind by the ultimate Cosmos God. If those big shots came, they really wouldn't dare to be so unbridled. After all, their identities were problematic, and they didn't dare to go to many places. As for those big shots, they didn't mind teaching them a lesson. One couldn't hold his ground, while the other could. The result was clear at a glance. They decisively chose to stand together and force the Dojo of Limit's Heaven's Limit Dojo Master. Haha, with just you guys? The Empyrean's Fate Dojo's master laughs heartily. You really think that you're so awesome because you're on the wanted list? Why don't you take a look at what kind of place this is? Contempt. She looked at him in disdain. Death Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince had the same goal. The only thing he didn't expect was that the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master would recognize this person as his junior brother. Even though the Empyrean Limit Tavern Master wasn't famous in the Eternal Cosmos and was extremely low profile, nobody dared to underestimate this disciple of a Cosmos God. Since you dare to be so impudent here, then let me see what you have up your sleeves. The Empyrean Pole Dojo's master took a step forward and his body grew several times taller. He looked like a small giant. His fist was like a hammer as he punched out domineeringly. The phantom image of a giant hammer appeared in everyone's eyes. This is the Empyrean Pole Dojo Master's Warhammer Fist technique. With just one punch, everyone's expression changed. The expressions of the Death Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince changed slightly. Both of them brought out their treasures. One was a death illusory figure, and the other was a peach forest. Both of them shielded the sky above. At the same time, they retreated. Boom boom boom. When the hammer smashed into the sky above them, it transformed into thousands of fist shadows that smashed into their treasures like a torrential storm. The Death Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince suffered from a powerful attack at that moment. Retreat. He kept retreating. On the street, there were clear footprints, all left by them. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Experts on the wanted list are just SOSO. If you dare to make any more noise, I don't mind killing you. The Empyrean Pole Dojo's master said with a smile, "Don't doubt whether I have the strength or not." Both Death Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince had underestimated the strength of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. One punch was enough to injure them. The rumors were true. Relying on the martial dojo of limits, this person was incredibly powerful. Even first-step Cosmos Gods were not his opponent. Master of the Celestial Zenith Dojo, just wait and see. Once that brat obtains the treasure left by your master, the person who will make a move will be far beyond your capabilities. The Death Cosmos God left behind a sentence before leaving. Mr. Peach Blossom was even simpler. I will be back. The 2 Cosmos Gods on the wanted list left in the blink of an eye. I'll welcome any of you. The voice of the Empyrean Vault Master reverberated. The people who were watching from the outside also ran away, afraid that they would become the target of his venting. At the same time, a piece of news quickly spread out. The black-clothed man had really come out. Not only that, he had also become the Empyrean's Limit Dojo Master's junior brother. The Empyrean's Limit Dojo Master seemed to want to support his new junior brother. "How is it? My fist technique?" The Empyrean Vault Master asked with a smile. Lin Fei gave him a thumbs up. Fierce, overbearing, and insufferably arrogant. Even with the two of them working together, they were barely able to block it. "Ha, I like hearing these words." The Empyrean Vault Master said, "It's a pity that this fist technique hasn't reached the level of teacher in the past. If it had reached the level of teacher, that fist just now would have killed them." The Warhammer Fist Technique. Lin Fei could see how powerful it was. That was an attack that charged straight ahead. In order to execute this fist technique, the fleshy body had to be strong to an unfathomable degree. Converging a myriad of punches into a single fist before separating the final punch was not easy to achieve. Killing a cosmos god with a single punch? If Lin Fei did not rely on the prestige system, it was impossible for him to achieve this. I wonder what level that ultimate cosmos god has reached. Lin Fei thought, I have to continue working hard. The scene at the martial dojo of limits spread rapidly across the dark city. After knowing about it, everyone was surprised. But after thinking about it, everything seemed logical. Obtaining a treasure left behind by an ultimate cosmos god. What was he if not a disciple? To think that they had such thoughts. With the Empyrean Vault Master acting, in addition to that fist at the entrance, nobody dared to cause a ruckus at the martial dojo of limits. If that person were to act, few cosmos gods could obtain any benefits. The Death Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince were the best proof. With the support from the martial dojo of limits, the strength of the Empyrean Vault Master could reach the second level of Cosmos God. Ordinary first-step Cosmos gods had to step aside. The Empyrean Vault Master has acted in the end. Luo Junting chuckled as he heard the report. This is good. He dares to take the risk to protect the black-robed men. Those people will definitely work together to tear the martial dojo of limits apart. Luo Junting was helpless against an independent superpower like the martial dojo of limits. This person rarely went out. Other than to cultivate, he rarely appeared. Those who were not clear of him would not know of his existence. City Master, should we continue watching? There were 3 cosmos gods in front of Luo Junting. They were his subordinates. Right, we should continue watching. We shouldn't get involved in this matter. Luo Junting said, if nothing unexpected happens, those big characters should be coming soon. For instance, the Star River Mansion. Who asked the ultimate cosmos god to do so many great things in the past. He relied on his strength, and now he is gone. But who doesn't want to get those treasures back? The Empyrean Vault Master has really thought it through. Nobody is willing for a second ultimate cosmos god to appear. Currently, he is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He is overestimating his strength. Luo Junting clapped and cheered for being able to get rid of this independent superpower. Arrange for people to keep a close watch on that fellow to prevent him from escaping. Within the martial dojo of limits, Lin Fei temporarily did not leave. Hearing the words of the Empyrean Vault Master, he felt that he should not leave. Furthermore, none of the treasures he had were simple. If he did not resolve this matter, it would definitely be a huge problem. The Empyrean Vault Master stood up for him. Lin Fei was not a fool and naturally knew what this meant. This was equivalent to carrying a huge burden on his back, and the martial dojo of limits would become the target of attack. Lin Fei wasn't someone who was afraid of death. Even if those big characters came, there was nothing for him to worry about since he was not someone to be trifled with. This Empyrean Vault Master is quite considerate. He even sent over information on the Cosmos God level. Lin Fei did not know much about the Cosmos God level. Information on this aspect did not circulate much, and it seemed to be tightly controlled. It was not easy to get his hands on it, but he could barely pry through the secrets of the Cosmos God level. Now that he took the initiative to send a copy over, Lin Fei naturally wanted to study it. From the combat experience he gained from the peak cultivation technique, Xue Ying could see that the combat style of Cosmos gods had changed. Chapter 3374. Martial Dojo of Limits, Limit Arena. Even though the trial of the Limit Arena had disappeared, this arena still existed. At this moment, there were two people clashing on the arena. The shockwaves from the clash clashed against the barrier of the Limit Arena, causing many ripples to form. Such frightening strength. Dojo Master is formidable. Who says he isn't? Dojo Master is the disciple of Forefather, and he specializes in close combat. That black-robed man is formidable too. His fleshy body isn't any weaker than the Dojo Master. No wonder he could become the junior disciple brother of the Dojo Master. The surrounding of the Limit Arena was currently filled with disciples from the Martial Dojo of Limits. Their faces were filled with worship as they looked at the two fighting on the arena. The two on the arena did not use any treasures from start to end. They were purely clashing with their fleshy bodies, and any angle could be used as a killing weapon. Awesome. After another clash, the two of them separated and stood at one end, gasping for breath. Just previously, they had clashed more than 10,000 times. That consumption was huge, and neither could withstand it. I haven't felt so refreshed for a very long time. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master panted, "You are indeed someone who could pass through the trial of teacher." Lin Fei was also panting, "Me too." Without using the prestige support system, Lin Fei fought to his heart's content. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was a good opponent. Ever since he flipped through the information on the Cosmos God level, Lin Fei felt something in his heart. Thus, he proposed to spar with Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. After that, they would fight on the arena every day, and the Limit Arena was able to withstand the explosive strength of their fleshy bodies. They would stop every time. It was inevitable that there would be some injuries on their bodies. To them, this kind of injury was really nothing. Junior disciple brother, your close combat experience is very rich. I don't have much to teach you. Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Tavern Master were soaking in a medicinal pool. This medicinal pool was famous. It was personally constructed by a final Cosmos god. Many world treasures were added in, and ordinary deities would explode in less than 3 breaths of time. Only people like Lin Fei and the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master could withstand it and absorb the effects of the medicine. Thank you for your guidance, Master. A battle at the Cosmos God level wasn't as grand as one would imagine. On the contrary, at this level, the battles had also become more subdivided. For instance, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was a close combat cultivator. Within the eternal cosmos, very few people liked to engage in close combat, especially those powerful existences like the ultimate cosmos gods. Once such an expert got close to you, you wouldn't be able to block him. The other school of thought was the school of spells. Battles at the Cosmos God level were different. These were the two biggest battle sections. As for the other sects, their influence was average. Cosmos gods were also divided into 3 levels. The first level was to condense a world within one's body. With a world, one's body would produce world energy. World energy was a special kind of energy, and at the first step, it could quickly heal one's injuries. The second level was to use the power of the world. The power of the world contained an extremely strong power. When it was unleashed, its might was very formidable. The third level, world form, perfection. Reaching this level, the perfect world could give birth to all sorts of treasures. You would become the sole god of this world. The first 2 levels were easy, but the third level was too difficult. I've just received news that someone from the Star River Mansion is here. You have an item that belongs to them, and now, they are here to take it back. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master brought over 2 cups of wine and passed one to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a sip in satisfaction. You want me to hand it over? Heaven's Limit Tavern Master glanced at Lin Fei. This will depend on you. The influence of the Star River Mansion is huge, unless junior disciple brother plans to conceal your identity and roam the world. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, things aren't that bad. I wonder if Dojo Master can help me spread the news that I'm planning on auctioning all my treasures at the Dojo of Limits in Dark City in a month. You want to auction it? Heaven's Limit Tavern Master could not understand. Of course, Lin Fei said, those items are useless to me. As for me, I like the power of faith a lot. If anyone can take out the power of faith, I will be happy to sell it to them. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was momentarily speechless. Auctioning off the treasures collected by his master, this idea really made him speechless. After thinking about it carefully, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master felt that this bold idea was quite reasonable. If he auctioned it off, he believed that those who were hostile to him would definitely be happy to do it. Anyone would be willing to do something that could make their enemy unhappy. Aren't you afraid that doing this will attract huge trouble? Heaven's Limit Tavern Master asked in a serious tone. Lin Fei chuckled, I'm not afraid of trouble. All right, I'll help you with this matter. In the Extreme Tavern, they really wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master laughed. I'm very happy to do anything that can make them unhappy. I believe that if my master knew about this, he would also be very happy. Let's see them fight each other, hee. With a series of actions by Heaven's Limit Tavern Master, this news soon spread across the restaurants and inns. At the same time, the Extreme Martial School posted an announcement. There was only one meaning on it. A month later, the Extreme Martial School would be auctioning off the treasures left behind by the old ancestor. As for what the treasures were, it was not mentioned. Those who knew about it were clear. When this news was released, everyone was shocked into a mess. They could not understand why the Extreme Martial School would do this. This was simply offending everyone. Unless that Heaven's Limit Tavern Master wanted to become the public enemy? In the past, the ultimate cosmos god could. But the current Heaven's Limit Tavern Master, no matter how one looked at it, was clearly lacking. He could not reproduce the glory of that old ancestor. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master is seeking death. After Luo Junting heard it, he sneered, I really wonder how he came up with such a foolish idea. That ultimate cosmos god came to the Dark City in the past and constructed the Limit Arena. Eventually, he died in meditation. After he died, many experts attempted to invade the Limit Martial Dojo, yet none succeeded. Instead, a batch of them were killed by that ultimate cosmos god. From then on, nobody dared to have such thoughts. This time, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master dared to auction off the treasures left behind by an ultimate cosmos god. That was akin to slapping everyone's faces, and none of them would be happy about it. That ultimate cosmos god beat up many people in the past, causing him to have enemies all over the world. Many organizations that suffered losses did not dare to publicize it. If he were to auction off the treasures this time, where would they put their faces? Heaven's Limit Tavern Master had poked a hornet's nest. Chapter 3375. After the automatic message was sent out, several great prefectures in the vicinity received the news at the first instance. The treasure left behind by a peak cosmos god in the past had been taken out. This was not the main point. What was important was that bastard wanted to auction it. Auction. Nobody could accept this. Especially those clans and sects which had their treasures stolen in the past. At this moment, none of them could remain calm. Needless to say, those clans and superpowers had sent their elders over to the wasteland of death. This place, which had been forgotten by others, had become extremely lively. Being the only entrance to the wasteland of death, a group of people would appear every once in a while from the Star River Prefecture. These people had extraordinary origins. Everyone knew that something huge was about to happen in the wasteland of death. As the natives of the wasteland of death, they were unlucky. These people were very daring. During this period of time, they had ambushed the teams, yet they were all killed. Very soon, the natives hid themselves, and the entire wasteland of death entered a temporary state of peace. Luo Junting, the city master of the Dark City, was not idle either. He was constantly inviting people. Being the city master of this place, coupled with his cosmos god strength, nobody dared to belittle this Luo Junting. Guard Captain Bai, you are finally here. Luo Junting received an esteemed guest. He was none other than Guard Captain Bai from the Star River Guard. Luo City Master, it is rare for this dark city of yours to be lively. Guard Captain Bai smiled insincerely. Luo Junting pretended to have a headache. AI, let's not talk about it. This matter is terrible. Currently, many big shots have gathered in the Dark City, and even I, the city master, have to stand by the side. Guard Captain Bai guffawed. Luo City Master, how can we be friends? As long as you manage the people in the Dark City well, those big shots won't make things difficult for you. By then, I'll help you put in a good word for them. I believe they will give you face. Luo Junting felt grateful. Many thanks, Guard Captain Bai. Alright, this is the person we discovered. I wonder if he is the person Guard Captain Bai wants. A recording stone was brought out. Guard Captain Bai took it and looked inside. Luo City Master, I have to thank you this time. This person is the murderer of the Li clan. Luo Junting chuckled. It is also a coincidence for us. But this person has a mysterious origin. Currently, he has formed a relationship with that celestial pole tavern master and even obtained a treasure left behind by a cosmos god. Captain White, you should pay attention to him. Imperial Guard Captain Bai coldly snorted. If it were a limitless cosmos god, we would naturally give him some face. But who does Celestial Pole Tavern Master think he is? If our Celestial River Guard wants to capture someone, nobody would dare to not hand him over. After confirming the identity of the person, Captain Bai didn't stay for long before he left. He was very satisfied with Luo Junting's performance. A fellow who came from a small place dares to impersonate a huge clan? But he has quite a lot of treasures on him. He could even pass the trial of a peak cosmos god. As soon as Guard Bai came out, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He turned around and mounted his mount. To the dojo of limits. Governor, if we do this, won't we offend Captain Bai, or even those people? Within the city master residence, a trusted aide asked. Luo Junting was in a good mood. He glanced at his trusted aide. This is me giving a contribution to Captain Bai. This place is closest to the Celestial River Guard, and we can't interfere. But that doesn't mean the Celestial River Guard can't. As for those huge clans, it is the same. Who knows, they might even be rewarded after this matter is completed. Luo Junting could not eat such a huge piece of meat, and did not dare to do so. But the Celestial River Guard could. This show is getting more and more interesting. Dojo of Limits. Following the news of the auction, there were many people watching outside the dojo every day. According to the news, everyone knew that the black-robed man was going to auction the treasures left behind by a peak cosmos god. Even though it was vague, everyone could hear it. This was what everyone was thinking. Many scouts were currently watching the dojo of Limits. The houses opposite and even nearby had all been bought at a high price. One could say that the entire dojo of Limits had been surrounded. Every single movement could not be hidden from the eyes of the scouts. How many people do you think will come this time? Who knows? But we can at least confirm one thing. There will definitely be many big characters. Who knows, it might be a rare gathering of cosmos gods. Hurry up and look, there seems to be a group of people coming. Wait, that seems to be the Celestial River Guard. This time, Captain Bai did not bring many people with him. There were only 50 of them, and they formed a small team. Even though there were not many people with the equipment and status of the Celestial River Guard, nobody dared to take the initiative to act against them. This was a superpower controlled by the Holy Church. Who would dare to belittle them? Captain Bai understood the thoughts of that city master. He was merely using him as a tool. This news came not too early nor too late, yet he did not know what to say. Capturing a person who killed a disciple of the Li clan was a small matter to Captain Bai. But now it was different. A small matter turned into a big matter, and a big matter turned into a good thing. Sir, the dojo of Limits is right in front. Captain Bai was clear about the dojo of Limits. In the past, that person was the shit-stirrer of the eternal cosmos, causing many to suffer. But it was such a person that nobody could do anything to. The word limit gave everyone a great deal of pressure. Captain Bai brought his people to the front of the dojo of Limits. Immediately, a subordinate came. We are from the Celestial River Guard. Open the formation immediately. The Celestial River Guard was always this straightforward. When the disciple guarding the gate heard this, his legs trembled. Celestial River Guard. Dojo Master, this is bad. Just as Lin Fei and the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master were chatting, the disciple rushed in with a pale face. Celestial River Guard, the Celestial River Guard is here. The disciple pointed outside, they are coming in. In the eternal cosmos, no matter what kind of guard it was, they could not be offended. They represented the orthodox position, and nobody would not be afraid of them. When the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master heard this, he frowned. Why are they here? I don't know either. The disciple shook his head. If other big shots came, the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master would not be worried. However, the Celestial River Guard was different. They were more tyrannical and stood on the side of reason. This matter is going to be troublesome. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master stood up. Are the Celestial River Guards so frightening? Lin Fei could feel a strand of uneasiness from this person. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master was not angered. He explained, you don't know how formidable the Celestial River Guards are. In the eternal cosmos, clans and sects can be offended, but those with guards can't be offended. Especially the Eternal Guards. They specialize in suppressing cosmos gods and are the #1 combat power. At the same time, they are a sharp sword pressing down on everyone. If that was the case, everything was normal. Chapter 3376. Guard Leader by brought the Star River Guard to the entrance of the Extreme Martial School. The news spread like the wind. It's good that the Star River Guard came. Who said it wasn't? Let's see if the Extreme Martial School has any other methods unless they want to become enemies with the Star River Guard. Those who become enemies with the Star River Guard won't have a good ending. Those hiding in the distance began rejoicing in the misfortune of the Extreme Martial School. Everyone hoped that the Extreme Martial School would suffer. Barge in? They didn't dare to. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master was strengthened within the Extreme Martial School. Without seeing Peach Blossom Prince and Death Cosmos God suffer, he didn't dare to barge in. One could see what kind of impression the Extreme Martial School had in the hearts of the masses. Guard Leader by soon met the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master. Heaven's Limit Dojo Master, I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Guard Leader by said arrogantly. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master prepared himself, but this Guard Leader by didn't give him any face. He smiled. Sir Bai is too serious. I'm more than happy that the Star River Guard is here. Guard Leader Bai snorted, it's good that you know. My motive this time is simple. That junior disciple brother of yours has committed a huge crime. Are you going to bring him out yourself, or should I bring someone to bring him out? Direct and tyrannical. The Star River Guard was indeed domineering. Standing behind them was the Eternal Church, the ruler of this cosmos. Arresting someone was just a matter of a few words. There was a saying in the eternal cosmos, you can offend anyone, but don't offend the church. At that time, it would be hard for you to survive. Everyone had a deep understanding of this saying. Countless people had fallen in the hands of the church. Everyone was waiting to see how the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master would reply. If he was careless, the Extreme Martial School would be in trouble. Nobody could resist against the Star River Guard. They represented the general trend. If they said you are guilty, then you are guilty. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master's expression tightened. He committed a huge crime. How can this be? He went into closed-door cultivation not long ago, saying that he wanted to comprehend something. If it's true, I will definitely not agree. Closed-door cultivation? Guard Leader Bai coldly said. That's right. He said that he recently comprehended something and went into closed-door cultivation. Guard Leader Bai didn't wish for this trip to be in vain. He believed that the leader would not dare to cheat him. Capture. Guard Captain Bai did not dare to delay. It would be strange if he didn't have any secret treasures on him. He said he was going into seclusion, but he might actually be running away. If he ran away this time, he didn't know how long it would take to catch him again. He didn't want to be labeled as incompetent. Because of this matter, the Li family had urged him several times. If they could bring him back, it would definitely be a great merit. The Empyrean Vault Master personally led the way. The Dojo of Limits could be considered a small space. It was no different from Senfu. Similarly, there were many great formations set up inside, and there was a dangerous aura everywhere. Guard Captain Bai wasn't worried at all. The Celestial River Guard was a huge flag. Even if the Empyrean Embassy Master was given 100 guts, he still wouldn't dare to make a move. Moreover, there were so many people outside. Suppress me? It wasn't that easy. Captain Bai was very indifferent, walking at a moderate pace. Seal. Rumble. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master, who was walking in front, suddenly disappeared. A large array appeared out of nowhere and descended above the White Guard Captain, forming a sealed space. Empyrean Pole Tavern Master, you've got guts. Under the cover of the large array, the Celestial River Guard behind Captain Bai immediately reacted. They took out a treasure and created an independent space. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master reappeared. Worthy of being a Celestial River Guard, their reaction speed is so fast. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master has always been afraid of the Celestial River Guard. This time, for his junior brother, he was willing to risk it all. But you shouldn't have made a move against my junior brother. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Captain Bai was very calm. You think you can trap me like this? Not to mention, the people outside saw me bringing people in. If anything happens, your dojo of limits won't have a good ending. Then what if I don't kill you? The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master said, for example, controlling you. Coincidentally, Master left behind a technique to do so. Captain Bai laughed. Not bad, not bad. You've got guts to want to control me. No one has ever dared to say such words. Now, I'll let you experience the power of the Celestial River Guard. The Celestial River Guard made his move. With a set of combined attack techniques, all of them turned into a black stream of light. The stream of light spun continuously, causing the entire space to tremble in an instant. Attack-breaking array. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master controlled the array. All kinds of restrictions attacked the Celestial River Guard's array. Seeing the Celestial River Guard's attack-breaking array, the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master secretly took a deep breath. Even the Celestial River Guard has mastered this. Empyrean Pole Tavern Master, how is it? How is our Celestial River Guard's attack-breaking array? Captain Bai laughed. Under the attack of the attack-breaking array, the array enveloping them was slowly torn apart. This was a very special attack technique. The perfect array was slowly shaking. The gap became bigger and bigger. The array became unstable. In this world, no array can stop the attack of the attack-breaking array. Captain Bai said proudly, originally, I didn't plan to deal with you so quickly. Since you took the initiative, I can only say that your luck is bad. The array continued to collapse. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master summoned another array and enveloped the array that was on the verge of collapse. Your Celestial River Guard's attack-breaking array is indeed powerful. It can even find a flaw in Master's array. I wonder if Lord Bai will still have the confidence to destroy your Celestial River Guard. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master charged in. With a wave of his hand, he blasted out a warhammer art. Captain Bai seemed to have expected that the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master would make a move. If you want to kill them, you will have to ask me first. A sharp saber light slashed over. This saber light was very thin as it slashed towards the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master's wrist. Rip. The saber light was even faster than the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master's fist. Fresh blood flowed down as a wound appeared on the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master's wrist. How does it feel? Captain Bai wielded his saber and slashed at the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master. His movements were extremely fast. In an instant, the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master was enveloped by the saber light. His powerful fleshly body was sliced open. After several attacks, the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master was unable to break through the saber light. This is the Cosmos Saber art inherited from the Holy See. It is specially used to deal with body refinement experts. This weapon is even bestowed by the Holy See. It can increase one's speed. Regardless of which one it is, it will be able to restrain you. Captain Bai's attack was fast and his saber art was sharp and overbearing. He was almost sticking to the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master. Chapter 3377. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master and Guard Captain Bai exchanged moves very quickly. All of this fell into Lin Fei's eyes. With the upgrade system, Lin Fei had a clearer view of the situation. He was actually very surprised by the Empyrean Pole Dojo's method. He originally thought that there would be a solution, but it turned out to be this. This Captain Bai is also very powerful. The other party's Cosmos Saber arts were very powerful, and every single one of them was incomparably sharp. Just like what he said, they specialized in breaking through body refinement. The Cosmos Divine weapon in his hands was also very impressive, and it could indirectly increase his attack speed. With their assistance, Guard Captain Bai had an even greater advantage. The fighting strength of the Empyrean Skypole Dojo's master was also explosive. His strength was ferocious and frightening. However, it just so happened that he encountered Captain Bai's saber technique, which was able to restrain him to a certain extent. Although Captain Bai had the upper hand, he was still unable to defeat the Empyrean Pole Dojo Master in a short period of time. That powerful fleshy body was filled with many blade scars, yet he could not injure Celestial Peak Tavern Master at all. This was a battle between Cosmos gods. If it wasn't absolute power, it wouldn't be that easy to suppress. The formation is about to break. The Celestial River Guard's breaking array was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. To think that such a method existed in the universe. Fierce, absolutely fierce to the point of being a complete mess. I can't let this continue. This matter started because of me. I can't let the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master take the blame. Moreover, the Imperial Guard Captain has come this time. His status in the Celestial River Guard isn't low. Such a character is truly a good thing. Lin Fei laughed. Guard Captain Bai continued to attack the Empyrean Pole Dojo Master. The Universe Saber technique was executed without restraint. The Empyrean Fate Dojo's master was constantly in the middle of the saber technique's attacks. Every saber light was like the wind. Master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo, your great array is about to be broken. Your disciples will be slaughtered. It's a pity if they die. If you surrender now, you can spare their lives. Bodyguard Bai slashed with his saber and glanced at the formation that was about to be broken. Shameless. With a thought, the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master suffered several more wounds on his body. Dream on. The Empyrean Pole Dojo master kept smashing his fists against the incoming blade lights. Unfortunately, the blade lights had a certain degree of penetration. Seal. A low voice sounded in everyone's ears. A vast expanse of white cold air appeared. The cold air landed on the Celestial River Guard's body at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, it passed through the spatial protection, and a layer of white frost appeared on the soles of his feet and quickly covered his entire body. The speed at which the cold air covered was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the Celestial River Guards had all turned into ice sculptures. Who is it? Guard Captain Bai brandished his sword in an impenetrable manner in an attempt to block the onslaught of the cold air. However, when the blade light struck the cold air, the blade light was completely frozen. The cold continued to invade. The White Guard Captain retreated, the terrifying cold intent gushed over. His Cosmos Divine weapon started to be covered in cold chi, turning into a sheet of ice. His strength was unable to withstand the cold chi, and the cold chi flowed along the blade of his saber, forcing him to give up on his Cosmos Divine weapon. The owner of the Empyrean Pole Dojo was also dumbfounded. This cold chi made him feel fearful, and it was a kind of cold chi that couldn't be resisted. Captain Bai retreated quickly, but he couldn't withstand the speed of the cold air. First, it hit his feet. After shattering them, the cold air continued to cover his lower body, and finally his upper body. I am actually frozen. How powerful was the White Guard Captain? Yet at this moment, he couldn't move at all. Only his head was left, and his entire body was no different from an ice sculpture. Heaven's Limit Dojo Master, there is actually such an expert hidden in your dojo. The frozen White Guard Captain did not die. All the energy in his body was frozen. At this moment, the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master was confused. Other than him, there were no other experts in his Limit Dojo. But the current situation was truly out of his expectations. Sir White, my teacher has passed away in meditation. Naturally, he would leave behind some techniques. Are you convinced of your defeat? The Heaven's Limit Dojo master seemed to have guessed who the other party was. Thus, he acted mysterious as he spoke to the White Guard captain. Good, I have truly underestimated you. The White Guard captain felt his heart trembling. He had truly forgotten about the fame of the ultimate cosmos god in the past. That person was famous across the entire eternal cosmos, but your Limit Dojo should be prepared to wait for the revenge of the celestial river guards. Just a moment ago, I have already sent out the news that you are dead. After a huge somersault, the White Guard captain looked at the Heaven's Limit Dojo master with eyes filled with killing intent and resentment. Then I'm truly sorry. This news of yours can no longer be sent out. Within the array, a figure walked out. It was a smiling Lin Fei. I have to thank you for sending me such a talent from afar. It's you killed someone from the Li clan. The White Guard captain seemed to have understood something. Just now, it was you who acted. This was the first time the Heaven's Limit Dojo master discovered that he had underestimated this junior disciple brother of his. The other party was much more mysterious than he had imagined. This White Guard captain had a combat power that even he could not suppress, yet he could not even block a single move from his junior disciple brother. Such unfathomable methods. You guessed it. Lin Fei beamed. The Li clan is truly persevering. They could actually find out who I am. What a pity that they sent the wrong person. Don't be too pleased with yourself. Today your extreme dojo is finished. And you brat, no matter what methods you use, the Star River Guard will not let you off. The White Guard captain sneered. You sealed me in ice because you don't dare to kill me. Now you better let us go. Maybe I will leave your corpse intact. Intact corpse? In your dreams. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Enslave. Lin Fei extended his hands and drew two strange runes. A Jingguang rushed out from the runes and entered the terrified White Guard captain's body. The White Guard captain's face turned sinister. You don't even think about it. The White Guard captain, who was resisting with all his might, could not last for more than 3 breaths of time. His expression suddenly changed and the ice on his body dissipated. Bai Outyan greets master. His expression became incomparably fanatical. The Heaven's Limit Dojo master sucked in a breath of cold air. Junior disciple brother, you controlled him. Lin Fei nodded. That's right. The Heaven's Limit Dojo master secretly rejoiced that he didn't have any thoughts about this junior disciple brother. Mysterious. This was the Heaven's Limit Dojo master's words. He couldn't even see through such a method. It was as if it appeared out of thin air. Junior disciple brother is amazing. If master knew, he would definitely be very happy. The Heaven's Limit Dojo master smiled. What about the others? Just kill them. Lin Fei said. As long as the White Guard captain is here, everything will be fine. Bai Outyan lowered his head. Master is right. It doesn't matter if a mere Star River Guard dies, as long as someone is willing to take the blame. Then who do you think can do it? Dark City's City Lord Luo Junting. Bai Outyan said. Chapter 3378. Star River Guard captain Bai brought his men into the dojo of limits. Who knows how many people were secretly gloating? The only thing he was unhappy about was that the Star River Guard had beaten him to it. The items left behind by the ultimate cosmos gods had landed in the hands of the celestial river guards, and it was not an easy task to get them out. On one hand, everyone was gloating. On the other hand, they were conflicted. Should they ambush the Star River Guard? It was a very simple question. Unfortunately, no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't find a suitable method. The Star River Guards were not easy to deal with. From the bottom of their hearts, they only hoped that the Dojo of Limits and the Star River Guard would have a big fight. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. That would be the happiest thing for everyone. Maybe they could even call their friends and have a few drinks. The Dojo of Limits looked calm and peaceful. If it wasn't for the Dojo of Limits formation, they really wouldn't mind going in to take a look. Soon, a day had passed. Guard Bai still didn't come out, nor did he see anyone from the Dojo of Limits. Everyone's hearts were hanging in suspense. Everyone wanted to know the final result. No one thought the Dojo of Limits would resist. They were from the Eternal Church, after all. Just hearing the words, Eternal Church, was enough to move anyone, let alone attack. They're out. In the middle of the night, the White Guard captain from the Extreme Dojo came out. Behind him was the Heavens Pole Dojo's master. The two were chatting and laughing, but they didn't see the black-clothed man. Strange, why did Guard Captain Bai come out empty-handed? What about him? Don't tell me he's been killed. When the people in the distance saw this, they were all stunned. Then, they couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. It was good that they didn't catch him. Guard Bai brought his people and left the Dojo of Limits. The people who followed him saw the captain of the White Guard leave the Dark City. His actions were truly unexpected. Was this the end of it? No matter how one looked at it, it was inconceivable. Isn't that man in black at the Dojo of Limits? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but admire the methods of the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master. That guard captain Bai had a great background, yet he was still able to convince him in such a situation. If this wasn't a good method, then what else could it be? Not good. The Star River Guard has been ambushed outside. Not long after the Star River Guard left, a piece of bad news spread. Some people saw Captain Bai returning to the Dark City with injuries all over his body. Everyone's heart tightened when they saw this scene. They all started guessing who had the guts to make such a move. Was it worth it? Regardless of whether it was worth it or not, something big had happened. Anyone who dared to make a move against the Celestial River Guards would never have a good ending. The big shots of Darkness City started to worry, and they started to suspect each other. They were even cursing each other in their hearts for being stupid. How could they make a move at a time like this? That was a Star River Guard. Guard Captain Bai has gone to the City Lord's mansion. The spy keeping an eye on Captain Bai once again sent back bad news. City Lord Luo Junting did this? Everyone had the same thought. The people of Dark City could no longer remain calm. This was akin to playing with fire. In the City Lord residence, Luo Junting was in a good mood. It was rare for him to find a group of dancers, and they danced in front of him. Their melodious voices echoed throughout the City Lord's mansion, and the City Lord closed his eyes in satisfaction. Master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo, if you had sided with me, you wouldn't be in such trouble now. What a pity! With his eyes closed, Luo Junting could already imagine the end of the Dojo of Limits. Regardless of whether the Empyrean's Limit Dojo's master resisted or not, he had ways to make sure that the Empyrean's Limit Dojo's master didn't have a good time. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to escape from harboring a criminal. Peng ping peng. Suddenly, a few muffled sounds could be heard. It was as if something had smashed in. The surrounding dancers screamed in fear. Luo Junting's mood turned bad. He opened his eyes and said, "That bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold face appeared in his field of vision. If it wasn't Guard Captain Bai, who else could it be? Master Bai, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Luo Junting originally thought it was that disobedient subordinate. Who would have thought that it was Guard Captain Bai? He really wanted to give himself a slap. At this moment, Guard Captain Bai was in a sorry state. City Lord Luo, you're really good. Using me as a knife, and then releasing the news to arrange for people to surround me. You really have guts. It seems like you're too stable as a city lord. Guard Captain Bai coldly stared at Luo Junting. Only now did Luo Junting notice Guard Captain Bai's appearance. His face suddenly changed. Even if he was stupid, he would have realized that he had gotten into big trouble today. Master Bai, listen to my explanation. This matter isn't like what you said. Of course, Luo Junting had to explain. If he didn't, he would have to face the revenge of the Star River Guard, and the City Lord could forget about leaving. If he was targeted by the Star River Guard, the three subordinates would definitely deal with him. Luo Junting didn't understand how things had turned out this way. Explanation? Bai Outyan sneered. With a flip of his hand, his weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed. Master Bai, listen to my explanation. This is a misunderstanding. I would never do such a thing. You're a Star River Guard. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. A set of battle armor floated in front of Luo Junting. The moment he put it on, he noticed that this battle armor, which he had spent a lot of money to obtain, was covered in countless scars. It was a ghastly sight. Luo Junting knew that Guard Captain Bai's saber technique was impressive, but after experiencing it for himself, he realized how terrifying it was. Every attack was so powerful that he couldn't even resist. It's a misunderstanding. You really know how to talk. If it weren't for you, this lord wouldn't have been injured and ambushed. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't even think about becoming a city lord. Prepare to become a corpse. Bai Outyen's saber technique came from the Eternal Church. Luo Junting had been taken advantage of by his opponent. Now that he was a step behind, he could only passively defend. Blade after blade landed on Luo Junting's body. Luo Junting couldn't resist at all. Luo Junting was clear that he had been tricked. However, he had no idea how to solve the problem in front of him. From the looks of it, if he couldn't solve it today, he would definitely die. Under Guard Captain Bai's saber technique, Luo Junting had no chance of winning. Dojo of Limits. Lin Fei was currently watching an exciting scene. Through Bai Outyen, Mo Wuji was able to see everything that happened in Dark City clearly. Under the envelopment of Bai Outyen's saber technique, this Cosmos God City Lord was completely suppressed. How dare you leak information? Serves you right. Lin Fei was rather curious. After asking around, he found out that Luo Junting was the one who found Bai Outyen. He had to vent his anger. Hence, the scene happened. He wanted to make this Dark City Lord a scapegoat, and at the same time, extort some faith energy from him. Dark City is going to admit defeat. Under Bai Outyen's words, Luo Junting decisively chose to admit defeat. If he was killed on the spot, it would be a huge loss. 10 breaths later, Luo Junting admitted defeat. He allowed the saber to be placed on his neck. Cold sweat flowed down his back, and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lord Bai, as long as you let me off and spare my life, I will agree to any condition. At this crucial moment, this person was an intelligent person. In order to live, he was willing to pay a huge price. Chapter 3379. Dojo of Limits. Lin Fei received the faith energy sent by Aotion. This time, Luo Junting had paid a huge price. Facing Bai Aotion, he had to hand over all his faith energy. It was equivalent to more than 60 billion faith energy. Lin Fei was not satisfied with this number. He was still a city lord, yet he did not have much wealth. He could not even compare to the myriad god Great Continent or the Marine clan. He could barely make do with it. After all, not everyone in the eternal universe could use the power of faith. For instance, Bai Aotion did not need it. Cultivating faith energy was a cultivation technique from the previous era. In this era, there were all sorts of cultivation techniques, and it was as though 100 flowers were blooming. After being extorted once, Luo Junting was now well behaved. He would most likely not dare to do anything for a long time. After Bai Aotion made a feint, he decided to stay in the city lord residence. The reason was simple. He had to know who was the culprit. With such a huge mountain suppressing him, Luo Junting sent out people to search for clues. No matter what, he had to find the culprit. The auction of the Dojo of Limits did not stop. This was good news to everyone. Who would wish for the Star River Guard to capture the culprit? Fortunately, Guard Leader Bai announced that he was not here to capture the culprit. As for the reason, everyone could only guess. The date of the auction was getting closer. Many important figures arrived. All the houses around the Dojo of Limits were bought at a high price. Nobody dared to come here for fear of offending someone. These important figures were all powerful existences in the eternal cosmos. Even if they had not seen each other before, they would have heard of each other. They were extremely powerful. After these important figures came to the Dark City, they did not do anything. Instead, they were very quiet. The scene of them taking action the moment they arrived did not appear. From this, it could be seen that these important figures were not shallow. Take action? Who would dare to do so? Many of the items in the hands of that person belonged to the big sections. If someone were to snatch them away, wouldn't it make those important figures feel uncomfortable? Hence, whoever took action would be the first to be unlucky. Furthermore, the dojo of limits was not that easy to break. Who dared to guarantee that the martial dojo of limits left behind by ultimate cosmos gods did not have any killing moves? Until now, nobody dared to try it out. That year's mistake was still vivid in everyone's mind. They didn't want to be that stupid son of a bitch. On the day of the auction, the big shots appeared one after another. Sect Leader Qin, why are you here in person? Join in the fun. Lao Wang, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Could the rumors from back then be true? Your things are here too? The big shots of today all had complicated feelings. This was especially true when they met old friends or enemies. A casual word from them could make them lose all face. Everyone knew that this was no ordinary auction. To put it nicely, he was here to redeem the treasures he had lost in the past, and he was here to buy them back no matter the price. As for causing trouble, they also wanted to, but some people wouldn't let them. For example, those sworn enemies. Many of the big shots here today were sworn enemies. If they could buy the treasures and break the seals, it wouldn't be a good thing for anyone. When the big shots entered the dojo of limits, their expressions were ugly, but they had to squeeze out a smile. Who would feel comfortable if something that happened a long time ago was revealed again? If possible, they wanted to beat that mysterious black-robed man to death. Of all the things he could have done, why did he have to do this? Great, now they were caught by their sworn enemies. Displeased, extremely displeased. Within the dojo of limits, a temporary auction was set up. It was very simple. Nobody cared about it, especially when they saw their sworn enemies. Everyone was very rational and restrained. They understood the purpose of coming this time, and no matter what, they had to get the treasures back. It was a very simple goal. If they really wanted to do it, it would be very difficult. They didn't even dare to guarantee it in their hearts. Even though some of the big shots seated here had their faces covered, it was still possible to guess their origins. It wasn't easy to offend them. The temporary auction was very quiet. Nobody spoke. The atmosphere was weird and oppressive. Lin Fei personally came out to be the host. The treasures were on him, and he was the only one who wasn't worried about others stealing them. Lin Fei couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't make a move. Thus, it was best for him to be the host himself. This way, he could raise his prestige. Such a good thing was something that Lin Fei was most willing to do. When Lin Fei walked out and stood in front of the crowd, the big shots immediately guessed his origin. Is it this person? He's so daring. When the treasures are auctioned, this person will die for sure. No one can take advantage of our sect. That bastard Limits, he can't even rest in peace even in death. He actually caused such a thing. Shameless, too shameless. Everyone gritted their teeth in their hearts. When would they appear in an auction together? If possible, they really didn't want to appear here. Puma, everyone might be unfamiliar with me, but that's fine. Lin Fei smiled and said, everyone just needs to remember one thing. The items are with me and I guarantee that they're good stuff. Who asked me to love money? For example, the power of faith. Lin Fei said with a smile. He didn't care about the cold gazes shooting at him from below and had a leisurely look on his face. The master of the Empyrean mansion didn't come out, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but admire his junior brother's guts. There were so many big shots here, and even the master of the Empyrean mansion feared some of them. Thus, he couldn't remain so calm. You talk too much. Hurry up and start the auction. A gray-robed middle-aged man said with a dark expression. Lin Fei looked over and said, it seems like you're in a hurry. Unfortunately, you forgot one thing. I have the final say in this auction. Since you're in such a hurry, I'm sorry, but you're not qualified anymore. Well, a force instantly enveloped the gray-robed middle-aged man. With a swoosh, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone, don't be afraid. I just sent him out. Such a person doesn't have the quality to participate in the auction. Everyone, don't you think so? With just a sentence, a big shot was sent out. This is too. The most inconceivable thing was that they couldn't sense any changes in space. It was too inconceivable. The big shots here were all experts, but they couldn't figure out how the other party did it. Moreover, this wasn't a formation of the dojo of limits. That expert was sent out without any resistance. A show of strength. Chapter 3380. Lin Fei's small display of skill successfully stunned the many big shots who came to the auction. They could not discern what technique it was. It was neither an array nor a treasure attack. It came stealthily and mysteriously. No one would be willing to try such a move. More importantly, they did not come here to fight. Instead, they came for the treasures. That was the main point. Everything else was superficial. What little brother said is right. Who dares to make a fuss? Scram out now. The auction doesn't need a person like you. Many people stood up to speak for him. More people decided to bid for the item first before doing anything else. They suppressed whatever thoughts they had. Lin Fei grinned. I am very happy that everyone here is a person of character. As for those without character, I can only apologize to them. Scram as far as you can. What did everyone say? Alright, I shall not speak any more nonsense. We will begin today's first auction. Lin Fei chuckled. I believe everyone is clear that today's auction will be using faith energy. As for other items, I will not recognize them. I hope everyone will remember this point, lest something unpleasant happens in the future. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master did not appear. This junior disciple brother of mine is extraordinarily daring. The items collected by Teacher are being auctioned off for faith energy. I wonder how Teacher would feel if he knew. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was 100% convinced of this junior disciple brother of Lin Fei. He was young, yet he was straightforward in doing things. Not everyone could do that. What was more unfathomable was that the strength of this junior disciple brother was even more mysterious. He was clearly not a cosmos god, yet the strength he displayed was unfathomable. Even he could not discern it. Teacher, perhaps I don't have to continue working hard. Just this junior disciple brother of mine can reproduce your glory in the past. I believe that day won't be too far away. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master thought. The first equipment was a Cosmos God weapon. The moment this item appeared, many people immediately started fighting over it. These treasures were targeted by the pinnacle Cosmos gods in the past. Every single one of them was priceless, and almost every single household knew about them. Now that they were being auctioned, everyone became restless. Nobody was willing to miss out on such items. The price skyrocketed right from the start. Yi Xian had released the news this time. Those who were hostile to him, even if they had to go all out, they had to buy them. There was no better way to deal a blow to their enemies than this. They all wanted to clap their hands and thank the mysterious man. You're such a good person. As a result, the scene of two parties fighting crazily appeared in the auction hall. Needless to say, the two parties were enemies, and it was the kind of feud that could not be explained in 2 or 3 sentences. The happiest person was none other than Lin Fei, who was always smiling. Lin Fei chose to ignore the people who had been showing crazy killing intent towards him. Treasures left behind by ultimate cosmos gods were the best of the best. His actions back then had caused countless people to gnash their teeth in anger. But in the end, nothing had happened to him. Even though he had been dead for a long time, he had still schemed against everyone. In today's auction, everyone actually followed the rules very well. Those who had lost their treasures wanted to snatch them back, but they did not dare to do so. Those potential enemies of theirs were eyeing them covetously. If they dared to act, they did not mind helping the other party to weaken their strength. For instance, it was very simple for a few experts to die. Every treasure was auctioned for a very high price. Lin Fei was the one who felt the best. Every successful auction was equivalent to his strength growing a little bit stronger. If all the treasures were auctioned today, the faith energy Lin Fei had would definitely be an astronomical figure. Even the big organizations could not compare to him. As for the prestige he had exchanged for, it was even more needless. It was an astronomical figure. Some of the stronger killing moves could be used as he pleased. He didn't have to worry about anything anymore. What a great thing to be able to do. The auction lasted for half a day. All the treasures left behind by ultimate cosmos gods were auctioned off. Not a single one was left behind. As for who bought them in the end, Lin Fei did not care at all. Instead, many people were filled with envy. They were definitely eyeing this huge amount of faith energy. You might say that faith energy was useless, but to some people it was very useful. It was definitely not as useless as it was described. AI, what a pity. I was just lacking by a little bit. That year, the ultimate cosmos god snatched away quite a lot of treasures. Even that item landed in the hands of that person. That's right, that's right. Who doesn't agree? The ultimate cosmos gods are indeed fierce. You didn't see it just now. The eyes of those few turned black. Their ancestral heirloom has been auctioned off. Lin Fei felt reassured as he took out the treasures. During this period, some people could not help but want to snatch it. But the moment they tried, they were teleported out. Once again, they left behind the crowd looking at each other in dismay. What a ghost! After obtaining the faith energy, Lin Fei naturally received a lot of venomous and resentful gazes. At the same time, there were all sorts of threats and killing intent. Lin Fei's reply was always full of smiles. In the end, he attracted a huge amount of hatred. The situation of the auction in the extreme martial school soon spread. The exact amount of faith energy was also publicized. No matter who heard it, they would feel shocked. It was truly an astronomical figure. The events that happened during this period were described vividly, making everyone feel as though they were there. No matter what, this mysterious fellow became famous once again. Junior disciple brother, you have offended many people. I see that they are guarding outside. The Empyrean Skypole Dojo's master smiled and said, however, I wonder how many people you have offended. I think they will be waiting outside. Lin Fei did not care. It is normal for them to guard outside. After all, their treasures have been bought by their enemies. Who would be happy? It would be weird if they did not whip their corpses. Who knows, those enemies might not leave and might even take advantage of the situation. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master guffawed, Junior disciple brother, you really know how to joke. How about we make a bet? Lin Fei grinned evilly. Forget it. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master shook his head. For some reason, he believed that the moment he made the bet, he would be the loser. Oh right, there is a cosmos god outside who wants to meet you. His origin isn't simple, and he seems to be here for the item in your hands. Lin Fei understood what it was. Even though everything was auctioned off, in reality, there were still several items that he had not taken out. Those were many command tokens. And now, it seemed these command tokens were quite famous since a cosmos god came over. Chapter 3381. Lin Fei naturally had no objections to someone coming to see him. Moreover, someone was giving him faith energy. After auctioning off dozens of treasures, Lin Fei could be considered rich and overbearing. With a huge amount of prestige, if anyone had any thoughts about him, he would definitely make them regret it. Yes, regret. Dojo of Limits, guest room. At this moment, there were 3 people. 2 of them were standing and the remaining one was sitting, leisurely sipping tea. On the other hand, the younger of the 2 behind him looked impatient as he kept glancing at the door. Elder, do you think Lin Fei will agree? He definitely will. The middle-aged man laughed, unless he is willing to become the enemy of the entire world. Even though the auction had ended and the items had been auctioned off, everyone seemed to be in high spirits. However, that was not the case. Things had yet to come to an end. The one drinking tea didn't say anything. Coming. Footsteps could be heard from outside. The first to enter was the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master, Elder Chen. Sorry to keep you waiting. No problem, we're not in a hurry. Elder Chen put down his cup and laughed. However, his gaze fell on Lin Fei, who was behind the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master. That's good. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master laughed. Then I won't disturb you guys anymore. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master took the initiative to leave. I heard you were looking for me. After the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master left, Lin Fei came and sat in front of Elder Chen. Kid, what are you talking about? The young man from before shouted with a hostile tone. Lin Fei waved his hand and a huge force slammed into the young man. With a loud bang, the young man was smashed into the wall behind him. The adults didn't say anything. Why are you interrupting? Rude. The middle-aged man behind Elder Chen frowned and hurriedly went up to check. Do you know the Chen family? Chen Yunfei looked at Lin Fei. I don't know. What, does the Qin family have a big background? Lin Fei smiled and said, if you want to use the Qin family to threaten me, then you are gravely mistaken, because I am never a person who can be forced. You really have guts. If it was in the past, I would have let you know how powerful the Qin family is if you dared to hit someone from my Qin family. Chen Yunfei faintly said, however, you are very lucky now. As long as you hand over the Qin family's token, I can let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Not good. Lin Fei immediately lost interest. He was still hoping to make a profit. I do have the token with me. If you want to redeem it, you can. Just take out the power of faith. It's that simple. If you don't have it, then I can only apologize. Maybe I'll personally pay a visit to your Qin family. Maybe at that time, the things you have now will be incomparable. How dare you? The middle-aged man was finally angry. The Qin family was one of the top families in the Star River Prefecture. If it wasn't for the existence of the Dojo of Limits, he wouldn't be sitting here and talking. He would have taken everything he wanted and wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. There was a loud bang. The middle-aged man was also hit by the huge force. When he fell, he vomited blood. His injuries were more serious than the previous one. If you dare to speak again, I promise to beat you to death. Lin Fei smiled. The middle-aged man who was hit was stared at by this smile. He felt a chill down his spine. He was a hierarch expert, but he couldn't resist the opponent at all. The opponent was really strong. Chen Yunfei had actually been observing this mysterious young man. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Especially when he attacked, it was a thunderous blow that didn't give anyone any time to react. It was a complete suppression. You are strong and skilled. Why aren't the two of you thanking him for not killing you? Chen Yunfei said coldly. The middle-aged man and the young man's expressions suddenly changed. Thank you, senior, for not killing us. He injured them with a wave of his hand. He couldn't resist at all. If he wasn't a senior, who else could he be? Lin Fei smiled and said, how much power of faith is your Qin family willing to offer? He was very direct and went straight to the point. Chen Yunfei did not know why this fellow wanted so much power of faith. This was a cultivation system from the previous era. In the current era, not many were willing to use the power of faith to break through to the cosmos god realm. 20 billion power of faith. Chen Yunfei probed. Lin Fei shook his head. You are not sincere. Your Qin family has such a huge origin, yet you can only take out 20 billion power of faith for a command token. I think it's better for me to change to someone else. I believe many people will like the Chun clan command token. Chen Yunfei realized that this fellow wasn't someone easy to talk to. Fixed price, 50 billion power of faith. 100 billion. Lin Fei chuckled. Don't mention any fixed price. This thing isn't useful to me, but I believe many others are. They will be more than willing to pay 100 billion power of faith. Don't say that your Qin family doesn't have that capability. That's just a scam. You are ruthless. Chen Yunfei came this time because he wanted to take back the Qin clan command token regardless of the price. In the past, this thing was left outside, and now, it had become a target of the Qin family. Nobody could guarantee when someone would pay a visit and take out a Qin clan command token. At that time, it wasn't as simple as paying the power of faith. Oh right, are you interested in other command tokens? I can sell them to you at wholesale price. Lin Fei concluded the deal. He immediately started promoting. Such a good opportunity doesn't come by so often. Do you want it or not? Chen Yunfei was convinced by this fellow. Those command tokens could be exchanged for a huge amount of items, yet now he was selling them at wholesale price. Was he treating them as cabbages? In reality, Lin Fei treated the command token as a tool to exchange for faith energy. As for paying a visit and using the command token to exchange, forget it. Lin Fei did not have the time to do so. He might as well settle it now. After auctioning a few dozen treasures, Lin Fei became more confident. There was no need for him to go to those places to suffer. Why aren't you interested? Then forget it. Chen Yunfei was considering whether to accept it or not. Who would have thought that this fellow would change his mind so quickly? Wait, my Qin clan wants it. I still have 15 with me, a total of 2 trillion power of faith energy. They are the cheapest item. I will allow you to collect the power of faith energy. Don't say that your Chen clan is helpless. Qin Yunfei didn't feel that 2 trillion power of faith energy was expensive. In comparison, it was still very cheap. Such a huge sum was indeed an astronomical figure. Even the Qin clan would need to collect it. It would take a certain amount of time and even a lot of connections. Sure, Qin Yunfei didn't want to put on airs anymore. This fellow in front of him was completely useless. He might even be thrown out. If that happened, he would really miss out on a huge opportunity. Over a dozen command tokens. Qin Yunfei was excited just thinking about it. When the time came, he could give some away and leave a few favors. This would only be beneficial to the future of his clan. Chapter 3382. After dealing with the remaining command tokens, Lin Fei felt relaxed. The items that came from the ultimate cosmos god had been dealt with cleanly. You are preparing to leave? After Heaven's Limit Tavern Master returned, he was startled by Lin Fei's words. I am just passing by the Dark City, and the harvest is much greater than what I imagined. Lin Fei chuckled. I know what senior disciple brother is thinking of. Since I dared to organize an auction, I naturally wouldn't place those fellows in my eyes. Senior disciple brother doesn't have to worry. You finally call me senior disciple brother. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master chuckled. I thought I wasn't qualified to be your senior disciple brother. Lin Fei chuckled. I have obtained the inheritance of Senior Limit Tavern Master. Naturally, I will treat him as my teacher. After all, we are defying the heavens. Who doesn't have a few teachers? Senior disciple brother isn't right. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master felt gratified. I suggest junior disciple brother to not go out for the next few days. Wait for the commotion to die down before leaving. The wasteland of death is deeper than you think. You are the only personal disciple of teacher, and I don't wish for anything to happen to you. Otherwise, I will feel ashamed when I meet teacher. Being a person who had been in the Dark City for a long time, he usually seemed low profile and didn't care about the matters in the wasteland of death. But in private, the Extreme Martial Dojo had its own intelligence network. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was clear about the situation in the wasteland of death. At this moment, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master truly did not wish for his junior disciple brother Lin Fei to leave the Dark City. Lin Fei chuckled. This is good. I really want to see what kind of experts there are in the wasteland of death. You should know that I am an expert amongst experts. Currently, it is lonely being an expert. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Lonely being an expert? Very soon, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master thought about it. It seemed that this was the case. This junior disciple brother of his had always been shrouded in a layer of mystery. Even he could not see where the limits of his junior disciple brother were. Vaguely, he was certain that the moment he engaged in a life and death battle with his junior disciple brother, he would be the one to die without any ability to resist. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master would never be wrong about this feeling. The experts in the wasteland of death outside have all arranged for people to follow them. Even now, the people outside the Dojo of Limits are basically all watching. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master said, Who asked junior brother to be in the limelight recently? Back then, I didn't have the guts to do this. Only Master can compare with you. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Suddenly, he thought of something. Senior brother, do you know anything about the Manor Lord? Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration and recalled this matter. After all, he came from the Saint Spirit continent this time because of the matter regarding the young master. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo was very surprised. He then burst into laughter and said, Junior brother, you really have the demeanor of a revered person. I'm afraid those guys who want to compete for the position of Mansion Master will have a headache. Moreover, you and Master are too similar. When Master made his debut, the most sensational thing he did was to snatch the position of Mansion Master. Lin Fei blinked his eyes. It can't be. Master also went there back then? The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master said proudly, Our master is famous for meddling in all kinds of things. The first time he made his debut, he snatched the position of Mansion Master and became one of the Eternal Universe's Mansion Masters. Speaking of which, it's also a coincidence that the position that Master snatched was our current position. Lin Fei blinked his eyes again. This time he was really surprised. It can't be. This is too much of a coincidence. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master nodded. What you just said shocked me. However, this time's Mansion Master contest is completely different from Masters. What's the difference? Lin Fei asked with a curious look on his face. Back then, Master's Mansion Master was one of the top-ranked Mansion Masters. It's not an exaggeration to say that he ascended to the heavens in one step. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master sighed. However, the current Yuan Fu Mansion Master's position, whether it's in terms of influence or other aspects, can't be compared to Master's era. However, even so, there are still countless people vying for it. Everyone wants to ascend to the heavens in one step. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master continued. Becoming a Mansion Master is equivalent to becoming an aristocrat in the Eternal Universe. Junior Martial Brother, you have offended the Li clan and many others. It's precisely because you don't have any status that they dare to keep an eye on you. However, if you are an aristocrat, they wouldn't dare to do anything even if they gave them 100 guts. At most, they would act in private. They wouldn't dare to act openly or even personally. This is the power of aristocrats. You should now understand how important a Mansion Master of the Yuan Fu is. Lin Fei didn't have a deep understanding of this. If it wasn't for Senior Martial Brother Empyrean Pole, he really wouldn't know the specifics. Aristocrat? It sounded like a high-class position. Junior Martial Brother, how do you plan to compete? The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master asked. Lin Fei understood. If Junior Martial Brother is alone, then it would be a bit troublesome. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master said, however, it's fortunate that Junior Martial Brother came to the Extreme Dojo. You can participate using the name of the Extreme Dojo. As your Senior Martial Brother, although I don't have the influence of my master, the name Extreme Dojo still has some qualifications in the Eternal Universe. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. It's fortunate that I came. If I didn't, then wouldn't I be in big trouble? Thank you, Senior Martial Brother. You're my Junior Martial Brother. It's just a name. It doesn't matter who I give it to, let alone my Junior Martial Brother. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master smiled. I believe that this time's Mansion Master battle will be very interesting. Ha! Qin Yunfei quickly returned with the power of faith. Every token has a huge use. With such a price, it's really a wholesale price. After the Qin family found out about this, they agreed without hesitation and went all out to gather the power of faith. They even pawned a lot of treasures. If they missed such a good opportunity, who knows when they would have to wait for it. The Chen family's actions were very secretive. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood to spread the news. With such a huge profit, every time Lin Fei saw the series of zeros in his reputation, he would be as excited as if he'd been injected with chicken blood. This was power. The numbers were absolute power for Lin Fei. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master's words made Lin Fei realize that if he wanted to stand firm in the Eternal Universe, he had to take the position of Mansion Master. Lin Fei didn't have the strength to go against the entire Eternal Church. It was better to keep a low profile. Chapter 3383. The Dark City was very calm. None of the spies who were watching the Extreme Martial School were calm. They were constantly watching the Extreme Martial School and had even used many treasures. Those superpowers who auctioned the treasures in the Extreme Martial School had left another group of people behind while escorting the treasures back. Needless to say, everyone knew what was going on. Other than that, there were those treasures which originally belonged to them that ended up being auctioned by other superpowers. Under the situation where they could not take revenge, they shifted their resentment onto Lin Fei. Revenge. The reason why they did not leave was to take revenge here. If they did not take revenge, they would not be able to swallow the anger in their hearts. Since when did a superpower suffer such a huge loss? Previously, they suffered a loss in the hands of a cosmos god. It was fine if they did not dare to take revenge, but this time, they could not swallow this anger. If not for their fear of the arrangements left behind by the Extreme Martial School, they would have long snatched the treasures. Everyone would attack together. No matter what martial school it was, they would destroy it. He is out. On the street in front of the extreme martial school, a spy was currently eating and killing time. To a spy, patience was the most important. Coincidentally, this spy did not lack patience. He had been watching the extreme martial school, and it was perfectly justifiable for him to do so. Unhappy? Bite me then. It was with this mentality that this spy had been watching the extreme martial school. The yellow heavens would not disappoint those who persevere. He was indeed being watched. Ever since the auction ended, practically no one entered the extreme martial school. This was partly due to everyone's influence. But anyone who came out from the extreme martial school would be followed by the spy outside. There were also some who relied purely on treasures to determine if the other party was using any cultivation techniques. Relying on treasures, they could confirm in the shortest time. It was an extremely tyrannical treasure. It's him, it's really him. The spy threw down the things in his hands. He did not dare believe that this person would actually swagger out like this. Wrong, there was still a celestial pole dojo master behind him. Where are they going? After a short moment of shock, the spy immediately reported the situation upwards. At the moment when this spy discovered it, the other spies outside the extreme martial school also discovered it. Basically, everyone had the same expression. There was only a single thought in their minds. Why do they dare to come out? In the Dark City, everyone maintained their composure and did not act. That cosmos god Luo was someone that everyone had to show respect to. Not giving a cosmos god any face was unacceptable. Nobody could resist the revenge of a cosmos god unless the disciple of the clan chose to remain in seclusion for his entire life. That was obviously impossible. As soon as the Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord and his successor left the Dojo of Limits, the news immediately spread throughout Dark City. Everyone was in an uproar. In the courtyard of an inn, young master, that person came out with the Heaven's Limit Dojo's Lord. A middle-aged man walked into the courtyard and saw the young man practicing his sword. The young man was very serious in his sword practice. In front of him, the void was cut into countless sword scars, but the void did not shatter. Is that so? Young Master Zhao sheathed his sword and the void that was filled with sword scars collapsed. The news is real. I wonder if that person is planning to leave the Dark City. This subordinate thinks that he should not be so daring. After all, there is a cosmos god protecting the Dark City. Young Master Zhao shook his head with a smile. That might not be the case. Don't forget that the commotion caused by that senior who reached the limit in the past in the eternal cosmos is not something that ordinary people can place on Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord and the others. Then let us continue arranging people to watch over them. There's no need. We will just follow them. Young Master Zhao revealed a confident look. They will definitely leave the Dark City. My premonition has never been wrong. In the courtyard of another inn, a gray-robed old man sat cross-legged in the courtyard. In front of him were more than 10 people kneeling. All of their heads were lowered, and their shoulders were trembling slightly. He is finally willing to come out. The gray-robed old man suddenly opened his eyes. His scarlet eyes were flashing with a bloodthirsty aura. Ultimate Cosmos God, I couldn't suppress you in the past. This time, this old man will absolutely not allow your inheritor to come out and create trouble. This old man will never believe that there isn't any conspiracy behind bringing out the auction items. The gray-robed old man waved his hand. A blood energy condensed into a mirror, showing the scene of Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord and Lin Fei. Are they leaving the city? City Master Residence. Luo Junting had completely lost his temper. After knowing the news, he let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that they are leaving. I'll go as far as I can. After sending his subordinates away, Luo Junting became slightly mad. This was the first time a cosmos god felt such a huge pressure. Being the city master of the Dark City, if not for his identity as a cosmos god, he would have reason to believe that those people would start fighting and eventually destroy the Dark City. It would be best if Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord dies outside. Luo Junting felt sullen. He could only curse them for being unlucky. He could not help but envy those cosmos gods who became cosmos gods with curses. A single curse could cause others to be unlucky or even die. On the main street leading to the city gate. Junior disciple brother, you are much more daring than I imagined. Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord had already sensed a dozen powerful auras landing on his body. 3 of them were Cosmos God auras. Quite a few Cosmos gods had come for this martial dojo of Limit's auction. As for those who were hiding in the dark, nobody knew. But the strength displayed on the surface was sufficient to frighten anyone. This point could be seen from the body of Dark City Master. During this period, Dark City Master Luo Junting had been incredibly low profile, as if the Dark City did not belong to him. That was a cosmos god. How big your heart is, how big your guts are. Senior disciple brother, are you afraid? Lin Fei teased. Afraid? How can that be? Under teacher, there are only disciples who die in battle. There are no disciples who are afraid. Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord sneered. Even though my talent isn't great, teacher's reputation will not be affected because of me. Ha! Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord were walking on the main street. Many people were paying attention to them. They are going out. This is madness. The moment they leave the city, it will be a path of death. This is unfathomable. Seeing where they were going, everyone was startled. In the Dark City, even Cosmos gods had to show respect to Dark City Master and not act. The moment they left the Dark City, the situation would be different. It would absolutely be a situation where they would die. Walking out of the Dark City, there were no obstructions. Everyone here was intelligent. Nobody was willing to fight within the Dark City. Nobody would have thought that Heaven's Limit Dojo Lord and this inheritor would leave the Dark City. Chapter 3384. Practically no one expected that Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and that mysterious person would leave the Dark City. How much confidence did they have to do so? Nobody dared to act in the Dark City, but the moment they left the Dark City, it would give everyone a chance to do so. The Wasteland of Death was huge. The Dark City was a hegemon of a region, but it was far from controlling it. In the Wasteland of Death, there were quite a few experts who could fight against Luo Junting. They were not cosmos gods, and when they worked together, Luo Junting, this Dark City Master, would feel fear. As Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and that mysterious person left the Dark City, the news spread across the Wasteland of Death. Wave after wave of people left the Dark City. Their goal was the same. Nobody believed that Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and that mysterious person could gain any advantage outside the Dark City. The Wasteland of Death was huge. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and Lin Fei did not conceal themselves at all. They swaggered in a direction. This direction was the entrance to the Star River Prefecture. Along the way, the 2 of them were calm. In reality, the one who cared the most was Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. He felt his blood surging. It had been so many years since he, this personal disciple of an ultimate cosmos god, experienced such pressure and dense fighting spirit. They have caught up. It's a pity that they are just a group of small fishes. They don't have any desire to act. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master chuckled. Don't worry. We've only traveled so far. Lin Fei was indifferent. No matter what, we have to leave the Dark City far before they dare to act. These people are all cowardly. Ha! Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Tavern Master traveled at a breakneck speed. They flew along the way. And behind them, wave after wave of experts followed closely behind. At the same time, there were experts rushing over from several directions in the Wasteland of Death. More than half a day passed. Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Tavern Master were very far away from the Dark City. The surrounding had turned into a piece of wasteland. They were in the middle of nowhere, and the entire place was filled with an oppressive aura. What a coincidence for us to come to this place. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master suddenly stopped. Not far away, there was a piece of white skeleton. Lin Fei was quite curious. Where is it? This used to be a battlefield. We locals call it the battlefield of death. These skeletons were left behind from that battle. As time passed, this place was almost forgotten. The Empyrean Embassy Master sighed with emotion. Do you know who did it? Who? Lin Fei was even more curious. A master? The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo laughed heartily. How is it? You didn't expect this, did you? This death battlefield was created by our master. Back then, when our master was besieged, he killed his way to fame here. Most of the corpses on the ground were left by his enemies. I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. Don't you think it's a coincidence that we passed by this place? Indeed. Lin Fei nodded after listening. It is indeed a coincidence. The skeletons in front of him were all white. Who knew how many experts had fallen here? I might even have to go on a killing spree here. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Since we passed by this place, let's settle it here. I don't want to be followed by a group of people. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo smiled happily. All right, let's settle it here. Back then, our master was able to fight a great battle and become famous in the eternal universe. As his disciple, I can also do the same. Rise. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo waved his hand. Under his control, the seemingly endless white skeletons rose into the sky and piled up into a huge bone mountain. The moment this bone mountain appeared in the wasteland, it immediately became very conspicuous. It was hard for anyone not to notice it. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo landed on the top of the bone mountain and stood with his hands behind his back. Lin Fei also landed on the bone mountain. This is pretty good. We might be able to build a second bone mountain today. Lin Fei smiled. This is good. I like it. The master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo looked ahead. To be honest, I haven't fought for a long time. I wonder if they can stop me. There they are. Are they going to fight an expert? Look at this place. It seems very familiar. This seems to be the battlefield of death in the past. The moment those who followed behind saw the bone mountain and the white skeletons that could be seen everywhere, they were momentarily startled before their expressions turned pale. Being a junior, how could they not know what happened in the wasteland of death in the past? For instance, this place. That was the place where the ultimate cosmos god fought his way to fame. Many experts had died here, and the entire cosmos had heard of this matter. After these people knew of the origin of this place, they no longer dared to move forward. Everyone was clear of how powerful this place was. They came here to watch the show. They were not here to send themselves to death. The disciple of the ultimate cosmos god, the Empyrean Pole Dojo master, was also an awe-inspiring master in the past. Who dared to guarantee that this Empyrean Pole Dojo master did not become stronger after so many years? More and more people stopped in the surroundings. Everyone tactfully stood at a distance. They did not want to offend the other party, and neither would they enter the battlefield. Empyrean Pole Dojo master, you are finally willing to come out. For the sake of you, I have waited for a total of 8,500 years. The world trembled. An enormous figure stepped over. The moment this figure appeared, everyone felt as if they were jolted. Many who were watching fell down from the sky. It is the giant sky pseudo-cosmos god. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with astonishment. Very soon, this giant walked over step by step. Every step he took caused the world to tremble. As he was about to reach the bone mountain, his body shrunk until he became a small giant about 3 meters in size. Who would have thought that you are the first? But you are quite narrow-minded. Empyrean Pole Dojo master chuckled. Giant Sky Cosmos God had an obvious scar on his face. He lightly caressed the scar. Do you know this? This is what you left behind. I will always remember it. Empyrean Pole Dojo master stood with his hands behind his back. In the past, I could beat you until you cried for your father and mother. This time, it is the same. Call your helpers out so that I don't even have enough warm-up exercises. Empyrean Pole Dojo master, you are indeed arrogant. Do you think you are still the ultimate cosmos god of the past? A snort came from the space. A figure rushed out. If the ultimate cosmos god is here, we might be afraid. But if it is you, what are you? Another figure rushed out. Empyrean Pole Dojo master, today, you shall become a corpse here. So. 4 figures appeared behind giant sky cosmos god. Empyrean Pole Dojo Master squinted. A cold light flashed in his eyes. So it is the four brothers from the Death Valley. Previously, I allowed you to escape. This time you will die. Chapter 3385. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master turned into a dazzling stream of light. The four pseudo-cosmos gods from Death Valley were formidable too. They immediately joined the battle. Giant Sky Cosmos God turned into a giant and joined the battle too. One could see several figures moving to and fro. The speed of the battle was too fast. The experts in the distance could only see the figures flashing by. The void was constantly being destroyed before being restored. The powerful force made everyone break out in cold sweat. This was the combat power of a cosmos god. This senior disciple brother of mine has quite a few enemies. Lin Fei originally thought that they came for him. But now, it seemed that was not the case. They were seeking revenge. Over 8,000 years, it seems their hatred isn't small. Even after so many years, they still can't swallow this grievance. Lin Fei thought. Within a short period, the outcome of the battle was decided. Peng Peng Peng. The five pseudo-cosmos gods including Giant Sky Cosmos God were all sent flying. Just the few of you. Scram as far as you can. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master roared. He once again pounced towards the nearest cosmos god Giant Sky. Only Lin Fei was able to see the entire battle clearly. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master attacked the five pseudo-cosmos gods by himself. All of them were direct attacks. He withstood the attacks of four pseudo-cosmos gods before attacking one of them. Under close combat, the other party could not resist at all. In terms of fleshy body and strength, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master surpassed the other party. Then what if you include us? More experts rushed out from the space one after another. That time, your teacher wiped out the experts from my religion. Today, let me wipe out his disciple. I'll kill you and erase the inheritance of that ultimate cosmos god old thing. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master, it's impossible for you to escape today. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master guffawed. He went up to fight. Good timing. At that moment, the group of people started fighting. There were many who were sent flying before returning back to the battlefield. Lin Fei could see clearly that Heaven's Limit Tavern Master remained unfathomably firm despite being attacked by more than 20 experts. Other than some injuries on his body, he did not suffer from any major injuries. The cultivation technique of a final realm cosmos god is indeed formidable. Under the continuous tempering of his fleshy body, he would gain a powerful defense that ordinary strength could not break through. This is just the first level. If he were to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level, it would be too frightening. Lin Fei admired the ultimate cosmos god for creating such a powerful cultivation technique. Young man, how dare you auction our family's belongings? You're very bold. With a loud rumble, a purple divine thunder descended from the sky and struck towards Lin Fei's head. At the same time, a loud shout came from the divine thunder. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You're finally willing to come out. His fist soared into the sky, and pure physical strength burst forth. The divine thunder contained a paralyzing and brutal tearing force. It was shattered by Lin Fei's fist that soared into the sky, and the surrounding void turned into a field of thunder. To Lin Fei, destroying the divine thunder with a single fist did not pose any difficulty to him. Just when Lin Fei destroyed the divine thunder, a sword light actually slashed over from the void. The majestic force felt like it wanted to destroy everything in the world. The terrifying sword intent crushed down on the body of Lin Fei. The sharp aura felt like it wanted to penetrate through Lin Fei's body. This sword was extremely powerful. When it landed on Lin Fei's body, layer after layer of sword intent erupted. Lin Fei was coincidentally using this to test the defensive strength of his cultivation technique. He had to admit that such strength could not tear apart his fleshy body at all. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this level of defense. When the sword intent landed on Lin Fei's body, another beam of sword light shot over. When it was about to get close to Lin Fei, it split into 365 beams. They were like long needles, attacking all parts of Lin Fei's body. The power of each needle was exactly the same. One beam of sword light splitting into 365 beams was not something that just anyone could do. Lin Fei experienced the 365 attacks. Every single one of them formed a certain rhythm. When the last one landed on his body, an even stronger force converged together and erupted on the surface of Lin Fei's body like a mountain flood. You have indeed obtained the cultivation technique of a cosmos god and even cultivated it to the entry level. It is impossible for someone like you to stay behind. A startled shout could be heard from the void. Many resplendent sword lights once again appeared in front of Lin Fei. Every single one of them exploded on the body of Lin Fei. The sword intent was unparalleled, as if it wanted to cut his body apart. It is Jian Wuxia who acted, transforming 100 with a single sword. He is indeed formidable. Who would have thought that Jian Wuxia from the Jian clan would act? What does this count as? Didn't you see that black-robed man blocking the sword technique with his fleshy body? This is clearly the rhythm of a Daehan cultivator. Too heaven-defying. Amongst the spectators, there were quite a few with good eyesight. When they saw these sword techniques, they were greatly startled. The Jian clan was a unique clan in the eternal cosmos. They walked the Tao of sword innately. In the eternal cosmos, they were known as the Holy Land of the Sword. One could say that any expert who used the sword would have inherited martial arts from the Jian clan. Who dared to belittle such a Jian clan? In the eternal universe, there were very few people who dared to be enemies with the Jian family's experts. No matter who it was, they would be tortured to death by that ever-changing sword technique. Many experts had suffered greatly under the sword of an expert from the Jian clan, and it became a nightmare for the rest of their lives. Jian Wuxia from the Jian clan took the initiative to deal against that black-robed man. His sword technique was meant to probe the foundation of the other party, and it had undoubtedly startled many spectators. Everyone was clear about the peak cultivation technique. This was a cultivation technique that was extremely difficult to grasp. Even though the cosmos gods had taken in many disciples, only a few could truly grasp it. Of which, Celestial Pole Tavern Master was one of them. It was precisely because it was difficult to grasp that everyone paid more attention to it. The moment they grasped it, their combat power would greatly increase, and even their survival capabilities would improve by an entire level. Everyone knew that this black-robed man was strong, but who would have thought that he was so strong to such an extent that Jian Wuxia could not break through his sword technique? This was another ultimate cosmos god. Jian Wuxia switched to 6 different sword techniques. Every sword technique had a different power, yet he could not break through the defenses of this black-robed man. This peak cultivation technique is indeed amazing. Jian Wuxia was increasingly determined to kill this person as he kept changing his techniques. If this person did not die, he would become a cosmos god in the future. By then, everyone would have another powerful enemy, and it would be the kind of person who could not do anything even if he gritted his teeth. Why aren't you all acting? Jian Wuxia revealed his true body. 3 swords were continuously attacking the other party. Curse poison. Another green-robed middle-aged man appeared from the void. He was short and small, and he seemed quite wretched. He held onto a wooden doll and chanted at Lin Fei. Junior disciple brother, be careful. That is the curse cosmos god Xiao Jian. His curse technique is hard to defend against. You must be careful. The moment Celestial Pole Tavern Master saw the green-robed middle-aged man appear, his expression changed greatly. He immediately reminded Lin Fei. Curse technique? Lin Fei truly looked down on this curse technique. Chapter 3386. I am actually poisoned. Lin Fei felt a wave of pain in his body. Blood started flowing from the corner of his mouth. That was a great shock. After cultivating the first level of the peak cultivation technique, the fleshy body's defenses had reached an unfathomable level. Even pseudo-cosmos gods could not tear apart his defenses and injure him. But now, in front of a guy who had cast a curse, he was actually injured, and he couldn't even defend himself. This cosmos god who executed the curse seems to be more frightening than the rumors. He seems more like the nemesis of body cultivators. Lin Fei did not detect the execution of the curse before he fell for it. Waves of intense pain assaulted him. Lin Fei could clearly sense that this curse energy was destroying his body structure unnoticeably. Even though it was not obvious, it was truly disintegrating. This curse technique was amazing. Brat, how do you feel about my curse technique? Cosmos God Xiao Jian stood very far away. He had a teasing smile on his face. That was just an appetizer. Let me tell you again, my curse technique has always been the nemesis of body cultivators. It is still Brother Zhao's curse technique that is amazing. Cosmos God Jian Wuxing laughed. My sword technique can kill others, but it has no effect on body cultivators. Curse technique, one curse at a time. It is indeed worthy of its reputation. As he spoke, Jian Wuxing brought out a huge sword array. There were a total of 365 swords. Every sword was of the same quality, and its power was raised to the limit. An enormous sword came slashing down. The world seemed about to be split apart in front of this sword. This was the opening heaven slash of the eternal Cosmos Jian clan. Jian Wuxing was formidable too. He took the opportunity when the curse technique affected the opponent's mind to execute his strongest killing move. In the Jian clan, sword techniques were not considered much. What was truly formidable was the sword array. Every Jian clan disciple had a sword array. The power of the sword array depended on the number of flying swords of the same quality. For instance, Jian Wuxing's sword array used 365 flying swords. Every sword was of the same quality, and he practically consumed his entire fortune. Hence, its power was naturally extraordinary. When the enormous sword came slashing down, many of the spectating experts began to exclaim in surprise. Before this enormous sword, they felt their hearts turning cold. They could not summon any strength to resist. Jian Wuxing, this kid is mine. Just as the great sword was about to cut down on Lin Fei's body, a figure appeared like a ghost. Wielding a short sword with both hands, the figure drew a cold light as it stabbed towards Lin Fei. This person came too suddenly. Lin Fei once again witnessed what a true expert was. When this person attacked, there were many figures in front of him. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Every attack landed on his body, and his speed was actually a bit slower than his opponent's. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had been attacked. Under the combined might of the curse art and the attack of the man, Lin Fei's powerful physical body was covered in bloody spots all over his body. Around the spot of blood, numerous cracks appeared, looking sinister and terrifying. Jian Wuxing's eyes flashed coldly when he saw the person making a move. Shadow Sting, you appear everywhere. Of course, the person called Shadow Thorn proudly laughed. This person is a gold ingot. You should know that I love robbing the rich to help the poor. Dang 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 dang. Shadow Thorn was just like his name. The short stinger in his hand was as resplendent as the stars. It swept across the body of Lin Fei without leaving any traces. Let me introduce myself. I am Shadow Thorn, and I specialize in assassination. Brat, you have been in the limelight recently, but it's a pity that your combat power isn't good enough even though you have reached the entry level of the peak cultivation technique. Shadow Thorn's speed was fast. He did not leave any traces behind. The moment the other party raised his hand, one could not see any traces of him attacking. Naturally, one could not resist. I really like the things on your body. Hence, I'm sorry, but I can only take them myself. Shadow Thorn chuckled. His figure suddenly faded. Shadow kill. Lin Fei felt his heart trembling. A figure penetrated through his body. The moment he opened his mouth, he spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood. His expression turned pale. Is this Shadow kill? Just as Shadow kill passed through, the great sword came slashing over. An unstoppable aura crushed down on Lin Fei's body. The energy on the great sword contained a powerful penetrative ability. Layer by layer, it penetrated through the body of Lin Fei. His powerful life cells started collapsing. Curse, I seal. Cosmos God Xiao Jian delivered another blow. The inside of Lin Fei's body had turned into a piece of ice seal. The frightening chill became extremely reserved. On the surface, one could not see a single strand of chill seeping out. Nonetheless, it was completely sealed within his body. Even his flesh and cells were beginning to be sealed. He could not use any energy at all. Brat, stop struggling. Under the joint attack of the few of us, there is no cosmos god who can resist against us even if we aren't true cosmos gods. Cosmos god Xiao Jian said with a sinister tone. Jian Wuxia from the Jian family. Cosmos god Xiao Jianyu who could utilize the curse technique. And finally, Cosmos god Shadow Thorn. When these three cosmos gods worked together, it was not something a cosmos god could resist against. Actually, everyone was clear about this outcome. Even if a cosmos god was stronger, he would not be able to resist against three cosmos gods. Junior disciple brother. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was also paying attention to the situation over there. Seeing that his junior disciple brother was at a disadvantage, he subconsciously wanted to save the other party, yet he was obstructed by a group of pseudo-cosmos gods from the Death Valley. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master, you can forget about helping us today. For the sake of dealing against you, we have spent quite a lot of effort. Someone blocked in front of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master became increasingly worried. But when he carefully observed this junior disciple brother of his, he did not see any trace of panic on the other party. He could not help but think back to what the other party said previously. There was no need for him to worry about this junior disciple brother of his. Good. I originally planned to play with all of you, but it seems there isn't a need for that anymore. The body of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master suddenly became tall and sturdy. The aura from his body also became berserk. Extreme berserk. The body of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master moved even though there was no wind. Now, I'll let all of you experience what a true battle is. Stepping into the extreme berserk state, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master's speed skyrocketed. He instantly disappeared from the eyes of everyone. When everyone discovered what happened, the cosmos god who obstructed Heaven's Limit Tavern Master had been sent flying. The cosmos god in midair was suffering from an unprecedented frightening attack. Every punch that landed on his body would cause his bones to break and his flesh to scatter, bringing with it a large amount of fresh blood. That powerful body of his became useless before Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. Everyone only saw that cosmos god turning into a rain of blood in the end. It was like a rain of blood, causing the scalp of those who saw it to turn numb. They inhaled a breath of cold air. He had completely fallen. A pseudo-cosmos god has died. Chapter 3387. Under the rapid offense of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. A pseudo-cosmos god turned into a rain of blood before falling in front of everyone. Many were startled by this. Too powerful. I saw that cosmos god did not have the chance to resist at all. He was beaten to death alive. Who doesn't agree? According to hearsay, no one could resist against a pinnacle cosmos god killing a person in the past. Taking the head of a person among 10,000 was as easy as drinking water. We have all underestimated this Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. He really thinks the other party is easy to bully. After Heaven's Limit Tavern Master killed the first cosmos god, his eyes turned scarlet. He licked his lips. The first one. He immediately pounced towards the second cosmos god. Lin Fei also noticed the transformation in the aura of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. He is using a secret technique to increase his combat power. Is there a need for these people to do this? Lin Fei squinted. Even though his body was cursed, the sword intent was able to destroy his flesh and cells, bringing about a huge impact on his body. This did not bring much pain to Lin Fei. Here, he witnessed the techniques of cosmos gods. It was truly unfathomable. Their offense no longer remained on the surface. Instead, it reached deep into the body. External injuries were ultimately external injuries. They could not unleash their full potential. Cosmos gods had a different attacking style. They would push every attack to the limit, directly destroying the enemy on a deeper level. For instance, the current Lin Fei did not suffer any external injuries, yet the damage on a deeper level was increasing unknowingly. If it were someone else, they would have long collapsed. Lin Fei was considered a special case. Brat, that senior disciple brother of yours can no longer save you. You should just accept your fate. Shadow Thorn's offense was ferocious. Previously, the blood droplets were connected together. Explode! A light shout was heard. Shadow Thorn's offense connected together, erupting with a vast power. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Lin Fei felt as if his body was being kneaded by a huge hand. His bones started shattering, and the energy that erupted permeated into his flesh and cells, increasing the rate of destruction. This is the first wave. I wonder how many waves I can withstand. Shadow Thorn was very proud of himself. No one has ever been able to withstand my continuous bursts. I just don't know if a genius like you can do it. Only by killing a genius like you will I feel a sense of accomplishment, ha! When the Shao Jinyu Ian god heard this, he laughed coldly. I love killing geniuses the most. 2 curses don't seem to be enough. I'll give you another curse. Curse, seal the 5 senses. In the next second, Lin Fei's facial features were sealed by a mysterious power. He could not see or hear, completely becoming an insulator. The instincts of a powerhouse were also completely sealed. Open! Lin Fei was truly infuriated by this. Just a mere cursed cosmos god, and a fake one at that, yet he dared to keep tormenting him. Did he really think he was someone important? Shadowthorn, we still need to rely on our curses to kill. Shadowthorn didn't like this green-robed guy very much. He snorted coldly, is that so? Do you think you can stop my assassination? Do you want me to give you a shadow kill right now? Forget it. I don't have the fortune to enjoy this killing technique of yours. Shao Jinyu Ian God did not wish to fight with a person like Shadowthorn. He did not want to be on tenterhooks all day. In the eternal cosmos, who did not know of Shadowthorn's techniques? I can't stop my offense anymore. When Shadowthorn decided to follow up with another attack, he was obstructed by a layer of energy. The energy on his short spike could not penetrate through the defense, and it was dissipated. Lin Fei opened his eyes once again. His 5 senses were restored. Your curse is indeed formidable. I wonder how strong my killing across space is. Lin Fei did not plan to play anymore. This was just tormenting himself, and that was not worth it. Lin Fei raised his palm. A nation appeared in his palm. Shadowthorn could smell the danger within. He wanted to escape into the darkness, but who would have thought that the Palm China degree, would pull him, a cosmos god, into it. This was none other than the support system's Palm China degree. Shadowthorn, who fell into it, faced against the Grand Army. This palm technique is too terrifying. It actually formed a nation. What the hell? Not everyone could grasp such a profound palm technique. Shadowthorn could not break through the nation. After trapping Shadowthorn with a palm technique, Lin Fei turned his gaze towards Jianghu. That enormous sword was slashing over time with great power, and it was not easy for him to endure. Your sword technique is formidable, and your sword array is even more so. Lin Fei looked at Jianghu. I happen to have a sword technique on hand. I wonder if you can block it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. A golden jingguang shot out. I call this sword Absolute Strike. Jianghu could not see the transformation and dared not be careless. But when he heard the name of the sword technique, he could not help but feel like cursing. Absolute Strike? Who was the one who named it? Sword array, defend. The enormous sword split apart and surrounded his body, forming a layer of protection. After experiencing the power of that palm, Jianghu was prepared. He could not lose to his opponent at this moment. Under the protection of the sword formation, he heaved a sigh of relief. These 365 flying swords weren't that easy to deal with. In the entire Jian clan, there weren't many sword formations like his. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were very few of them. In the eternal universe, in terms of sword techniques, only the Jian family was qualified. This place was known as the Holy Land of Swords, and countless sword experts had received the grace of the Holy Land of Swords. The Jian family was extremely influential in the eternal universe. Jianghu did not believe that his opponent's sword technique could be stronger than the Jian family's. Pooh! The sword light that shot out suddenly disappeared in front of Jianghu. Jianghu's body shook, and a bloody hole was left on his chest. Sword intent exploded, leaving many sword scars. His expression changed. I am a sword expert of the Jian family, and under the protection of the sword array, I actually could not block the opponent's sword technique. Jian Wuqing kept recalling the scene just now, but he could not remember how the sword technique hit him. To a sword expert, to injure oneself with one sword and not be able to see the entire process was an absolute humiliation. You can't figure it out? Lin Fei smiled. I can give you a few more chances. So. 3 sword intents slashed over. Each one was stronger than the previous one. Even those who were far away could feel the chilliness. It was as if they had fallen into an icy river. Sword array, block, block, block. The sword array was activated. When facing the system's absolute hit, one would definitely be hit. No matter who it was, the result would be the same. The first sword, Jian Wuqing's chest was stabbed, and blood flowed. The second sword left a sword scar on his left cheek. The third sword headed for Jian Wuqing's forehead. At the moment of life and death, Jian Wuqing patted his glabella and a sealing force was released. Just as he was about to slash down, a shield appeared at his glabella and blocked the absolute strike. However, he was in great pain and was on the verge of collapsing. I will remember this sword. There was a hint of fear in Jian Wuqing's eyes. He took out something that looked like a scroll and immediately teleported away. 3 swords forced him to use his life-saving item. How could Jian Wuqing not know how strong this person was? Chapter 3388. Jian Wuqing immediately left, frightening that green-robed cosmos god Xiao Jianyu. A sword expert? Being swept by Lin Fei's gaze, cosmos god Xiao Jianyu did not know why, but he had a bad feeling. It felt like he had met an absolute ferocious beast. Jian Wuqing could not block 3 swords from that fellow. How did he resolve the damage from my curse technique? Xiao Jian was an unconventional cosmos god existence. Few in the circle of cosmos gods dared to offend him. Curse techniques were the hardest to defend against. But this fellow in front of him could easily block them, and that was completely out of Xiao Jian's expectations. Looking at his current appearance, he looked like a lively dragon and lively tiger. No matter how one looked at it, he didn't look like he was injured. Me? You are thinking too much. Xiao Jian guffawed. There has never been anyone who could deal against me successfully. It is the same for you too. Even though you forced Jian Wuqing back, who can guarantee that he is not retreating in order to advance? You have to be careful. Who knows when Jian Wuqing might chop off your head? This fellow had evil thoughts. With just a few words, he had created an atmosphere of someone attacking in the dark. It was not easy for anyone to deal with him. It's a pity that he met Lin Fei. Jian Wuqing had indeed left. Those 3 swords were sufficient to make Jian Wuqing not dare to attack again. As for hiding in the dark, that was even more impossible. You are very smart, but it's a pity that you used it in the wrong place. A jingguang slashed out from his eyes. It pierced through the sky and landed on the body of cosmos god Xiao Jianyu. His fleshy body was split into 2. After that, it turned into a puppet doll. I forgot to tell you. Every curse cosmos god specializes in creating puppet substitutes. You can kill me 100 times or 1,000 times. As long as I have a puppet substitute, you will never be able to kill me. Cosmos god Xiao Jian's figure appeared in the distance. He had a complacent look on his face. Now you understand why so many cosmos gods do not dare to offend a cursed cosmos god like me. Cosmos god Xiao Jianyu chuckled. It is because we cannot be killed. The distant spectators were once again shocked by the survival technique of cosmos god Xiao Jianyu when they saw this. Strong. Indeed, it was ridiculously strong. Many people were watching from the void. It wasn't easy to deal with a cosmos god who could unleash a curse. Furthermore, the revenge after that was even more frightening. Now, I will let you experience the true power of a curse technique. That was just an appetizer. Universe god Xiao Jianyu laughed. Curse the passing of life. Behind cosmos god Xiao Jian, an ancient illusory figure appeared. It sat between the world and suddenly extended its hand in the direction of Lin Fei. A thick and mysterious energy descended from the sky. Lin Fei's body slightly shook, and a protective shield appeared in front of him. It was dented by the energy of the Shadow's finger, almost touching his chest. An apex curse Cosmos God? That finger just now contained an extremely terrifying power, exhausting more than 1 billion of Lin Fei's prestige. Lin Fei could clearly feel that if that energy had landed on him, he would have died a horrible death. It could instantly consume all of his life force. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei could easily sense it. Very strong, very terrifying. It seems your curse technique isn't good enough. Lin Fei laughed. It just so happens that I have learned several different curse techniques. Why don't you try them for me and see how powerful they are? Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu felt his heart trembling. Previously, such a powerful curse technique could not be used on the other party. It was forcefully blocked by a layer of energy. This scene happened on a fellow who wasn't a true Cosmos God. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem realistic. Yet it happened. You do have a formidable protective treasure on you. Then I won't be polite. Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu soon thought it through. His eyes flashed with joy. Who wouldn't like a powerful protective treasure? Such an opportunity was hard to come by. As for what the other party said about knowing the curse technique, Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu did not treat it seriously. Those who did not cultivate the curse technique would not know how difficult it was. Only you know the curse technique? If you are capable, why don't you try it on me? Lin Fei laughed. As you wish. Just a moment ago, when he browsed through the reputation system, he found many skills related to curses. They consumed quite a lot of reputation, but it was easy to see how powerful they were. Curse, vomiting and diarrhea. Lin Fei viciously chose an unconventional curse technique. He extended his hand and pointed, causing a curse technique to appear. Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu could not help but laugh when he saw this. He was filled with ridicule. Haha, are you using a curse technique? Didn't your teacher tell you that a medium is needed to support a curse technique? Even if you use this curse technique on me a few dozen times, I won't even blink my eyes. The spectators also shook their heads. What sort of curse technique was this? Even if they did not know how to use the curse technique, they were clear that it required a medium to unleash it. It was not something that could be casually used. The moment Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu finished speaking, with a huala sound, he opened his mouth and spat out a pile of things. That thought of vomiting could not be suppressed at all. Wah wah wah. He kept spitting out things from his mouth. As a Cosmos God, he did not eat much, so the things he spat out were naturally clear water. You can't poop. He started vomiting. His lower body also developed a strong urge to poop. That stimulation broke through the resistance of Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu. In front of so many experts, he actually pulled out a pile of clear water. Pai, drenching his gown. Brat, I will fight it out with you. Such humiliation was something Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu had never encountered in his entire life. The spectators did not know what to say for a moment. They only had one thought in their mind: that fellow really knows how to curse. The furious Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu controlled the medium to unleash many curses. Unlike before, this curse technique could not affect Lin Fei at all. Your curse is not enough. This unique curse of mine is the authentic one. Lin Fei laughed. Vomiting and diarrhea, you should not like it. Then let's change it. Curse, vomiting blood. It was an ordinary name. Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu had constructed several layers of protection on his body, but when the curse ended, he was still struck. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Blood flowed like water, and his face turned pale. How is it? Does it feel good? If not, I can do another one. Lin Fei grinned as he watched Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu vomit blood. Curse, weakening. The body of Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu, who was vomiting blood, trembled. His aura became weaker, and his shoulders started trembling. It was as if he would fall at any moment. Chapter 3389. Universe God Xiao Jinyu unleashed 3 consecutive curse techniques, causing him to faint on the spot. He was clear about the power of the curse technique and how to use it, but the scene before him had toppled the understanding of Universe God Xiao Jinyu. Was this the curse technique? He was an expert in the curse technique. But in front of the other party's curse technique, he could not resist it at all, saying it made him feel sullen. Naturally, it is the most authentic curse technique. Lin Fei chuckled. The curse techniques you all cultivate are unorthodox. Mine is the authentic one. How is it? How does it feel? You should be able to feel it. Authentic curse technique. Universe God Xiao Jinyu suffered a huge blow. He had always been proud of his curse technique. But at this moment his entire body was beaten black and blue by the other party. His final bit of pride was wiped clean. Jian Wuxing lost in sword techniques. Universe God Xiao Jinyu was unwilling to accept this result. He coughed out blood due to the weakness in his body, proving that he was weaker than the other party. How could he be the opponent of such a curse technique? At this moment, Universe God Xiao Jinyu suffered a huge blow. Eat my sword. You can scram now. A jingguang slashed over. It was precisely the sword technique used against Jian Wuxing. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He decisively gave up on the puppet dolls, but this sword light seemed to have locked onto him. Many puppet dolls were destroyed. After losing dozens of them, Xiao Jinyu and Universe Gods clutched their chests and fled into the void, fleeing without a trace. My puppet dolls! The void reverberated with the heart-wrenching voice of Universe God Xiao Jinyu. Unknowingly, a portion of the spectating experts had disappeared. Needless to say, they were chasing after Cosmos God Xiao Jinyu. After losing so many puppet dolls, this Cosmos God was greatly injured. If he did not chase after him now, when would he wait? 3 Cosmos Gods working together could not defeat Lin Fei. This scene made the blood of everyone boil. The other party displayed a mysterious aura that made everyone fearful. With a single sword technique, he forced Jian Wuxing back. That was an expert from the Holy Ground of Swords clan in the Eternal Cosmos. Following that, he defeated the curse technique that made others fearful. The curse technique was a long-distance curse. Those who were unaware would not even know how they died. Cosmos God Xiao Jian could be considered a famous member of the Tao of Curses, yet he was defeated by that mysterious person. Possessing 2 powerful techniques at the same time was not something that just anyone could do. After repelling Cosmos God Xiao Jian, Lin Fei did not chase after him. It was pointless to kill a Cosmos God, and it was better to leave him alive to contribute to his reputation. The contribution of such an expert was relatively significant. Who else wants to make a move? You can do it now. I'd like to experience everyone's skills. Lin Fei's voice was as loud as a bell. At this moment, no one dared to think that this person was arrogant. Of the 3 Cosmos Gods, some were trapped, and some were escaping. The techniques they displayed had broadened the horizons of everyone. Be it sword techniques or curse techniques, they could not be defended against at all. They were not fools. They could see it clearly. When fighting against such a person, they could not find any way to defeat the other party. The other party had reached the threshold of a Cosmos God's cultivation technique, and his fleshy body was as strong as a boulder. In a head-on confrontation, there was really no one who could block this person's attack. The surrounding became extremely quiet. Acting? Not many dared to act. Nobody could be the opponent of a Cosmos God in a one-on-one battle. How could they not see it? A young expert had risen to power. Everyone wanted to know where the limits of this person were. Until now, they could only see that this person cultivated in a complicated manner. It seemed that he did not have a cultivation technique of his own. That was something worth pondering over. Everyone wanted to know the background of this person. But if the other party did not reveal it, they could not see it even if they wanted to. Everyone, let's go together and eliminate this fellow first. There are so many of us. Can't we take down a brat? That's logical. Everyone, let's attack. Lin Fei had offended many people during the auction held by the Extreme Martial School. Even though these people were afraid of Lin Fei's unfathomable techniques, their fear disappeared when someone took the lead. A huge bell appeared from the void and covered the head of Lin Fei. Dong dong dong, sounds reverberated. Many sword intents came from the east, and many sword intents came from the west. No matter which one it was, it would cause others to flee upon hearing it. And it was not just a single saber intent and sword intent. Adding all of them together, there were more than a dozen of them. Every single one of them could cause the expression of others to change. Under the situation where they locked onto Lin Fei, all attacks actually missed. That Lin Fei who was locked onto had disappeared right in front of their eyes. No one could see how Lin Fei managed to rush out. At the moment when the attacks missed, Lin Fei's counterattack came. He would not be foolish enough to resist the attacks head-on. Every bit of prestige consumed was a waste. He would save as much as he could. Great teleportation technique. Lin Fei guffawed. With a wave of his hand, a majestic force enveloped down. The world seemed to turn dark, and the entire place turned silent. This time, it's finally quiet. The people who attacked him had all disappeared. At the same time, a slight fluctuation began appearing in the space of the eternal cosmos. Many figures were teleported to different locations, and all sorts of curses could be heard. Bastard, this is the infernal hell. We are going to die. This is the myriad poison mountain. This place is filled with poisonous beings, and even cosmos gods have to be careful. How did he do it? Under the great teleportation technique, Lin Fei was not interested in where they went. Everything depended on luck. It was not a problem if his luck was good. Otherwise, it could only be said that he was unlucky. Spatial teleportation technique. Many people exclaimed inwardly. Such a technique, and the fact that he could execute such a great teleportation technique with a wave of his hand shocked many people. A cosmos god who cultivated the space element? For a moment, Lin Fei became even more mysterious. Someone who could get through the limit trial left behind by a cosmos god would at least have the strength of a pseudo-cosmos god. A single person cultivated several cultivation techniques. Be it the Tao of Sword, the Tao of Curses, or the Tao of Space, they were not so easy to grasp. Yet someone did it. It was unfathomable. Nobody could imagine how he did it. If there's no one else, I'm going to leave. Lin Fei knew that many experts had left in the dark. Those who could be called experts were more or less equivalent to pseudo-cosmos gods. Under the great teleportation technique, everyone had no choice but to weigh their options. Without any resistance or struggle, they were teleported out. Who dared to look down on them? After Lin Fei said those words, the surroundings became even quieter. No one dared to make a move. Chapter 3390. This battle that garnered so much attention had ended up like this. It was something that exceeded everyone's imagination and expectations. This mysterious black-robed man had a mysterious origin, and his techniques were extraordinarily powerful. Pseudo-cosmos gods could not gain any advantage from the other party at all. What made others feel more fearful was that the other party's killing technique was incredibly powerful. If he were to execute a few more killing techniques, not many would survive. What was the scariest? People like this black-robed brat were the most mysterious and frightening. The other party seemed to be shrouded in a huge mystery, and nobody knew what other techniques he had. The entire place turned cold. Nobody dared to act against this black-robed man. Even cosmos gods could not do so, much less the few of them. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Furthermore, they did not even have to act before the other party could kill them all. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and Lin Fei left this bone mountain. Junior disciple brother, your techniques are truly frightening. My senior disciple brother is far too lacking compared to you. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master sighed. After this battle, the few great prefectures nearby will definitely spread your name. It is merely some empty reputation. It isn't something worth being proud of. Lin Fei chuckled. It's a pity that those true cosmos gods did not act. Their guts are too small. What a disappointment. Pseudo-cosmos gods were existences that Lin Fei did not place in his eyes. Their attacks were sharp and tyrannical, and they were not worth his attention unless they were true cosmos gods. Those big characters have always been cautious. Unless they are 100% certain, they would not act. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master said, it isn't that easy for you to fight with them. This explanation was passable. Lin Fei had indeed sensed several powerful auras that were stronger than pseudo-cosmos gods. In the end, after he repelled the enemies, their auras disappeared. The battle at the Bone Mountain had attracted the attention of many superpowers. But the outcome startled everyone. When the news spread, everyone turned silent as if they were listening to a heavenly book. Several pseudo-cosmos gods worked together to repel Jian Wuxing from the Jian clan, Cosmos god Xiao Jian from the Cursed Grandmaster, and other experts. For a moment, this mysterious man was full of mystery. Young Master, it seems like they are going to the Star River Prefecture. If I'm not mistaken, they are probably going to fight for the position of the Yuan Fu Prefecture Chief. I'm afraid there will be a dark horse in this competition. On the Wasteland of Death, the Zhao family young master watched the entire battle. Up until now, his brows were furrowed. His opponent's body revealed countless mysterious things. A fight for the position of Manor Lord? That is truly interesting. You are indeed someone who could get through the trials left behind by a final realm cosmos god. You are so powerful that many people over at the Star River Prefecture can no longer sit still. The Zhao clan prince chuckled. Young master, I think it's best if we don't offend this black-robed man. His swordsmanship, body tempering, and curses have all reached a certain level. He's an outrageously monstrous genius. It's not a good thing to make an enemy out of him. As long as one wasn't blind, they wouldn't be able to see the potential of the black-clothed man. This is the kind of opponent I like. The Zhao clan's young master said, originally, I treated those few as my opponents, but this time, I'm afraid there will be one more. The Wasteland of Death was huge. After the battle at the Bone Mountain, no one dared to act anymore. Everyone became obedient. Ahead is the entrance to the Star River Prefecture, the Star River entrance. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master had killed quite a few pseudo-cosmos gods and was in a good mood. He pointed to an enormous mountain peak ahead and said, Lin Fei also saw that mountain peak. It was exceptionally conspicuous. Other than the mountain peak, the surrounding was empty. If not for Heaven's Limit Tavern Master explaining it to him, he would have believed that he could cross through it. In reality, it wasn't so. This empty place was actually covered with restrictions. Furthermore, they were extremely formidable. If one carelessly barged in, he would turn into ashes. By relying on this layer of obstruction, nobody could get through. Anyone who wanted to enter the Star River Prefecture had to enter through the Star River entrance. It wasn't an easy task to enter from here. To the protectors above, the people in the Wasteland of Death were natives. Anyone who came close would become their prey. It was unknown how many people were killed outside the Star River entrance. Other than the superpowers with a strong background, the rogue cultivators and other small superpowers would be blocked outside the Star River entrance the moment they got close to it. This was an ordinary matter in the eyes of everyone. When Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Tavern Master got closer, on that huge mountain, a fortress-like door appeared in front of them. There were people walking within the fortress. There were even quite a few large-scale war treasures placed outside the fortress. They were extraordinarily powerful and could deter any expert. Halt. So. Only then did several cold lights shot towards the two of them. Originally, someone in the fortress on the huge mountain had discovered the two of them flying over and controlled the war treasure of the fortress to shoot out attacks. This was a warning to them. Open the door. We want to enter the Star River Prefecture. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master waved his hand, sweeping the incoming attacks to the side. Those who could guard this place were not ordinary people. How could they be deterred by a few words? This is truly interesting. In the past, they would lower their stance when they see us. Today, several daring ones have come. The one guarding this place was a hierarch expert. Under the control of a treasure, even pseudo-cosmos gods had to step aside. Furthermore, behind him was the Star River Prefecture. Guan Shanhu swept his gaze across. He did not recognize the two of them and did not care about them. Scram as far as you can. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill all of you without mercy. Guan Shanhu roared. Such incidents would happen several times a year, and he was already used to it. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master knew that the protector of this door had a bad temper. Having just killed a few pseudo-cosmos gods, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master's killing intent was thick. I am Heaven's Limit Tavern Master from the Extreme Martial School. Are you sure you don't want to open the seal? If not for the seal, and the fact that the Star River Prefecture was governed by the Eternal Church, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master would definitely have the guts to fight his way in. Even though the seal was formidable, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was confident of breaking it if they were to fight. When Jianghu heard the words Extreme Martial School, his expression changed. He was clear of the recent uproar. During this period, many great figures had come out from this place. So it is Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. Jianghu was quite clear about this old neighbor of the Extreme Martial School. He was a low-profile person. You want to enter the city? No problem. Jianghu might not give face to others, but he had to give face to this Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. He did not wish to create trouble for himself. Furthermore, the Extreme Martial School was registered in the Star River Prefecture. It was different from other superpowers. As Lin Fei walked through the entrance of the Star River Prefecture, he was also secretly observing this mountain peak. After a period of observation, he discovered that this mountain peak was refined from a treasure. Using a treasure as a door, it was not something anyone could easily break through. Chapter 3391. The Star River Prefecture was huge. Even the Holy Spirit continent and the other 4 great continents added together could not compare to the current Star River Prefecture. At this moment, Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Dojo Master were sitting in the cabin of a battleship. Such battleships were known as flying battleships within the Star River Prefecture. They were specially used to send people off. The Star River Prefecture was truly too huge, being the largest prefecture in the eternal cosmos. It was not as small as one would imagine. For instance, the battleship Lin Fei was currently on was heading towards the prefecture capital of the Star River Prefecture, Star River City. Just by riding the battleship, it would take 3 years. If one were to fly there, it would take at least a decade. This did not include the various troubles and dangers along the way. In the Star River Prefecture, most people would rely on battleships to travel. And the Star River battleship was the most famous and most recognized by everyone. As for large-scale teleportation arrays, they were too big. Due to the existence of the cosmos' chaotic flow, it was extremely unstable. Hence, nobody dared to use large-scale teleportation arrays. How is it? What are your thoughts? Heaven's Limit Dojo Master had not been to the Star River Prefecture for a long time. He asked Lin Fei while drinking tea. Very big. Lin Fei sighed. I thought the Holy Spirit continent and the other 4 great continents were considered big. But compared to the Star River Prefecture, it pales in comparison. These few days, the Star River Prefecture was far bigger than anyone could imagine. Huge battleships appeared one after another. Over here, one could not see anyone flying alone. Basically, most people were riding on battleships. The speed of these battleships was extremely fast. At the very least, it had surpassed the Hierarch realm. It would not be wrong to say that it was at the Cosmos God realm or even faster. This speed was maintained at an unfathomable speed. In Lin Fei's opinion, even Hierarch experts could not maintain this speed. No wonder everyone loved riding on battleships. Not only was it safe, but it was also faster. Flying in the sky was impossible for Hierarch experts to exhibit the speed of a Hierarch. In this part of the universe, there was a layer of obstruction in the sky. No matter how strong an expert was, they would feel the existence of the obstruction in the air. It was precisely because of this reason that everyone could not fly in the cosmos. They could only ride on battleships. The eternal universe is huge. When you have the time to travel around, you'll know. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master smiled and said, if you don't go to the Star River Prefecture, you will never know that this is the true world of experts. Lin Fei could feel the meaning behind those words. On the way here, he had seen quite a few wealthy and overbearing families. When this is over, I'll go out and experience the universe. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Now it's the world of you young people. We're old. The Empyrean Mansion Master smiled and said, if you want to go out and experience the world, it's best if you improve your cultivation method to the 2nd or 3rd level. In the eternal universe, there are a total of 9 big mansions. Our Star River mansion is the smallest among them and also the safest. The other 8 big mansions are more dangerous than you can imagine. In the eternal universe, survival is the most important thing. Before they reached the Star River Prefecture City, Lin Fei used the faith energy to cultivate his cultivation method. He was prepared to improve his cultivation method from the first level to the second level. Just as he said, this universe wasn't peaceful. If one wanted to live longer, it would be impossible if they didn't have life-saving skills on hand. Actually, Lin Fei knew about this matter even if he did not say it. Some cosmos gods specialized in survival techniques, and many experts had died due to them. This caused a huge commotion. It wasn't easy to cultivate the cultivation method. Since there was still a period of time before reaching the Star River Prefecture City, he could go there and cultivate as much as he could. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei spent 3 years on the flying battleship. Through the window, he could see that it wasn't a desolate plain outside. Instead, there were many buildings. These buildings were unique. This was close to the prefecture city. We are about to reach. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master was in closed-door cultivation recently. Just as they were about to reach, they came to the cabin where Lin Fei stayed. The prefecture city is huge. Just from the tip of the iceberg, Lin Fei could see that the influence of this prefecture city was top-notch. Through the system, he could sense more than 100 powerful auras. Every single one of these powerful auras made one's heart palpitate. And this was just what the system could detect. There were many more hidden auras in the dark. It was hard to say how many auras there were, but they were much stronger than those that were revealed. The flying battleship stopped at the outer perimeter of the prefecture city. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master and Lin Fei came down from the battleship. What entered their eyes were endless buildings of varying heights. In the vicinity, there were even several battleships that landed. A large number of cultivators had arrived at the Star River Prefecture City. Brother Heaven, you are finally here. Not long after, someone came to welcome Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. He was a muscular man with a huge blade on his back. Sorry to disturb you. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master brought Lin Fei over when he saw the other party. The muscular man laughed. It's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. It has been so many years, and you are finally willing to contact me. I might not be able to handle big matters in the prefecture city, but I am not a problem when it comes to small matters. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master explained, this is my good friend of many years, Li Hu. He has a huge influence in this prefecture city. This time, we will have to rely on him. Li Hu's gaze landed on Lin Fei. This should be the mysterious brat who has been in the limelight recently. Lin Fei said, if there isn't a second person, then it should be me. Li Hu clapped, you are truly young and promising. Currently, you are the most famous person in the prefecture city. I wonder how many people admire you. At the outer perimeter of the prefecture city, in a huge martial dojo, Li Hu was the tavern master of the martial dojo. There were many martial dojos in the Star River Prefecture. The Li clan's martial dojo was quite famous too. Even though he was a hierarch, he could threaten a pseudo-cosmos god after executing a secret technique. This wasn't something anyone could achieve. The influence of your Li clan martial dojo is getting bigger. There are many experts inside. Within the martial dojo, Li Hu and the other two were seated together. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master sipped on his tea and said, what can these few experts count for? They are far too lacking compared to your extreme martial dojo. Li Hu said. His face was filled with delight. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. Have you heard? This time, there are many contenders for the position of Yuan Fu. Several popular contenders have appeared. What do you mean? Heaven's Limit Tavern Master asked. Lin Fei listened carefully. The moment he heard it, he could not help but smack his lips inwardly. The contest for the position of Prefecture Master in a fallen Yuan Fu actually involved so many superpowers. What shocked Lin Fei was that the other great prefectures had even infiltrated into the Star River Prefecture. Chapter 3392. Star River Prefecture City, Li Clan Martial Arts Dojo. Lin Fei had been staying at the Li Clan Martial Arts Dojo for a while. During this period, he had gone out several times and heard news about Dark City. Many people were familiar with it, and many even wanted to challenge him, the successor of an ultimate cosmos god. Fortunately, this was not a big deal. Most people snorted and did not really care about it. Instead, news about the contest for the prefecture master position was everywhere. Today, a genius announced that he would participate, and the day before yesterday, several geniuses fought. All sorts of news emerged. What made Lin Fei the happiest was that the eternal cosmos did not seem too peaceful. In restaurants and inns, with the system's eavesdropping ability, Lin Fei could learn more. After sifting through a large amount of news, he would eventually hear something useful. Others might not be able to do it, but Lin Fei did it easily. The Eternal Church was no longer a monolithic entity. Various forces were beginning to stir. Rumor had it that the current Pope of the Eternal Church had not appeared for a full 500 million years. 500 million years was a very long time. For some powerhouses, if they were unable to break through, they would not be able to live that long. The Pope of the Eternal Church was an apex expert who oversaw a part of the cosmos. He had not appeared for hundreds of millions of years. No matter which force it was, there would always be some. After that battle, he had disappeared for a full 500 million years. Now, the Eternal Church was not as good as it used to be. Various forces were also beginning to stir. Whether the news was true or not was another matter. But to Lin Fei, it was good news. In addition, he also took the opportunity to understand the forces in the Star River Prefecture. Those who did not know would not know that the Star River Prefecture was the smallest prefecture under the Eternal Church, but its overall strength was unbelievably strong. The Star River Prefecture Master was the top expert in Star River Prefecture and one of the top 1,000 experts on the Eternal List. The Eternal List was created by the Eternal Church. The strength of the experts on the list was not exaggerated at all. Those who could enter the Eternal List were true apex experts. So far, the Eternal List only allowed the top 10,000 experts to enter. Even the 10,000th ranked at the bottom was an existence worthy of admiration. At a table by the window in an inn and restaurant, Lin Fei would come here to drink tea every few days. Not far away was the most lively place in the prefectural city, the Star River Square. In the middle of the square, there was an arena. Many young experts would come here to challenge experts from various places. It could be considered a major feature of the prefectural city. Any powerhouse who could defend the arena for 10 days would be rewarded with a gift from the Star River Prefecture city. For example, right now, there were two Heaven's favorites fighting in the arena. One was wielding a sword while the other was wielding a saber. The saber and the sword were exchanging blows and it was extremely lively. The competition for Yuan Fu had not yet begun. Lin Fei was relatively relaxed recently. Every single contest for the position of Prefecture Master was not an easy one. It was not a one-on-one fight, and the content of the test was always different. As for what it was this time, there was no news yet. The saber user is going to lose. There's a flaw in his saber technique. It will definitely be broken by the opponent. In the restaurant, there were many people with good eyesight. They could see the weakness of the saber expert. The victor would soon be decided. That was indeed the case. After a dozen moves, the saber expert would strike from the flaw, knock the opponent's weapon away, and stab the opponent's chest with his sword. The victor would be decided. Lin Fei watched with great interest. He had no interest in participating in this kind of arena. Putting everything else aside, just the first level of the ultimate cultivation technique alone would make it hard for him to be shaken even if he stood in the arena and let his opponent slash at him. His ultimate cultivation technique was about 1/3 of the way to the second level. If he could break through to the second level, his body would be even stronger. Those experts have not shown up yet. As Lin Fei watched the battles in the arena, he was also collecting information. Here, he could obtain a large amount of information through the system. However, he did not gain anything today. None of the experts from the other 8 prefectures mentioned by Li Hu had appeared. Lin Fei was very interested in them. According to Li Hu and the news he had heard, there were young powerhouses from all 8 prefectures who had come to fight for the position of Prefecture Master. This was a chance for the youngsters to rise to the top in a single step. The fight for the position of prefecture master had an age limit, which blocked many people out. The fight for the position of prefecture master would be between the youngsters. Unfortunately, until today, Lin Fei did not see any experts from the other prefectures. Lin Fei was about to get up and leave in disappointment. Just as he got up, a figure in the square caught his attention. It's her. The figure in the square was not very eye-catching. If not for the system's annotation, Lin Fei would have made a mistake. Zilong. It was the arrogant lady in purple who had come out from the sealed space. The current Zilong did not have a trace of arrogance on him. He looked ordinary, and it was hard to associate him with the Zilong of the past. Her father doesn't seem to be here. Could it be that she is also here for the position of Yuan Fu Prefecture Master? Lin Fei thought to himself. Whether it is or not, there must be a reason why she is here. Although there were many contenders for the position of Prefecture Master, it was still unclear who would win in the end. If Lin Fei had not appeared, no one would know the result. But since he had decided to make a move, no one could snatch the position from him. Lin Fei was now very interested in Zilong's appearance. In the square, there were people constantly climbing the arena to fight against various experts. Some could last for 3 or 4 rounds, but others could only last for 1 round before being kicked out. Without a doubt, the longer one lasted, the more people would try to recruit them after they left the arena. The Star River Prefecture City was another land of opportunity. Joining a large sect or family was no longer something that could only be encountered by chance. As long as one could display absolute strength, people would constantly appear to recruit them. Lin Fei walked towards Zilong. His aura had changed, probably because he had used a secret technique. However, his long purple hair did not change, and he still stood out in the crowd. Several youths surrounded Zilong. Every one of them was dressed in extraordinary clothes, and there was a hint of arrogance between their brows. At this moment, they were very attentive. This scene fell into Lin Fei's eyes, and he felt very uncomfortable. Junior sister, why do you need to go up? The few of us can go up. Our senior brothers are all experts, and it's not difficult for us to defeat them. If you go up, wouldn't it be a waste of your talents? It's not worth it at all. I'll go up. It'll only take a few minutes to defeat them. Zilong's long purple hair draped over his shoulders, and he wore a white palace robe with a faint smile on his face. It was a sweet voice. This caused Lin Fei, who had just approached, to suspect that he had heard wrongly. Was this still the arrogant Zilong? Back then, he had fought with him, and it took him a lot of effort to suppress his arrogance. Chapter 3393. Who are you? Zilong replied casually without looking at the person. When she spoke, she suddenly felt that the voice was familiar. She turned around subconsciously and blinked her beautiful eyes. Why are you here? Zilong did not expect to see this black-haired fellow here. Who are you? This is our junior sister. Are you trying to hit on her? The people around him were unhappy. They stared at the black-robed kid with evil intentions. Do you know who we are? We are from the Divine Dragon sect. If you know what's good for you, scram immediately. One of the senior brothers glared at Lin Fei ferociously, looking like he would attack at any moment. Lin Fei ignored them and chuckled. I thought you didn't recognize me. Zilong's feelings towards Lin Fei were very complicated. She had always been very competitive, but she had never felt so helpless against someone before. From the Divine Spirit Continent to the Star River Prefecture, there was no one to lead the way. Even with his own strength, he could not make it. Was his strength so strong? All sorts of thoughts popped up in Zilong's mind. Senior brothers, this person is so troublesome. Can you help me chase him away? Zilong blinked her eyes. Ever since the few senior brothers entered the sect, they had been eyeing them. It was a pity that no one had succeeded. They took the opportunity to curry favor with Lin Fei. No problem. All of us from the Divine Dragon sect are Divine Dragon warriors. To them, anyone who dared to hit on their junior sister was an enemy. Their arrogant faces started to reveal divine inscriptions, making them look even more ferocious. It was a pity that all of this was useless against Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed. Old friend, you are still so playful. It is better for these kids to stand aside. Hua hua hua. The few senior brothers wanted to say something, but they realized that they had deviated from their positions and stood aside. Everyone looked at each other. A voice sounded in their ears. You should be thankful that this is the Star River Prefecture. If it was somewhere else, all of you would be dead. A chill ran down their spines. A small-scale teleportation. They didn't even have time to react. This method was truly terrifying. Let's go sit together? Lin Fei looked at Zilong with a smile. I believe your senior brothers won't have any objections. Lin Fei's indifferent gaze swept over. These senior brothers were instantly like chickens that had been castrated, and they had listless expressions as they nodded repeatedly. No problem. It would indeed be a pity if we don't have a drink when meeting old friends. In an elegant and quiet private room of a tea house, Lin Fei and Zilong sat facing each other. In front of them was a pot of tea, and the faint aroma of tea permeated the air. Try this. This is the famous Starry Sky tea of the Star River Prefecture. It can strengthen one's physical body. Lin Fei poured a cup for Zilong before pouring a cup for himself. He watched with a smile. Zilong did not believe that Lin Fei was a good person. Just like the old saying, those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions. After drinking a cup of tea, Zilong said, Don't tell me you're also here for the Jianghu Prefecture Master. Lin Fei was shocked. Your sixth sense is really strong. Why do you think I'm here for that? There are countless experts in this universe. Do you think I can do it? Zilong smiled. That depends on the person. If it's someone as unfathomable as Brother Lin, then it's a different matter. Don't you think so? Lin Fei picked up the teapot and poured a cup for himself. I feel pressured talking to you. By the way, why did you join the Divine Dragon sect and even become a junior sister? Did you find a backer? Zilong rolled his eyes. You really can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Can't I have a backer? Don't change the subject. If you're here for the position of Palace Master, I advise you to give it up. This position is not something you can obtain. Lin Fei smiled and took a sip. I know. That territory isn't as big as it used to be. However, there are still a lot of resources. Especially when the 5 continents are about to merge, the potential is not inferior to the past. Who wants to be the prefecture master? The benefits will definitely bring a lot of benefits to a family or even a sect. Zilong shook his head. You're only partially right. The Jianghu Prefecture is a special place. Whoever becomes the prefecture master will have a lot of influence. The fight for this position has already involved those big shots. If I were you, I would immediately give up this unrealistic idea. Maybe you don't know, but the Jianghu Prefecture Master will also participate in this test. That Dan Yu is not a good person. He will definitely kill all of you. Lin Fei listened quietly. It seems like you guys know a lot of things. Zilong really didn't want Lin Fei to take the risk. Their Divine Dragon sect was a top-tier sect. They had many information channels and knew many secrets that no one knew. For example, the contest for the prefecture master position. Hee, I'm a bold person. How can I not participate in such a good thing? Lin Fei said with a smile, if you also participate in it, I will spare your life. It would be such a pity for a great beauty to die inside. Zilong stood up. Let's stop drinking tea here. I've already told you my advice. You better listen to it. It will only be good for you. Also, don't come looking for me. It's not a good thing for you. Zilong stood up and left the box, leaving Lin Fei with his back view. Lin Fei didn't follow. He drank 3 cups of tea in a row. I'm determined to get the position of prefecture master. No one can stop me. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He had a vague feeling that this matter might be related to the rumor that the sect master had disappeared for hundreds of millions of years. Perhaps, someone was plotting something. After leaving the tea house, Lin Fei enjoyed the warm sunlight. However, the appearance of 2 figures affected Lin Fei's suppression. They were 2 golden-armored men. Their entire bodies were golden, and they were very eye-catching as they walked on the street. Kid, listen up. My young master said that you are not allowed to disturb Miss Z in the future. If you appear again, You won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. The golden-armored man's voice was cold and filled with coldness. You're lucky today. My young master didn't kill anyone. However, he won't be so kind the next time. Lin Fei rubbed his nose. These words seemed to be fulfilling Zilong's words when he left. This seemed to have happened a little too quickly. Lin Fei had heard about the origins of the Divine Dragon sect. Under the rule of the Eternal Church, there were still many top forces in this universe. After hundreds of millions of years, the influence of the top forces had undoubtedly expanded. Are you threatening me? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's a threat. The golden-armored man said disdainfully. It's good that you know. Lin Fei smiled. You're lucky today, so I won't kill you. The two golden-armored men laughed. Kill us? Chapter 3394. After Lin Fei teleported them out, he patted them and left. The threat? He couldn't be bothered. At most, he would just leave. In the Star River Prefecture, not many people could stop him, not even those hidden experts. Lin Fei was rather confident about this. Now that he had sufficient confidence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to use his connections to intimidate others. As for the beautiful Zilong's visit to the Star River Prefecture, Lin Fei realized that the contest for the prefecture master position was far more intense than he had imagined. After Zilong left, the senior brothers weren't as attentive as before. It was obvious that they were still immersed in the previous scene and couldn't recall the existence of such a young expert. Such a precise teleportation within a small area wasn't something that just anyone could do. If it was used to kill someone, not many people would be able to defend themselves. Even now, they didn't feel anything as they teleported. This wasn't a good feeling. In a luxurious mansion in the Star River Prefecture, this was the temporary residence of the Divine Dragon sect. Such a luxurious mansion could be found in any large prefecture. Father, I saw Lin Fei. Zhao Tian's appearance was completely different from before. He now looked like a scholarly and refined scholar. He was currently sipping tea and playing chess with a certain someone. When he heard Lin Fei's name, he only nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. Is this person interesting? Sitting opposite Zhao was a white-robed old man. He had a head full of white hair and was in high spirits as he asked curiously. Senior brother sect leader, this kid is interesting. Zhao played a chess piece and smiled. His abilities are very mysterious. It's all thanks to this kid that I was able to come out of the boundless world mountain. So he's our benefactor. The white-haired old man smiled. Please come and visit us when you're free. If it weren't for him, our Divine Dragon sect would probably be stuck for a long time. Zhao took a sip of tea. That kid, senior brother sect leader, loves to cause trouble. I can guarantee that once he comes to the Star River Prefecture, it won't be easy for those who want to fight for the position of Prefecture Master. Everyone will have a headache. As the current sect leader of the Divine Dragon sect, the white-haired old man was very clear about his junior brother's capabilities. After returning to the Divine Dragon sect, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was inconceivable that such a person would attach so much importance to another person. I'm actually quite interested in this Lin Fei you spoke of. This time around, I wonder how many experts have participated in the fight for the position of Yuanfu. It can be said that this time around, the number of participants is much higher than the previous times. Since you think so highly of that brat, could it be that he's even stronger than the Divine Dragon warriors from our Divine Dragon sect? The white-haired elder asked. That's hard to say. Zhao said. In any case, that kid gives off a very terrifying feeling. It's strange that a grand expert like me would be afraid of a kid. Zilong blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Father, that kid seems to be stronger than before. Our Divine Dragon sect senior brothers were teleported in front of him. They couldn't even struggle. I can't see through his strength. Interesting, this is really interesting. Lin Fei returned to the Li family martial arts dojo. However, when he returned to the Li family martial arts dojo, it had completely changed. Especially the main entrance, it was completely ruined. Something happened. Lin Fei rushed into the Li family martial arts dojo. At this moment, many of the Li family martial arts dojo's disciples were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Damn it, Li family wants to take over our Li family martial arts dojo. A loud noise came from the dojo's main hall. Could it be that Li family came looking for us? Lin Fei thought. When he saw the Heaven's Edge dojo master at the entrance, his expression didn't look good. In the Star River Prefecture, Lin Fei's only enemy was Li family. After all, many of Li family's enemies had suffered great losses at his hands. It was normal for them to come here to take revenge. If the Li clan didn't know about entering the Star River Prefecture, then the Li clan's strength was too weak. You didn't meet anyone from Li family, right? The Heaven's Edge dojo master asked when he saw Lin Fei return. No what? Lin Fei lowered his voice. Are they here to cause trouble for me? Lin Fei's first impression was that Li family was here to find him. Li family must have encountered an undeserved calamity. The master of the Empyrean Pole dojo shook his head. The Li family has been focusing on that matter recently, so how could they pay attention to you? Besides, haven't you already captured Guard Captain Bai of the Celestial River Guard? Unless the Li family meets you, you don't need to worry. Then why? Li family dojo and Li family have a relationship. Therefore, Li family wanted to incorporate Li family's dojo. However, Li Hu is stubborn and naturally refused. Just before you came back, they fought and many disciples of Li family dojo were injured. The Heaven's Edge dojo master said. Lin Fei suddenly understood. So this was the case. He had been overthinking things. Li family wasn't targeting him. He had been worried for nothing. If it was really because of him, he would definitely feel guilty. Lin Fei had experienced the Li family's overbearing ways. Especially that young master. Without saying a word, he would sneak away with a bad idea, making it impossible to guard against him. His strength was also not bad. Fortunately, he had some wealth at that time. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss if he wasn't careful. His current actions were in line with the Li family's overbearing way of doing things. Like person like family. Li family is getting more and more excessive. Li Hu sighed. He had no way to deal with this aristocrat. For example, this time, when he taught a lesson to the Li family, many disciples of his dojo were injured. Not only did he not gain any advantage, he even became worried. What a son of A.B***. Li Hu gulped down a big bowl of wine. Both his eyes were scarlet red. The Heaven's Edge dojo master didn't know what to say. Why don't we go somewhere else? Li Hu shook his head. That's difficult. The Li family dojo has been here for generations. If my generation goes somewhere else, I won't have the face to see the ancestor. The Heaven's Edge dojo master said, that's not easy. In a place like the Star River Prefecture, offending a colossus like the Li family wouldn't end well. In Lin Fei's opinion, this matter wasn't difficult. As long as Captain Bai made an appearance, the Li family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Unless it was necessary, he didn't want to expose Captain Bai. After all, he was a chess piece. Dojo master, it's not good. Someone from the Li family has come. It seems to be a young master. A disciple from the dojo hurriedly ran in. His expression was pale. The Li family is too much. Li Hu stood up. Do they really think that I, Li family, don't dare to kill them? Being an expert who was infinitely close to the strength of a cosmos god, he was slightly famous within the Star River Prefecture. Chapter 3395. Li Family Martial Arts Dojo. The dojo's disciples were lying on the ground in the martial arts hall. They were all severely injured. Trash, what a bunch of trash. You can't even take down a martial arts dojo. A young man was standing in the middle of the hall. He was scolding his subordinates so much that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Li Hu, if you don't come out, I'll tear down your dojo right now. The young man stood with his hands behind his back. His tone was arrogant and domineering, as if he was going to take down the Li family martial arts dojo. The Li family is so arrogant. Tear it down if you can. I'd like to see what gives you the right to do. Li Hu entered from the main entrance and his gaze landed on the young man. I was wondering who it was. It's young master Li Wuheng. Li Wuheng was a direct descendant of the Li family. He was quite influential. He had recently killed many experts and gained a lot of fame. It was hard not to know about him in the Star River Prefecture. "It's good that you know my name." Li Wuheng turned around and said condescendingly, "Li Hu, I'll cut to the chase. Join the Li family and hand over the Li family martial arts dojo. Good for you, good for me, and good for everyone." Domineering and direct. The veins on Li Hu's hands were bulging. As an ultimate god, he had never been ignored like that. The Li family is indeed domineering. Li Hu took a step forward and stared at Li Wuheng. "What if I don't agree? Are you going to kill me right now?" Boom. Li Hu's ultimate god aura turned into a gust of wind as he took a step forward and swept toward Li Wuheng. Li Wuheng smiled. "It's not good to kill, but I don't mind crippling your strength. Without an expert like you, the Li family martial arts dojo will be doomed." Needless to say, the dojo's disciples felt a terrifying chill from Li Wuheng's body. The strongest person in the Li family martial arts dojo was Li Hu. Without Li Hu holding the fort, this martial arts dojo would be devoured cleanly by others. Too ruthless. I've long heard of young Master Li's strength. Today, I'm here to see for myself. Li Hu stretched out his hand and a saber appeared in his hand. The saber turned into dozens of saber rays in midair. Li Wuheng reached out with one hand and lightly flicked his finger at the dozens of saber lights. After a series of clanging sounds, the dozens of saber lights shattered and lost their power. Finally, he flicked his finger heavily on the blade. Li Hu was holding the saber with one hand. Under the pressure of the other party's finger, the saber almost flew out of his hand. Li Wuheng had just stabilized his body when he was covered by a palm in front of him. Heart-piercing palm. Li Hu's palm pierced through the saber. He staggered and pulled himself back to the door. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as he stared at Li Wuheng in shock. "Who would have thought that you have broken through to the hierarch realm and are half a step into the cosmos god realm? The power of your piercing heart palm is extraordinary." Li Hu seemed to have suffered a huge blow. His expression slowly paled. "Are you going to fight me to the end?" Li Wuheng clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "I only used 50% of my strength in the heart-piercing palm." Li Hu didn't expect Li Wuheng to be stronger than him. Caught off guard, the heart-piercing palm had injured his body, and the injury was not light. It's just that Li Hu wasn't willing to hand over the dojo. What a great Li clan. I wonder how is that young master from your Li clan doing now? Just as Li Hu was hesitating, a chuckle could be heard. Who is speaking? Li Wuheng turned around. Several cold lights came flying over. Lin Fei waved his hand, causing the cold lights to shatter. Hee hee, it seems the temper of your Li clan isn't that good. Lin Fei chuckled, you are too narrow-minded. Killing people at the drop of a hat. No wonder you can snatch things so easily. Li Wuheng saw the person who spoke. He looked young, and mistook him as a disciple from the Li clan dojo. Dojo Master Li, this disciple of yours isn't polite. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are speaking. Let me help you discipline him. Li Wuheng's figure disappeared with a so. A palm imprinted on Lin Fei's chest. Li Wuheng's figure appeared with a faint smile hanging on the edge of his mouth. This is the heart-piercing palm? It doesn't seem powerful at all. Lin Fei smiled as he watched. I truly do not know who gave you such courage to deal against me. You are actually fine. Li Wuheng exerted his strength, yet the fellow in front of him did not move at all. That smile seemed so mocking to him. Of course I'm fine. Your heart-piercing palm isn't good. Lin Fei shook his head. Just nice, I know a palm technique similar to the piercing palm. You can give it a try too. Give it a try? Li Wuheng chuckled. He retracted his palm and left. At the moment when Li Wuheng reappeared, in front of him, Lin Fei had already slapped his palm on Li Wuheng's chest. Ka. Li Wuheng's powerful fleshy body actually collapsed under a single palm. After reforming once again, Li Wuheng's expression was abnormally pale. He stared at this black-robed man. Who exactly are you? Li Wuheng was a half-step cosmos god, and he could not resist the invasion of the other party's strength. Lin Fei grinned. Naturally, I specialize in dealing with those who are unconvinced. For instance, people like you. Do you feel good from that palm previously? Do you want to do it again? I guarantee you will feel great. Specialize in dealing with those who were unconvinced. Li Wuheng's expression became especially ugly. This is someone from the Li clan. Unless you want to interfere. Li Wuheng could not see through the other party. So what if I interfere? Lin Fei squinted. It seems you are prepared to try my palm technique again. A shield appeared in front of Li Wuheng. He was indeed frightened. That palm previously had consumed a large amount of his life force, making him feel fearful. Such an expert had appeared in the Li clan martial dojo, yet he did not know about it. His subordinates were all trash. There was not much time left until the contest for the position of Yuanfu. The Star River Prefecture would become a place where everyone paid attention to. It was normal for such an expert to appear. Dojo Master Li, your luck is not bad. Li Wuheng snorted. I hope your luck will always be good. Li Wuheng was not willing to act again. It would be disadvantageous for him to face an expert he did not know. Furthermore, nobody dared to use their full strength in the Star River Prefecture. After leaving behind a ruthless sentence, Li Wuheng turned around and left. After waiting for Li Wuheng to leave, Li Hu gratefully said, Brother Lin, why must you do this? That is the Li clan, one of the top clans in the Star River Prefecture. Lin Fei shook his head. It's not a big deal. Furthermore, there is enmity between me and the Li clan. Even if I don't find them, they will come looking for me. Li Wuheng left the Li clan martial dojo. Immediately watch this place for me. Also, find out what is the background of that brat. Li Wuheng turned back to the Li clan martial dojo. If you offend me, there will be no place for you in the Star River Prefecture. Chapter 3396. The direct descendant of the Li clan, Li Wuheng, came to visit. Li Hu felt a headache and immense pressure. If this matter wasn't handled well, Li Hu didn't dare to imagine what would happen to the Li clan martial arts dojo. After Li Wuheng left, Li Hu went to look for someone. It seemed like he wanted to have a good talk with the Li clan. How do you intend to deal with the Li clan? The Heaven's Fate dojo master asked Lin Fei. Initially, Lin Fei had not planned on taking action. However, Li Wuheng's actions had displeased him. Thus, he had stepped forward to beat Li Wuheng back. However, he had clearly seen the look in Li Wuheng's eyes before he left. This matter wasn't over yet. It's simple. If Li Wuheng dares to make a move, I will dare to kill. Lin Fei was straightforward. Moreover, the Li clan won't dare to openly kill for a long period of time. In the Star River Prefecture, the Li clan was a noble clan. However, they didn't dare to kill at this time. If they offended the clans of other prefectures, they wouldn't be able to gain anything. Lin Fei was very indifferent. The Heaven's Fate dojo master was convinced by Lin Fei. After thinking about it, this method was actually quite good. On the other side, Li Wuheng returned to the Li clan with a belly full of anger. That kid seems to know Li Haoren. He should be Li Haoren's enemy. Li Wuheng quickly thought of something and went to look for Li Haoren. In the Li clan, all resources had to be fought for. Li Haoren was one of the best. However, ever since the incident at the Hopeless Boundary Mountain, Li Haoren had suffered a huge setback. He had no choice but to enter seclusion to cultivate. He had wasted a large amount of resources and became a joke in the Li clan. To be honest, Li Wuheng really wanted to thank the person who made a move. It was during Li Haoren's seclusion that Li Wuheng rose to power. The timing was just right. Third young master, you're really carefree. Li Haoren was hugging a maid, his entire head almost buried in the maid's chest, causing the maid to giggle. Li Haoren raised his head unhappily when Li Wuheng barged in. What brings you here today? What a rare guest. Li Wuheng chuckled, I'm actually just passing by. If I don't come in to take a look, then I've seen something bad. I can even see your murderous intent. In order not to be plotted against by you, I'm going to tell you something good. It's a good thing. Li Haoren didn't believe that Li Wuheng would be so kind. Then I really want to hear it. Li Wuheng waved his hand and used his energy to copy the image in his mind. This wasn't some profound technique and anyone could do it. A portrait appeared in front of Li Haoren. It's him. Li Haoren pushed the maid away and stood up. His eyes became scarlet as he stared at this person. Tell me, where is this person? Last time in the Boundless World Mountain, one of his main bodies had died, and the losses were heavy. Afterward, no one knew what happened. Li Haoran was furious. In the end, it was the clan's ancestor who used a secret technique to find the other party's appearance. This matter had always been a thorn in Li Haoran's heart. He is at the Li family martial arts school. Li Wuheng knew that he had come to the right place. Indeed, that brat had a grudge with Li Haoran. Furthermore, it looked like the fellow who had caused third young master to end up in a sorry state was this person. Li, who was still looking for help. Lin Fei and the Empyrean Pole Dojo master didn't go out much. They were helping Li Hu to oversee the Li family martial arts school. After Li Wuheng came knocking on his door, Li Hu released the disciples from the dojo and told them not to come back for a period of time. He didn't want the disciples of the Li family martial arts school to become injured or disabled before the matter was settled. Currently, the Li family martial arts school was very quiet. Lin Fei enjoyed this quiet atmosphere. It was perfect for him to practice his extreme cultivation technique every day. Find that person for me. If he runs away, you guys are dead. In this quiet atmosphere, a group of people barged into the Li family martial arts school. The one leading the group was Li Haoran. After knowing the specific location, he immediately brought his men to the Li family martial arts school to capture that person. He had been holding this anger for a long time. Li Haoran walked into the Li family martial arts school. When he thought of that brat, he gritted his teeth. A dignified young master had suffered a great loss in a place like Boundless World Mountain. Young master, I found him. The martial practice hall was empty. Lin Fei was currently seated. He ignored the people who rushed in. Not far away, Black Yuan stood in front of him, forming a barrier. I've finally found you. The moment Li Haoran entered, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Boundless hatred surged out. It was precisely because of this fellow that he became a big joke in the Li family. He had almost lost his position. This time, let's see where you can run to. Li Haoran brought along experts from the clan this time. What a coincidence. I've killed you once, but you didn't learn your lesson. If you have time, I'll come again. Lin Fei chuckled. Li Haoran immediately became furious. Black Yuan knew that this was his scar, yet he dared to pour salt on it. What a bastard. The previous time, you sneak attacked first. This time, you can't escape even if you grow wings. Come, capture him alive for me. Li Haoran sneered. Wait until you land in my hands, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The 30 experts received their orders. Black Yuan laughed. He released his Cosmos God aura, causing a gale to blow. Peng peng peng. More than 30 experts were instantly pressed down onto the ground. Just the few of you dare to harm my master? Why don't you open your eyes and see what you are? Black Yuan took a step forward. Booming sounds could be heard. Li Haoran was shaken by this Cosmos God aura, causing him to tremble. You are a Cosmos God. Li Haoran felt his heart turning cold. What was this? An enemy of his actually had a Cosmos God as his subordinate? Li Haoran felt like vomiting blood. Cosmos God, did he have to be so savage? Are you still going to capture me now? Lin Fei had already stood up. He grinned as he walked towards Li Haoran. Quite a lot of people, but it's a pity that I can't do it at the crucial moment. Li Haoran did not dare to move. Even though he had a huge improvement in his strength. He was a half-step Cosmos God, but the gap between him and a true Cosmos God was too great. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Li Haoran planned to leave this place first. Facing a Cosmos God, the pressure was too great. Lin Fei laughed, but I don't feel that's the case. I've already said that I killed you the previous time, yet you came the second time. Don't you think you are a fool? I'll endure. Li Haoran knew that if he could not control himself, he would be beaten half to death. Say, do you think I should beat you to death again? Lin Fei grinned, revealing his white teeth. An ant. Yi Xiaolong was not interested in fighting him. Wait a minute, you can't kill me. This is the Star River Prefecture, and killing me isn't beneficial to you. I'm willing to compensate you. Li Haoran thought back to the methods he used in the past. Even now, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Furthermore, there was still a cosmos god present. This was a huge pit. Chapter 3397. The Li family martial arts school quieted down again. Those who thought that the Li family martial arts school was going to suffer were gloating. Of all the people he could have offended, he had to offend the Li family, a top-notch force in the Star River Prefecture. If they were in his shoes, they would have given up the Li family martial arts dojo a long time ago. The Li family martial arts school was not a secret in the surrounding area. Who wouldn't be able to tell that the Li family was swaggering around? Would the Li family martial arts dojo be able to withstand Li Haoran's visit? But the other result was that Li Haoran entered and came out quickly, and when he came out, he was expressionless. For a moment, it aroused countless suspicions. Li Hu came back as soon as he heard the news. The Li family is going too far. When Li Hu heard that Li Haoran, the direct descendant's young master, had arrived, he immediately dropped everything and rushed over. He was worried that something might have happened to Lin Fei and the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master. Brother Li, this matter has been resolved. You don't need to worry anymore. Sky Pole Dojo master said with a smile. How is this possible? When Li Hu saw that the two of them were fine, he immediately relaxed. However, he was still skeptical of the Empyrean Pole Dojo's words. The Li family doesn't seem to be so easy to negotiate with. Li Haoran's influence in the Li family was not small. Now that he had personally come to the Li family, this matter would not be so easily resolved. Everything is fine now. It's impossible for the Li family to make a move in the short term. Lin Fei smiled and said, I got to know this young master Li Haoran. After catching up with him, I let go of everything. Reminiscing? Li Hu felt that it was too unbelievable. That was the young master of the Li family's direct line of descent. No matter how one listened to it, it didn't sound too realistic. Since my junior brother has said so, it must be fine. You can rest assured. The Empyrean Pole Dojo master said, even if the Li family comes to look for the Li family martial arts dojo, they won't look for you. Besides, it's not certain whether they have the courage to do so. Guts? Li Hu had a feeling that something had happened in the dojo while he was away. After Li Haoran left, the Li family martial arts dojo returned to normal. As Li Hu had imagined, the revenge did not appear. It was unknown how many people were taken aback. After the dignified Li family suffered a loss, they actually did not retaliate? Unbelievable! The Li family martial arts school continued to exist. Lin Fei and the Empyrean Pole Dojo master stayed at the Li family dojo. He stayed there for a long time. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Over the past 10 years, the Star River Prefecture had become more and more lively. The battle for the Yuan Fu was about to begin, and almost all the geniuses from the major prefectures under the church had arrived. This time, the Yuan Fu competition included the experts of the entire universe. It was a true gathering of heroes. Since a year ago, all the inns in the Star River Prefecture had been booked. Those mansions were also bought at high prices. For example, some of the mansions near the Li family martial arts dojo had changed owners for a very long time. The Star River Prefecture had issued an order that forbade anyone from causing trouble within the Star River Prefecture. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. This was not an ordinary order. With the influx of outsiders, the Star River Prefecture became overcrowded with people. Fights broke out on the streets, and the Star River Guard had no choice but to issue orders. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle it all. Li Family Martial Arts School. After the incident 10 years ago, Li Hu was worried for a period of time. Seeing that no one came to cause trouble, he was relieved. In a quiet courtyard of the Li Family Martial Arts School. Success! Within the room, a figure who was seated jumped up. His face was filled with a smile. Second level of the limit cultivation technique. After resolving that matter, the Li family remained indifferent. This was within Lin Fei's expectations. With a cosmos god protecting the Li family martial arts dojo, they would not dare to do anything even if they were given 100 guts. Lin Fei calmly cultivated the limit cultivation technique. From the first level to the second level, the difficulty had increased by a huge level. It was fortunate that Lin Fei was prepared for it, but he had consumed quite a lot of prestige before he finally broke through to the second level of the limit cultivation technique. The moment he broke through to the second level, Lin Fei immediately felt the energy that came from deep within his body. That was an extremely dense energy that erupted from deep within his flesh and cells. Now that I am at the second level, I don't need to use prestige to beat up pseudo-cosmos gods. Even true cosmos gods can't injure me so easily. If one were to say that the first level of the limit cultivation technique was 1, then the second level would be 10. It was a full 10-fold increase, and the difficulty of cultivating it could be said to be 10 times greater. Towards an ultimate cosmos god senior who could create such a cultivation technique, Lin Fei was filled with admiration. It's a pity that this cultivation technique wasn't easy to cultivate, and one might not be able to reach a high realm in one's entire life. The consumption of resources was too huge. What the ultimate cosmos god did in the past could no longer be used now. No wonder he wanted to vie for the position of prefecture master in the past. This is the best way to obtain resources. Lin Fei seemed to understand why the ultimate cosmos god wanted to become the prefecture master in the past. That was a great step to take. He had to first put on a layer of skin for himself before anything else. Only by obtaining the identity of a noble would he be able to do things easily. Heaven's Limit Dojo master knew that Lin Fei had come out from closed-door cultivation. He immediately came over. When he saw Lin Fei, he revealed a look of ecstasy. "Congratulations, junior disciple brother. It has just been 10 years, and you have broken through to the second level of the limit cultivation technique. Amazing!" Heaven's Limit Dojo master said excitedly, "Even teacher can't compare to you in the past." Heaven's Limit Dojo master sized up Lin Fei. "I can feel a threatening feeling coming from you. This is the effect brought by the limit cultivation technique. Your fleshy body has undergone a deeper level of development, and the inheritance of teacher will depend on you in the future." Heaven's Limit Dojo master felt happy for his teacher. This was the best successor, unlike him, who had yet to break through to the second level. Lin Fei could tell that the Empyrean Sky Limit Dojo's master was genuinely happy. A monstrous existence like him would most likely be hard to find. In just 10 years, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Any master would be overjoyed to have such a disciple. "Hee hee," Lin Fei chuckled. "Perhaps I am a genius." Heaven's Limit Dojo master nodded. "You are a genius among geniuses. Originally, I was worried that you would compete for the position of mansion master. But now that you have reached the second level of the limit cultivation technique, your strength has increased by more than 10 times. As your senior disciple brother, I can rest assured." There was nothing more delightful than seeing his junior disciple brother's strength improve by leaps and bounds. What happened? Lin Fei's keen senses picked up on something. Could it be that many experts have come? Heaven's Limit Dojo master said, "I originally thought that the Yuan Fu's Mansion Master Contest wouldn't be as grand as I imagined. But now, I realize that I was wrong. This time, the contest for the Mansion Master might involve some big shots, and it would surpass any other contest for the Mansion Master. Experts of the younger generation are emerging one after another, and many of them have already become famous in the Star River Mansion." Chapter 3398. When Lin Fei came out of closed-door cultivation, he heard that the contest for the prefecture master of the Yuan Fu had surpassed all other times. It could be said that many geniuses had gathered. He immediately thought of Zilong's words. Many great characters had started fighting behind the scenes. And to Lin Fei, the more experts came, the more prestige he could accumulate. It was equivalent to increasing his strength unknowingly. After all, if he relied on external strength, he could barely bring out a pinnacle cultivation technique. This pinnacle cultivation technique might be powerful, and it could increase one's strength greatly. The only flaw was that it consumed a huge amount of resources. It was fortunate that Lin Fei could use his prestige to convert the resources, but the consumption was similarly huge. After tasting the sweetness, he naturally hoped to push this cultivation technique up. Reaching the Cosmos God level, Everyone would choose to specialize in a certain cultivation technique like survival techniques or killing techniques. There were all sorts of them. Pinnacle cultivation techniques could not only protect one's life, but they could also be turned into powerful offensive techniques. It would be a pity if he did not cultivate such a cosmos cultivation technique. Wasn't it just resources? Lin Fei was confident of getting a huge amount of resources. After knowing the news, he was the most obvious one. Because of this, Yi Xiaolong personally went out for a stroll. You have to say, no matter what restaurant it would be crowded with people. Both inside and outside, it was related to the contest for the prefecture master. For instance, some geniuses would appear out of nowhere, or some geniuses would kill other geniuses. Or, not convinced? Come and fight. They would happily head to the Star River Plaza and have a hot-blooded spar. There were all sorts of things like the seeded contestant with the greatest potential. What a large-scale battle. When he arrived at the Star River Plaza, it was different from the previous time. This place had been cleared, and 3 arenas had been rebuilt. At the same time, a powerful restriction was laid down that could prevent any powerful energy from leaking out, preventing it from affecting the people outside. And at the outer perimeter of the plaza, there were many spectators. Most of them were young. None of the 3 arenas were empty. Everyone was fighting, and it was extremely exciting and fascinating. They did not feel anything towards people like Lin Fei. There was only one point. The strength of those who went up the arenas were ordinary. There was no one who could brighten the eyes of others. Lin Fei had learned a lot from the information gathered by the system during his trip out. He wasn't really concerned about the battle in the arena. Old friend, you haven't left the Li family martial arts dojo for 10 years, yet you're still able to endure it. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave, a figure blocked his way. It was none other than the arrogant Zilong, who was looking at him with a smile. Cultivation requires a calm heart. It's just 10 years. It's nothing. Lin Fei spouted nonsense with a serious face. Do you feel that I'm stronger than before? Zilong hadn't come to look for Lin Fei since the last time they parted, but there were always people watching over him. Puchi. Zilong couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Your strength hasn't improved, but your mouth has become more powerful. How rare. Zilong said, but he was even more afraid of Lin Fei in his heart. This guy actually had a breakthrough in 10 years. Zilong's senses were very sensitive. From the moment he saw Lin Fei, he felt a sense of death looming over him. And this sense of death came from Lin Fei. Really? I don't think so. Lin Fei shook his head. I think I've become very powerful. It's a pity that your senior brothers aren't here. If not, I could give it a try. Zilong really admired Lin Fei. They wouldn't dare to come. You made them feel pressured last time. Now they are all immersed in cultivation. Zilong smiled. Our divine dragon sect should really thank you. Lin Fei looked disappointed. That's a pity. I wanted to find them to see if my strength has improved or not. Zilong decided not to talk about this anymore. The contest for the prefecture master position is about to begin. Are you here to place a bet? Zilong waved the special token in his hand. This is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it. Place a bet. Lin Fei really had such a plan. It would be a pity if he did not take advantage of such a good opportunity. We can place a bet here? Lin Fei really did not notice it. Along the way, he only listened to the news and seemed to have overlooked something. Zilong rolled his eyes. I really have to give it to you. After 10 years of seclusion, you've become stupid. Didn't Tiger Li tell you that the wealthiest man in the eternal universe is placing bets here? Lin Fei really did not notice it. The wealthiest man? Who is so arrogant? Lin Fei replied subconsciously. Immediately, he was despised by the people around him. Zilong subconsciously stood far away with a look of disdain. It was as if he was saying, I don't know this guy. Brother, you came from the mountains. Don't tell me that the wealthiest man in the eternal universe doesn't know. He really doesn't know that you cultivate. When the title of the wealthiest man is mentioned, who isn't convinced? Facing the sneer of a group of people, Lin Fei was speechless. This was probably the first time, and he could not even make a move. He was unhappy, really unhappy. After a burst of laughter, Lin Fei left the crowd immediately. You're such a powerful person, but you actually don't know the wealthiest man. I'm dying of laughter. Zilong laughed all the way out. It was not easy to catch Lin Fei's sore spot. Lin Fei's face was sullen. It's normal not to know. How would I know the title of the wealthiest man in our universe? It was rare for Zilong to make Lin Fei suffer a setback. He explained, this is not a title. This is the title of the wealthiest man. In the entire universe, no one can compare to the wealthiest man. Even those top powerhouses can't compare. In front of the wealthiest man, they are like little tycoons. Lin Fei had never heard of such a famous person. Could it be that he was really ignorant? That was not right. What do you mean? Zilong chuckled. Anyway, you just need to know that the wealthiest man is the richest. This wealthiest man loves to open bets. As long as you can take out the corresponding item, you can get what you want from the wealthiest man. Isn't it very tempting? You have to know that there are countless treasures in the wealthiest man's vault. In the past, there were top powerhouses who went to his vault. It was said that after coming out, they were depressed for 100 years. Obviously, they were stimulated. Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. Anything will do? Of course. The title of the wealthiest man is not just for show. Do you want me to show you? Zilong laughed. Sure. Lin Fei was tempted by his words. If there was such a wealthy man, it would be a good thing. Follow me. Zilong led the way. Actually, the location was not far. It was near the square. A mansion was specially opened. The name was quite unique.